touch it no more. It's perfect. I'm moving on to the brookies. Yeah. And as y'all can see, I'm on time for my Maddie's hour. I was beating on the door. I was beating on the church door. Thinker wasn't here yet. Venus not here yet. That just lets you know she could never replace me. But anyways, y'all, welcome to Maddie's hour. Hey Venus, where Mr. Nelson
Venus, you
at?
hear that bullshit?
Listen here, Con,
Hey, damn,
on
Venus.
the phone.
It's a what? I didn't even hear her. Fix that fucking internet. I didn't even hear you.
She called you a cunt.
Okay, whatever, cut nugget.
I wonder, like, the headphones.
Let's see who's all in here so far. Well, we got 54 people in here, guys. I mean,
I thought Nelly ass just started, became the Holy Spirit. I'm like, what the fuck is Nelly? Um, what was I getting ready to say? That threw me the fuck off.
Where's Nelly, Thinker?
I don't know, but the other day the AI violated him because his bald head, he leaned into the camera and all you saw was his bald head and it was shining. And the AI violated him because they thought his head was ass. they they violated him for sexual nudity and body exposure.
Oh shit, Mr. Nelson. Baby, I told y'all they had maybe they thought he was an oiled up booty.
Yeah. Or oiled up left cheek. Okay, what's up, YouTube? What's up, Silverfett? DC Native in the house. Cam 7.3. Brian, what's up, Love Bug? The Joker is wild. Hello. Mini Trial. GTG. And we just got started. Like we go as long as we have calls. We may go longer than 11 hours, but we ain't been on but 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes yet.
The YouTube up.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hold on. But this is the thing. Like y'all tripping, right? Y'all spend your 17 hours in the day however you want to spend them. But because I don't sleep at night when y'all sleep, how I spend my 17 hours while you sleep, like that's my business. Like I feel like people like night sleepers judge daytime sleepers the same way believers judge atheists. Because I don't sleep the way you sleep. It's like, what's wrong with her? Like, wait, does she ever sleep? Like, it's just, I'm different than you. I think I'm gonna be on the line Saturday. I got to check my schedule. I don't know. Go ahead. YouTube say what's up to TikTok. TikTok say what's up to YouTube. Go ahead, Maddie.
Everybody. Y'all hear me. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. Hello everybody, I'm Maddie. This is Maddie's Hour. Hello YouTube. Hello TikTok and hello super fans. I am your co-host for tonight, along with Venus right on side of me, and our friendly mod that's always on panel, Second Samuel. This is hosted by Thinker. You can see her forehead in the screen. Topics tonight are Jesus, unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness contract is bad for humanity. Number two, what do believers have against thinking? Number three, who's really the great deceiver, God or the devil? This is 18 plus night. So if you're 18 to 21, you'll be talking to me, either me or Venus. This live isn't only just for Christians. People who are deconstructing can come up, and people who are atheists. We do not accept spiritual. Sometimes, maybe sometimes Thinker makes an exception, but we don't accept spiritual and we will accept agnostic atheists. But if you are not atheist, deconstructing, or a believer in this God, please do not request up and waste our time. Dragons, y'all already know y'all supposed to be up here talking to us as well. So please, y'all come up and use
I
your
feel like
dragon
you run.
status.
I feel like you just running this shit on and on and on and on and on. Because you
mad because I said
what
your
the fuck
forehead
did you
big.
say? Like, what did you say that for?
You're mad because I
Why
said your
did you say
forehead is
it? What you
big,
say it
and
for?
you. What do you mean?
Why did you
My
say that?
forehead is big too.
No, you said, and think his forehead is in the camera. What did you say that for?
I can't have freedom of speech. Is this a dictatorship?
Did I say don't say that? I said why did you say that?
Because it is.
Where the fuck my forehead gonna be, Maddie? If my whole head is in the camera, where the fuck is my forehead gonna be?
In the camera. That's what I'm saying. Duh. Like, what do you mean? You don't understand? Anyways, y'all, let's go through the topics. Thinker trying to get me off track already. She wanted to address that comment so bad, y'all. But let's break down the topics. For number one, right? Jesus' unlimited sin and unlimited forgiveness contract is bad for humanity. The reason we're saying this is because unlimited forgiveness is a bad thing, right? People shouldn't be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do and get instantly forgiven. There has to be some type of repercussion for this. Something has to get done. It just creates a bad fucking environment. It's bad. Number two, what do believers have against thinking? Why can you guys not critically think about the text? And why do you demonize others who do critically think about the text? Huh? What's your problem? And why do you hate biology and evolution and science that much, even though you need it to survive? Okay, who's really the great deceiver, the God or the devil? If anybody could tell me where the devil deceives somebody and not Paul or one of the other fake ass apostles claiming he deceives, you can
Put
have
a
that
one in the
topic.
chat. Put a one in the chat if you don't started daydreaming about something.
Girl, with that forehead, I'll daydream too. Leave me alone.
No, seriously. Like, what the fuck is you doing going down the question? They can read.
I mean, I'm just breaking it down. Like, what the fuck?
I mean,
I can't break it down. The fuck? What's
talk
going
about
on?
something like, did you see a video that relates to one of these topics? Like, make it interesting. Like, they know how to read.
Fuck everybody who said one, cause y'all can just go y'all
I
can
mean, what
just
the
kiss
fuck was
my
you
ass.
doing?
Like,
I'm
I
trying
break
to.
down the topics every night, and it's a problem now. Like,
I
come on,
don't
bro.
read these motherfucking topics for them.
Okay, bro.
I don't. I talk about what I want to know about these topics, or if I seen the video or heard a conversation. I don't read them topics. Like, what, girl? They know how to read. Oh,
Well, some Christians don't know how to fucking read, so excuse me for trying to include everybody and be
you
inclusive.
got these motherfuckers talking about forehead power in the motherfucking chat.
Got nobody
Yes,
doing
you do.
nothing.
That's okay,
You
Maddie.
got them all saying one.
Not that. Maddie, I asked them an honest question and they answered honestly. I did not tell
They
them,
can kiss my
Maddie,
ass,
I didn't
honestly.
tell them to type one, but that's okay. Nelly, what's up? Hey,
Nelly,
Nelly.
I heard they got you.
Okay. I was trying to stay quiet on that. I knew it was gonna move from forehead to booty head.
No,
Nah,
notice
I
how
was
I didn't
waiting on
call.
you.
Notice how I did not call you that.
I didn't
No,
call him a booty head neither. Like, what are you trying to say?
that's what they said. TikTok said it.
I don't have a big forehead. I don't have a big
You
forehead.
don't. You ain't got no
Nobody
big
said it was
forehead.
big. It's just in the camera.
No, your forehead fits your face. It does.
uh, and see, look, Thinker, now you got them saying she may be a little too
Deja.
childish to handle this. You see what I'm talking
That's your
about?
fucking fault, not mine.
You see how you
Deja.
cause division?
Deja.
Yeah, okay.
Deja. Deja.
Hi, Thinker.
Deja.
What is
Deja.
going on?
Deja. How you been, Deja?
I'm good. I was actually coming up here to say hi and check in I got distracted by forehead, cunts, and booty head.
That's all Maddie. All of that
I
came
didn't
from
say
All of
Maddie.
it.
shit about no cunt or no
All of
booty
it.
head.
You did say cunt. You said it.
You called her a cunt.
Venus called me a cunt. Are
Nope,
you
that was
confused?
you. That
That was
was
literally
you.
Maddie.
That was you.
Venus
Only
said
something
cunt
like
and
that
I
would
said
come.
cunt nugget. I don't
You
even
called
say
her a
cunt
cunt.
regularly.
You called her a
I
cunt.
say
If you
bitch.
said cunt nugget, you
Bitch.
called her a cunt.
Okay, girl.
Yep. How's life been going, Deja?
Life is going good. I actually I'm still taking my Thai classes and my what's that called, web and app development classes, but I actually applied for my DTV visa next month, so hopefully by October I'll know if I get my DTV visa so I can move to Thailand.
Well, that's what's up.
So
The AI must know it's Maddie's hour because that motherfucker just said, "Is tonight a chill kind of vibe or a messy vibe?" What did it say? It said, "Is tonight a chill kind of vibe or a silly kind of vibe or a messy vibe?" It must know that tonight is Maddie's hour because immediately after that popped up on the screen, Maddie put in the comments, "I'm finna blow up." Like the AI must know that is Maddie's hour. How many months you have until you move to Thailand, Daisy? Deja? I gotta call you
um,
Daisy. Deja.
so technically, even though I haven't applied for my DTV visa, I do have my plane ticket, which is supposed to land in Thailand November 30th.
Okay.
So everything is really just like coming fast right now. So I've really just been working and getting everything together besides school and homework and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm super excited, super nervous. Don't know what to do with my life. Yeah.
Well, that's good. The excitement and the nervous is a good thing. It's a good thing. Well, I'm glad that you came up and gave us an update. Did you have anything else you wanted to share?
No, and technically I'm a dragon. I just didn't even realize that yet. But
You're
yeah,
a
that
dragon now?
technically, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
been
what's
over
up.
a year.
I should have known that though. Like I think you've been here for 2 years. Do you remember when TikTok went down and we went to YouTube for like, and that was the night that you would just like, I'm like, who is that? Do you remember that? Like you would
I
just
do
gift it like
remember.
crazy, huh?
I do remember
I
because I
was
got
like,
like a little. You gave me a special sticker that night, so
yeah. I was like, who is that? But yeah, so it's been about a year and a half. Yeah, so
yeah.
yeah, you should be a dragon by now. I should have known that already.
But I just wanted to say hi and update you really quick. I will let you know when it gets approved, so then I'll know that it's really moving forward. I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, it's time to go. But yes,
Well, make sure you keep us updated.
I will. Thank you so much. Love
You're
you.
welcome. Have a good
Have a
one.
good
Glad to
night.
hear you're doing well.
Thank you.
All right. Vanity, are you in the guest request box on purpose or on accident?
I mean, at this point, if y'all want me to lose my job, y'all could just say that. Y'all don't have to keep on saying other people gonna take my hour. Like, I'm over it. If I gotta, this is a hostile workplace environment. I'm not gonna lie.
I swear your ass keep complaining about that shit. And then the moment somebody,
Yeah, it's hostile.
the moment I say, well, Vanity can, all these motherfucking V's, Venus can have your job, and you start whining about the shit. And you start threatening to blow shit up.
Okay, that's part of the problem. That's what I'm saying. Stop saying shit like that, and I won't
I'm not
threaten to
gonna
do
ever
that.
stop telling the truth.
Okay. Thinker, is this your first time on TikTok?
What does that have
No,
to do
this is your
anything?
last. I'm gonna blow it
Oh,
up.
uh-uh. Uh-uh.
She gonna be in the Discord for the rest of the motherfucking night talking about, come on, Thinker, stop being mean. Stop being mean. I was just joking. Hold on for a second. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone deconstructing your belief, this is the part that Maddie did not do. If you are someone who is deconstructing your belief or an atheist, tonight it is 18 and up, but if you are 21 and up, you can still come up. I did see a comment from someone saying, I wish it was your night so that I could come up. There's nothing stopping you from hitting the request box, friend.
First of
Okay.
all, rewind the tape because I
Hold
did
on,
say that
Maddie.
you weren't listening.
Maddie. To the person in the chat that said, I wish it was your night so I can come up. Every night is my night. Every night. So if you want to come up, hit the request button. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and request. And as soon as Vanity is done, we'll bring you up. Like the I don't know what the threats are. Like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with y'all, but I'm not ever scared to have a conversation with anybody. What's up, Benny?
Hey, Thinker. I just wanted to come up here and say I missed you in the other lives because I ain't been on. Update. I'm doing good in school.
That's good.
I
What are
did
you
good.
in? What are you in school to be a nurse?
Medical assistant.
Medical assistant. Okay, yeah.
I can't be no nurse. I don't like kids. But I am in school for my medical assisting. I'm doing really good with that. I'm really happy. Passed my class before 10:59.
That's what's up. Go
Bro,
Vanity.
10:59.
Go Vanity.
And
Go Venati. Go Venati. It's your
it's
birthday.
Unity.
But I went from Venati to Unity to Vanity, but I felt like this was a Venati moment because it fits with it's your birthday. It's your birthday.
You already know. And then I do also want to say I think Second Samuel was really proud of me today in Auntie's live because I was tearing them up.
Oh, really?
Girl, you know I'm down to 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm down to 30 minutes, boy.
What? What moved that?
Well, when I started I started asking things like, okay, well, why am I struggling? Why are you letting me struggle? Why am I still following you if you're not helping me, niece? And why do I have to struggle in order to get somewhere? Like, it's not making sense in my purse.
All logical questions. And is
Yeah.
that those questions come from participating in these types of conversations, or have you always had those questions and just wouldn't engage them?
I've always had those questions, but participating in the different panels and chats, it started to open up even more. And then hearing all of the other, because I'm now community service Christian. I'm no longer
You
part-time.
went from part-time to community service.
Yes, it's community service Christian. All them type of T's. Because I started noticing, like, why am I still in this religion if it's not really benefiting me? Why am I still following you if it's not benefiting me? It makes no sense. No sense at all. And yeah, I already know y'all gonna say about the grandma thing. That's the only reason why I'm community service.
What's the only reason that you're community service?
Remember my grandma, the grandma
Oh,
situation?
your grandmama. Yes, I understand that. I get that. I get that 100%.
Only reason why I'm community service.
Yeah.
Even though I know that y'all explained, and then I had to go back and read and say, oh shit. Damn. We just gonna be up there clapping tambourines and shit, not even knowing who we is.
Have you ever thought about what y'all would be eating up there? Because I've been asking this since yesterday. There was a guy who said that y'all gonna be eating spiritual food. And so, like, have y'all thought about that? The God is gonna have y'all like either killing chickens and cows in heaven for y'all to eat real food, or it's gonna be spiritual cows and chickens, or spiritual trees, spiritual carrots and spiritual peas. Damn, I sound like Cat in the Hat.
You know what? I want a good neck bone.
Spiritual neck bones?
Not no spiritual ones, because they may not be seasoned.
But the pigs can't go to heaven. The pigs are unclean. The pigs are haram. You think he banned pigs on earth? Pigs gonna be down there with us. Motherfuckers gonna be having cookouts. That's where the spades games.
Wait, so the pigs gonna be in the... Okay, listen, but the demons, you can't blame the pig because the demon had went in the pig. It wasn't the pig fault.
No, he banned pigs in the law. They couldn't eat pigs.
Oh, I need me a pig feet or a piece of ham every blue moon. Can't have it all the time.
They ain't going to heaven. Pigs don't go to heaven. But you know what do go to heaven? Dogs.
The way all the hell that my dog caused, ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Yeah, dogs go to heaven. Jesus called the Canaanite woman a dog, and then he He was like, great is your faith. And everybody say she's going to be remembered in all of history for being called a dog.
Yeah, no. I'd rather be called a Jezebel.
Yep. But I'm still trying to figure out what y'all going to eat in heaven. I
I
don't know.
don't
If y'all figured out, if y'all get a menu from the Holy Spirit, let me know.
see, and I don't know because one lady said she don't sin, she only sin spiritually. I'm like, girl, how do you? And she sounded like she was finna cry. I'm like, girl, explain to me how do you sin spiritually, niece?
I think that's
Because
what Paul told them. That's what Paul told them.
because as a community service Christian, I know good and well I don't sin part time. Either I'm sinning or I'm not.
Because this is what Paul said. It ain't the flesh that's sinning, it's the sin in you. It's the sin. It's the sin that worketh the sin in you. So
And
I mean, it's
also,
not the spirit that's in it. It's the spirit. It's the sin that worketh sin in you. So it's not you that's sinning. It's
yeah.
it's a spirit named sin
Oh, got
or an
it.
entity named sin. Yeah.
And then also your update. You know how I get easily flustered by men? I didn't do it this time. It just so happened I had seen him and he seen me, and that was it. Love at first sight.
Well, that's okay. Even if you did get flustered. Well,
Because he
what's
looked
wrong
at me
with you?
good.
What's wrong? What's wrong if you did?
Oh, no, because they always tell me to stay focused, and I be trying to
Oh,
stay
you're talking about
focused.
in the live in the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't never seen nobody that come on stage
Oh,
that made me
when
go,
you get,
God damn, motherfucker, you fine. I ain't never
okay,
seen them.
when you get in Auntie Live, his name is Mike. Do know
Auntie be pulling them?
Mike was finer than two. Let me tell you something. And when Mike said sis to me, I said, hold on now. What you mean, sis? Ain't no sis over here. Ducky know who I'm talking about. Ducky know exactly Michael. No, he know he fine. He know that man know he fine.
I don't know who you talking about.
Let me go. I don't think he in here, but do know he was a lovely man to look at. Him and DJ, and I was on my best behavior. Ducky, don't you open up your mouth. You hush.
I have no idea who you talking about. Unless you talking about Mike with the PFP that have Michael Jackson with a fade.
Nope. Not
Mike,
that one. This
is
one
he
that did.
light skinned?
No, he is dark skinned
I
with
don't
locks
know
on
this
his
one.
head.
I
Then
know a Mike in here that's a nerd. I don't know that other Mike.
when you go to his
Oh,
page,
she talking about that one. You are talking about that one. The one that's got the PFP. That's Michael Jackson with a fade.
no, Ducky know who I'm talking about.
They said that's who you talking about in the chat.
Not the Michael Jackson one. No, he didn't have no Michael Jackson face. You look at that man's face, you gonna be like, ooh, he is kind of.
I don't know. I have no idea. I ain't know. He was a Christian?
No, he was a part. I don't know what he was. All I know is he was fine, and whatever he said, I agreed with.
Oh.
But I didn't fall. My knees didn't buckle. I did good. Ain't that right, Second Samuel?
It don't sound like it. You said whatever he said you agree with. Like, it sounded like you did fluster.
I wouldn't say I flustered. I may have had a setback.
That's a fluster.
And my ankles was weak. There it is. Yeah, I was weak in the ankles. I was the Achilles. I had fell, and I just so happened to fall on his page. And when I went on his page and see what I needed to see, I was okay.
Well, there it is. I
You
mean,
blessed in the city and the field.
it's okay though. It's all the progress. But ain't nothing wrong with like lust. That's a normal thing. Like you see somebody that you think is handsome or beautiful, and you're like, God damn, that motherfucker look good. Like, God damn. Like, who is mom and daddy?
In my head, I was married to him.
Yeah.
In my
And
head.
that might come true. That's called faith.
Oh, we had talked about that too.
It might come true.
I was putting in my application. I was putting in my little application. How do I? So I did notice. I do have a question about my. It said I was a nerd. Is that good?
Let me see. Let me see what. Are you subscribing or did you join the fan club?
I joined the live.
Both of them are good, but okay. First off, you haven't sent your heart me.
I didn't. Okay, hold 1 second. Let me get up in here. What the hell it?
If y'all haven't sent your heart me, please go on and do that. So do you see the longer nerd badges? Those are monthly subscribers.
Okay.
And they get access to the sub only, to our Discord, to our trips that we take. And they get stage priority, where they can come up and talk about anything regarding their deconstruction. And then we have dragons who have been subscribers for 12 months, and they can come up and talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about, or come on stage and question guest, or add their 2 cents to a conversation after a guest leaves. So dragons pretty much are kind of like mini host, but like during the live, not permanent on stage host, if that makes sense.
Okay. They don't have my job, that resident Christian over at Auntie House.
No. And
Got
I don't
it.
have a resident Christian in here. I
Oh,
wouldn't. My
please.
live is not focused on that. My live is focused on deconstruction.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But I really am deconstructing. When I say I'm 30 minutes in, that's it. And I'm not even clocked in. I'm actually still in time. I'm in the car.
You on volunteer hours.
There it is. You better know what to say, Maddie. You better know what to say.
But
Yeah.
as a super fan, as a fan club member, a member of the Think Piece, you get access to the emojis, and you also get like stage priority in the queue. So like if you're in the queue, I'll pull you up before a non-fan club member. And so those are the perks of being a nerd.
Okay, when I get my purse right, you know I'm coming back.
I can't wait. Vanati Nadi, Unity, Vanati Nadi.
You already know. But yes, I did good today. I did good. I ain't ready to stay the full A yet. I'm not ready to stay the full A yet.
Just keep on working the muscle. J Ray, at the top where there's a heart next to my name, click that heart, and then a menu will come up, and it'll say "Send heart me." And once you send that heart me, that'll add you to the fan club.
I don't know
ahead,
what
Manny.
this person said that you're. Hold on. He said you're.
Don't read the comments
yes,
from
ma'am.
it. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Did you have anything else? We need to get the show
yeah,
started.
go ahead. Yeah, let me go get the show started. Have fun, baby.
Thank you. Have a good night, Vanity.
Of course. Bye, y'all.
Well, there were people in the guest request that hopped out. If you are a believer, sorry, hold on. Did we say hi to Nelly?
Yeah, y'all said hi. Everybody said hello.
Okay. Empress, are you there on purpose or accident?
On purpose, sorry. Accident, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I love your stage anyway. Love.
Thank you so much, Empress. Have a good night.
And you too. Bye.
Bye. Ash, I see you in the guest request. Are you in there on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. It is Maddie's hour, which means that there is even more opportunity for us to have these conversations tonight, because we have opened it up to 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, where normally it is 21 and up. But that does not mean that if you are 21 and up, that you cannot come up. It just means that the age limit has been broadened just for tonight only. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Maddie and Venus, y'all are responsible for small talk tonight.
I don't get shit to say to y'all.
I'm about to take you off the stage because I don't want to work hard to get you to do your job.
I was doing my job, and then you claimed I didn't do my job and repeated something I already said. So,
girl, I know about it. Finna go back and forth with you.
Venus said she almost home.
Do you want to be here? Huh?
I'm really sorry. I had a 3-hour lab this morning, and then I had a workshop, and then I had psychology. So I'm almost home, but I've been up since 8. So I'm sorry for being late.
It's okay, Australian Zaddy. Take your time.
You weren't late. Hello, Trinity. You were not late, Venus. You were on time.
I'm glad. Thank you. I was just like so surprised when Maddie just out of nowhere, she just called me a cunt, and I was like, I'm working so
Girl,
hard.
what the fuck is
Like,
going
Maddie,
on?
You know, like I didn't need that. But yeah, I've got to
That
mute
isn't
for
even
30
in my
minutes. Like,
vocabulary.
yeah, I'm gonna be listening, guys. Just 30 minutes. I hope Maddie's nicer to me when I get back, and I hope she has
Okay,
some
bro.
time to calm down.
Okay, bro. You can stop now. That isn't even in my vocabulary. Other people saying.
I wonder
Okay, guys.
what happened to the person that was saying that they wish it was my night and said that they were
They
requesting.
left. They left because Vanity was up for too long. I guess they said they'll be back Thursday. Yeah. I don't know. I literally said that you're almost done, and they still said
How
okay.
much you
And
want to
then
bet they're gonna be
yeah.
in the comments tonight? Talking about coming
I
back
don't see them no
Thursday.
more.
Oh, they'll be back.
Yeah, I don't see them no more.
They'll be
Yeah.
back. They were here last night. They came in when that lady came in that did all of that on stage this morning. They came with her.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I saw a TikTok today, and I learned some things. I feel like I already heard this from Thinker. A really sensitive topic for me is the over sexualization of like black bodies, especially like our young black girls. And I don't know if y'all saw, but it was this girl for her birthday. She was 13. Her mom had made them like custom two pieces, right? You know, she's a fuller girl.
Y'all, is Maddie going out for anybody else or is it just my headphones?
Me, I'm sorry. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I just want to make sure it's not my headphones because I switched them out, but my headphones was acting up this morning. Is she going out for everybody?
She's going out on me too.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
It's all right. It happens.
Maybe I need to put both in. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
All right, y'all. Don't be scared to come up here and start a conversation. We've been live for 43 minutes. Normally, we get people to hop in the box as soon as we go live. If you are deconstructing, this is an opportunity for you to come up, share something that a rabbit hole that you've been going down. Y'all know I love research and I love to learn. If you are an atheist or a believer, the guest box is open. Go ahead, Maddie.
But yeah, is it clearer now, Thinker?
Yeah.
But yeah, and like this lady responded back and was like, "Oh yeah, you know you wrong as a mother for putting your child in that." And I just think it's so weird how like certain black people, you know, Hebrew Israelites, because one of the people in the comment had like HBI by their thing, and they were calling the child fast and stuff. I think that's so weird how they keep on dragging like young black women being fat without realizing that's like a white supremacy thing. Like they were doing that. They were claiming we were fast so they can like rape us. And it'll be justified for them to rape us. And they were calling us a Jezebel. But yet they use that, right? That white supremacist talking point about our young girls that are kind of fuller. But, you know, they don't want to look at anything else as white supremacy, only stuff like that. And that's really weird.
Yeah, it's the history behind that Jezebel tradition. They started calling black women that so they could justify raping them. I didn't see the video that you're talking about though. Aiden Crooks.
Yeah,
How old are you?
I am 26.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in God.
Okay, there's 3 topics on the board. Which one did you want to do? And Nelly, do you want to do this one?
Yep. No problem.
There's 3 of them. Wait, I'm sorry, what?
There are 3 topics on the post there. Which one did you want to discuss with Nelly?
I mean, all of them, but I don't have much time.
Just choose one.
And I'm
please.
sure you don't want me to waste your time either.
Just choose one topic, please.
So to begin with, I mean, the biggest thing is you genuinely want to change each other's minds.
One topic. You say you don't have enough time, but you're choosing to waste the time you don't have. Please pick one topic.
The second one.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So my thoughts. I don't
On the
agree.
topic. Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think that believers don't have anything against thinking. In fact, any true Christian, I would say, has deeply wrestled with their faith, and it's been tried time and time again. And because God is faithful, they've continued in the faith. I think it encourages people to actually study the scriptures and, find themselves approved, as it says. Like, just realize that the promises of God are fulfilled if you stay faithful.
Let me ask you this: as a believer, do you think that you think logically? Do you think logically?
I believe you can only think logically if you have
As
a
a
belief in
Christian.
God, at least. I mean,
Great.
there's no reason for any there's no reason for anything. There's no reason for me to believe in anything, including my own reasoning, without God, or at least some sense of purpose.
Okay. So the only way to have this belief is to think logically, right?
Well, I would say, yeah. I mean, overall, it says in the scriptures that knowledge is understanding of the Holy One, of God.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do some critical thinking here. Do you believe snakes can talk?
I wouldn't say it's a traditional snake. Like,
It's
I
not
believe that,
traditional.
for example, I believe in just about anything in some sense. I think that the spirit realm is real. I believe in spiritual entities. I
want to get back to the snake. Let's get back to the snake. So you believe that
a snake can speak.
That a snake can speak. Okay,
Absolutely.
and you also believe that donkeys can talk as well, right?
Balaam's donkey. You're familiar?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And
that really happens.
And how old are you again?
I'm 26.
26 years old. You're 26 years old. You're a young man that thinks logically, but your logical thinking says that a snake and a donkey can talk.
Well, prove to me they can't, right? So this is where the
not
kind of
hard.
logical breakdown comes in.
It's not hard.
You can't. Well, no. So just because. So this is why I don't really like science as being the end all be all, because that's kind of what atheistic people believe, as they say. Oh, science is the source of all truth, basically.
No.
Science actually requires the rejection of outliers. All the anomalous information is tossed out, and you just take the average. That's not how reality works. There's tons of anomalies.
Okay. But you got to understand what you just said to me. You said that you logically think.
You believe in aliens, right?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No.
You believe in
Can you stop interrupting him?
Have you seen footage?
Aiden, please stop interrupting the host. He is the host. You are the guest.
I apologize.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nelly.
Thank you. As a 26-year-old man, and you said you logically think, you just told me that snakes can talk, donkeys can talk. Assuming, I guess, you believe that Jesus walked on water. And then you said prove to you that that's not true, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great. So I'm going to prove it because it's just illogical to think that way. But
you can't prove it.
You can prove that.
No,
Easy.
you can't.
But okay, well, give me a chance.
Wait and let him do what he's gonna do, and then you respond to that, Aiden. This is unnecessary for you to keep doing that.
So my question to you, Aiden, is this: when you were told that snakes could talk, when you were told that donkeys could talk, did you ask your original teachers to show you that was real? Did you ask your original teachers?
Did I ask like the people that taught
Yes.
me in school?
No. Did you ask your original teachers to prove to you that donkeys can talk and snakes can talk? Did you ask them to prove it to you? Because you just asked me to prove that they couldn't do it. So I'm assuming that whoever taught you this proved to you that they could talk.
No, I just believe it's possible. Like I believe it can happen, and it did happen, and it will happen.
Mhm. Okay. Aiden,
Uh-huh.
donkeys don't talk. Neither do snakes.
Not usually, no.
No. Period.
I'm sure we
Period.
can make a donkey talk with technology, right? At least in your atheistic beliefs. We can make a donkey talk. Probably wouldn't give us much information most of the time, like be some
Hey,
pretty
you know what?
simple thoughts.
I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, talking to a grown 26-year-old man. But for you to sit up here and actually say something like that and say it with authority, as if it's true, all because some old guy sat down, a writer, and wrote this in a book or wrote this in some pages and told you that serpents talk and donkeys talk, you say it is true. So that lets me know that you don't know the difference between belief and facts. You don't know the difference.
Well, so like proofs, like mathematical or logical proofs, there's a difference, which is what you're asking me, and I'm saying you can't provide me with that, I can't provide you with that. Because these are subjects that I believe have been concealed to us for a reason. God is using faith for whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure. It bothers me too.
Hey,
I can understand.
the term, even the term that you use when you say God is this, God is that, that came from a human too. The name itself, God, comes from a human.
A placeholder. Like it's a creator. There's various words we can use.
Aiden, I don't know what else to say to you because, when a person is that, when you let your belief, and I understand because I say it all the time, belief is a very, 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 very strong element.
Powerful.
And you can believe in something so strongly that it changes the perception of your reality and you create a alternate reality to live in because you have to be outside of reality to believe that snakes talk.
We all have our own perspectives, right?
No, that's not a perspective. That is a fact, Aiden.
Okay, well, so my reality, like say you had someone with schizophrenia, for them, they could have experienced very well something like that, a delusion, you would call it, right? But in their reality, like it's going to be difficult to convince them otherwise.
Okay.
That could happen.
I'm glad you went there. Okay, let's run with that.
Yeah, I actually like this. I like the subject of perspectives. I think it's important.
Well, let's run with that. You said schizophrenia. Did you know? What do you think when a person had a aneurysm or a person had some sort of seizure back in antiquity? What do you think they called that?
I'm assuming you're hinting at like possession or something. Like
I'm not hinting. Just speak, man.
Well, let's just be direct. I'm not trying to.
Okay, what did they call it? What did they think it was?
Well, and so from my perspective, those things are just forces of evil and death. Like that's just destruction in some sense. I would actually say that is
Stop, Aiden. You telling me that a person that has an aneurysm or a person that has seizures are possessed by the devil? Is that what you're telling me?
No, not necessarily. But I mean, I'm saying that's a demonic thing. It's death. Like
It's
it's in the realm of death.
so that's demonic. So death is demonic.
I personally, it's yeah. It says it's the last enemy to be defeated in the
Maddie,
scriptures.
look in
It
the
is an enemy of
comments.
us.
Give me just one
It is
second.
something.
1 second. Maddie, look in the comments. Do not type in caps in my comments, y'all. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. If you type in caps, you will be warned the first time. The next time you'll be muted 5 minutes. The next time you'll be muted the entire live. Hold on, Sana Kalu. The first time is a warning, so if you can unmute that person who said they wouldn't be back until Thursday, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I saw it, Thinker. I instantly saw it. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the first time is a warning. Second time is 5-minute mute. The third time is mute the entire live. If you type in caps immediately after an announcement, it's an immediate block. If you are on a mute, you cannot come on stage until your mute is over. Thank you. Sorry about that. Proceed.
So as I was saying, Aiden, as time went on, our way of thinking, our education, science, everything kicked in. And we found out that that was a medical condition. That was a brain defect or some of that sort. It don't have nothing to do with demonic. It don't have nothing to do with no possession. And as a grown man in 2026, how in the world could you even say something like that?
Well,
There's evidence that people are born with brain defects. There's
evidence of a
this.
spiritual realm of unseen forces.
There's no evidence of that shit.
Well, no, there is. Like the government themselves have been admitting it. Like there's been plenty of disclosure. There are
Can
forces.
you pull up a source? Yeah, pull up that source that says the government admitted people were getting possessed.
No,
I want to
I
see
mean,
that.
I don't have. So I'm just saying, like they created, UFO.gov or whatever it is, like aliens.gov. Like they've been.
But you just said that they
releasing-
proved that people were getting possessed. Am I correct? That's what you said. That's what they said. That the government
I
has
was
been
talking
about that.
I went on to a different thing of unseen forces. I believe in spiritual stuff, so I believe in an unseen realm. I think that this is not base reality.
You believe in an unseen realm that you have not seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. So is Harry Potter real?
Like as a story?
No.
Like
is it real?
Witches,
I mean, is
real?
it yes.
Yeah,
Lord
absolutely.
of the Rings, all of that. All that stuff is real to you. It's not a fictional story.
Well, so it's describing things that can happen, will happen, and probably are happening in some sense. Yeah.
And Spider-Man too. That's describing something that can happen. Superman, that's describing something that can happen.
Like the multiverse or whatever. Yeah, you could have a Spider-Man.
I can't do this. I'm sorry. I'm done. I can't do this.
You don't like these things?
No, I know. I don't like the way you think. You are dangerous, man.
I don't think this is dangerous at all.
No,
This is reality.
you are dangerous. Anybody that actually stands on Spider-Man, stands on Lord of the Rings, stands on talking snakes and talking donkeys. Did you know that let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Outside of this Bible, if this didn't have nothing to do with the Bible, you would be considered to be under some type of psychosis.
Well, no, they would be able to test me. And so again, my thoughts are different than like my experiences. This is where perception comes in because I'm having a singular experience right now. None of these things have happened to me. I just know that they are potentialities. I have faith in them.
Knowing and having faith is two different things. Like
No, actually, so faith is, as it describes in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, it says that faith is the substance of things unseen and its assurance of things hoped for.
yeah, but that's not knowing. So why did you say that? That's still not knowing.
Well, that's a form of knowledge. Those are bits of
No.
that's knowledge.
Yeah,
You're
we're
gonna need.
in knowledge. We're in the like where the definition of knowledge doesn't say any of that.
Like
Like
I can know about these things. Like these are experiences. This is information, right? That I'm collecting.
no,
You,
not at all. I have a question real quick. You kept saying for us to prove that a snake can't talk, but I really want you to prove to us like how could a snake talk?
Well,
Like
so the
where
funny
did
thing
you
is, you have the burden of negation. I
well
in like
I
debate
well
terms,
okay, yeah, that's fine. Right, right. Do
I'm
you
just
think
affirming
things
something like the
can
possibility, and
okay,
for you to disprove it, it's actually more difficult.
well not really. Can things talk like we talk without vocal cords?
I could just wait for time. I
I
could
mean,
just wait
but
for.
like, do you hear me answering the question
Yeah.
though? Like, can things talk like we talk without vocal cords?
No, it would have to be something supernatural.
Right. So, has a snake ever had vocal cords like ever?
I don't know.
Especially back in antiquity? Like, has it ever been proven that a snake has vocal cords? Because you can't say like you don't know and you don't trust the internet because you believe in the government when they talk about UFO sightings or whatever that
No,
little spiel you went on. So
I have
like
seen some. I've seen the skies. I've observed some pretty strange stuff in the
you
skies. Yeah,
absorbed a plane probably, but
definitely not a plane.
um, right. Again, snakes don't have vocal cords. They like have never had vocal cords. Like you can go look at the fossil of a snake and tell that there was no vocal cords. All right, that's our proof that they've never had vocal cords, so they would not have been able to do that. Right. I
Hmm.
mean, we have proof that snakes used to have legs and they evolved out of having legs. Like serpents used to have legs, they don't have them anymore. But there's no proof that snakes had vocal cords. That is the proof that they did not speak. You cannot talk like we talk, and how it is said that the serpent spoke in the Bible. You cannot do that without vocal cords. That's the proof. What is your proof that they can talk? Because you can't say, "Oh, we can't say that," and then say that and then say that they can't talk. Like, what would be your
Well,
proof that they can't talk without these vocal cords?
so notice, as I said before, the burden of proof is on you. Because
I just
I
did.
guess
I
the burden
just
of proof
did
is
it
on
though.
me. The burden of negation's on you. My proof is that it's possible, and I
Yeah,
believe it
but
is possible.
without
Um,
vocal cords,
A
that's what I'm
belief that it's
asking.
possible is not proof that it's possible.
and that okay. So, for example, if I haven't found a fossil that has vocal cords, doesn't mean I can't find one, or that it couldn't exist. I also don't think it's necessarily the same creature that we're thinking of in
I
terms
mean,
of
did
just
they
like
have
some like
ears?
random snake on the ground.
The snakes have ears?
Probably more of a dragon. What's up?
The snakes have ears?
Ears? I think they do. They have like little ear holes, right?
No, they don't.
They don't have little ear holes?
No, they don't
They
have
have.
any eardrums.
They don't have no ear holes. They use vibrations.
Oh, that's cool.
Like so, like you don't even know about snakes to be saying they could possibly speak. Like they can't speak
I
without
mean,
vocal
how they
cords.
go? They
Like
talk, but they ain't got eardrums.
right? Like what?
This is
How
kind
would
of
they
a
be able
different
to?
thing.
What do you mean? No, I'm attacking it because you kept on saying we can't prove it, but we have. Like
we must remember too that the Bible does say you have to have a childlike mind in order to
Nelly,
follow this God.
Nelly, I just want to say.
Well, in order to enter heaven.
Hello.
Uh,
I just want to say you did kind of cut Maddie off while she was talking.
oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
no, it's okay, Mr. Nelson. But also a serpent. Excuse me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure a serpent is literally a snake. Like I don't think that could be anything else. I don't know why you said like a dragon. I'm lost on that. I
Hmm?
don't know what's up with that. I don't know where you're even getting that a dragon would
It's
come
from the
from that.
Bible.
But oh,
Says the serpent of old describes him as a dragon. Takes
where
down a third of the stars.
where in Genesis does it says the serpent in
That's
the
at the
garden
that's
is
at
a
the other end of the
dragon?
Bible. So
Oh, okay.
the beginning
So
is
not in
Genesis, the ending is
Genesis.
Revelation.
So not in Genesis, right? So not the serpent in Genesis. That's what I'm talking about. The serpent in Genesis. That's a dragon. Genesis says that that's a dragon.
Again, I think these are spiritual things that are. It's we shouldn't be too presumptuous about them. I mean, it's complicated stuff. The spirit realm is very chaotic. I'd imagine it's a miracle that anything exists, and I believe that's just because of the orderliness, the lawfulness of God.
I mean,
But do you
if it's
s-
chaotic, there's no order there. And then
Well,
spirit
because
just
of God,
means,
there
I'm
is.
sorry, do you not hear me talking?
Sorry.
Spirit just means imagination. That's all. Like the difference with me over here wishing you had spiritual vocal cords so that you could stop interrupting people while they are talking. But that ain't your material vocal cords outweigh your spiritual vocal cords.
Yeah, I
and,
apologize.
and also, do you see why we said, like, why is the question, what do y'all have against thinking? Because the fact that you can't think about a snake not being able to talk because of the lack of vocal cords is crazy. And then you completely like threw out science completely, and you kept on saying, well, in an atheistic worldview, we don't all have the same worldviews. We all think differently, right? The only thing that connects us is the lack of belief in a God. Other than that, the way we think is different. We don't all think the same. But you literally throw out science, even though
I don't throw.
science is how you're using your phone.
I don't. I don't throw out science. I have
Okay,
an
so
immense respect for the gifted scientists out there, and there's, in fact, the basis, like the patriarchs of science, actually, are Christians, and still we have many Christians who are developed, like MRIs and other various, like even astronomers and stuff like that. They study these things, and they're Christians and they're creationists, even not just faithful believers.
right.
They're
So
biblical.
why did you insult it when it came to us possibly getting ready to talk about that? Because that's what I'm talking about. When you was talking about atheists, you disregarded the fact that we believe in science. Like you threw that out. But now all of
No,
a
I had
sudden
a
that matters.
Hold on.
no,
I
I
want to
had a
say W in the chat to our guardian lords. Thank you, lords, for being our guardian. Go ahead, y'all.
I had a problem with a lot of people believe that science is this end all be all of like the foundation of truth. That is not the foundation of truth. In fact, before we had science, and the philosophy of science actually is a study that I've told is really more so the foundation of science. Even just like the basic principles, the inspirations behind scientific endeavors, pursuits are based off of that. And then the basis of that is largely theological. It's just the belief that you can even, um, and it's actually it goes into this fact of we're talking about like somehow believers don't like thinking. I think we're very inspired people because we actually don't just like shut everything down. We believe in the possibility of these new discoveries. We believe that God can do new things, and that there is still unsearched, there is new revelations even in a sense that can be out there. I think a lot of people nowadays think it's like it's totally over. There's no more treasure, basically. I think
I
God can
don't
do a
agree with
lot more
that.
now.
I don't think
Me
y'all
either.
do.
Yeah.
I
I was gonna
You
think
don't
say
I
think
that.
so?
think that y'all never thought about, like, if y'all say that this fall of man in the garden created disorder and it messed everything up about sin and all of that, you never think about the fact that this disorder could have caused a female spirit to go into the male body or a male spirit to go into the female body. That's the one thing that this serpent and Eve didn't fuck up. Like, and then your God never grows to understand sexuality or gender or sexual orientation. Like, he's been the fucking same, a fucking bigot from day one. So I don't
So
think
this,
that you all actually use your brain to seek possibilities and new things. I don't agree with that. I think you all use your imagination to hang on to lies and to justify why you believe illogical shit and still call it logical. That's what I think.
I think this is all really destructive. Like the language you're using and just the mentality in general. I
Anything's
don't.
possible in the spiritual world. The language that I just
Yeah.
used, is healthy language. I can make it be
Oh.
anything I fucking want it to be in the spiritual realm.
Well, again, so that's like where they describe it as lawlessness, and it says lawlessness
It's not
is
because I say so. I decide what goes on in the spiritual world. It is lawful to say fuck. It is lawful to curse.
that could be your law.
It is lawful. Anything goes in the spirit realm because you can prove it wrong.
So we can use it loosely, and we can say that is the law of lawlessness.
It's spiritual.
It's a reality.
It's spiritual.
Well, so I'm the law of lawlessness.
It's
right?
spiritual, bro.
If you sin at all, if you miss the mark,
spiritual is whatever I say it is.
I'm warning you that is like
spiritual
that's
is
the
whatever
problem.
I say it is.
But that's just like madness.
I mean, duh.
Yeah.
That's the point.
You can't prove it wrong. It's whatever the fuck I said it.
That's the point. And then the reason why science is looked to as a truth is because we can test things. You can test things over and over in science and get the same result. And if it's a different result, that means it's not true. Like, it's testable. That's what science is. Like, I don't know if. And then you said it's based on theories. Do you know what a scientific theory, like what that definition is?
Well, I said it was based on philosophy. Ultimately, it's our pursuits largely. Like, right now we're on the big space race kind of stuff, and that seems to be one of those big things.
I'm still trying to get to space.
Life and colonize other planets. That's been an endeavor that we've been doing, but that largely is based off of what is like valuable. Those are philosophical ideas.
I want to ask you something. Can you name one thing? Because you believe in your God. I understand that. That's fine. Can you name one thing that God has done that you can prove that a God did it and not a human, not no other explanation? It's God that did it and you can prove it.
Can prove something that only God could do?
No, I said prove one thing that God has done that you can prove that a God did it.
Yeah. So an example of something that only God could do. I could say the obvious answer of creation, and I think it's evident throughout all of creation, that spark of life, the immense depth of, even on like the cellular level, it's just like the improbability of this, the consistency of our universe. Because if things were off even just a little bit, I mean, none of this could be maintained. It would just self-destruct. But the way it is,
so you can prove God did it. That's what I'm asking.
Well, so that's where it becomes semantic.
That God did it.
It becomes semantic about, a lot of people would say that's the Big Bang. Their God, the atheistic God would be the Big Bang, would just be like random chance.
That's not true.
God, and not all atheists believe in the Big Bang.
Okay, well, again,
their God. I just want to address something he said. It says the Earth would not self-destruct if physical conditions or events changed by a small amount. This idea is a myth. Our planet and life on it are very tough. They can change and adapt when conditions shift. What you just said is not true.
No, I'm referring to subatomic structures like the weak, the strong force, the just magnetism. I mean, the very makeup of the cellular structure of various particles, like subatomic particles. Those are very particular. If you remove or take out even a single electron, it completely changes its state, and it becomes radioactive or whatever it is. Like it would, it goes into like a crazy decay rate. It would disintegrate.
So there is. Go ahead.
That isn't what you said at first, though.
That's what I meant.
That's not what you said, and you changed it, is what you did. Go ahead, Nelly.
I probably didn't speak as well as I could have.
So you went to creation. And I'm assuming the way you said it, God is the only explanation for creation. Correct?
I believe God to be obviously
we're not talking
creator.
about what you believe now. We're talking about what you can prove. Okay.
Okay, I'm just saying. You asked me what I believe God to be, or like you asked me what well, God could do this. And anyways, my point is to define God, to kind of grasp that idea. Yeah, like God is whatever's most worshipful, like it's what you worship ultimately, like what you derive any pleasure from, what everything comes from. I believe that to be God. And
So, okay, so
some
when
people would call
God
it
does
nature,
something,
the
right?
universe.
Okay, you can call it whatever you want, but what I'm trying to get to is that you the one who said creation. So if God is the one that is responsible for creation, right? And you can prove that, there shouldn't be any other explanation for that.
Well, I meant to say it's a semantic argument. Like, I realistically don't think that you could say that, oh, it's just because what people want to do is they want to play games about, like, oh, I believe in the universe and I believe in, some base reality, I believe in nature, whatever it is. But these things all point back to something. And the proof is that it's a higher source, and yet we see the evidence of order, like immense order and consistency with creation.
Nelly, anytime you
And
address something that he said, does he change it and go, I meant to say something else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's
It
wasting our
changes every
time.
time.
He's wasting our
Yeah.
time.
hmm
Also, he's just making claims. Like it doesn't make any sense what he's saying, like at all. Like where would your God come from? Because he has to come from somewhere. Otherwise, your
self-created, it's
belief
like who
is,
baked the baker.
oh, okay. Well, then the Big Bang is also valid in your theory. What are you talking about?
Uh,
You see how that works? Because something would have had to create God. God created us, right? Who created
mm.
God? He was just always there to you.
Yeah, I mean, so
Okay,
that's what I
so
said. It's
so the
not like
space,
it doesn't apply to
space and
him.
planets and energy and mass has always been there. So you can't disprove that if your God has always been there as well. How could
You
you
could
say
say it's
something
been
else
within the
hasn't always
mind.
been there?
You could say it's been
Uh-uh.
within the mind of God, and then the idea of creation. It's also sort of a semantic issue. God
Mm-mm,
spoke it
no.
into existence. It was
Okay.
conceived by God
Right. Who spoke God into existence though? That's what I'm saying. Who did that?
Himself, because He's the creator.
Not possible. If
No, He
I'm not,
did.
if I don't exist yet, if I don't exist yet, can I create myself? Like, what are you talking about? Somebody would have to create God. He can't create himself if he doesn't exist. What are you on about?
Well, He could be named. So that's the thing is,
How if he
someone.
doesn't exist?
Well, in a way, He doesn't exist. I mean, that's not necessarily an invalid statement.
No.
Um,
Do you get what I'm saying? If
I mean,
God
I
doesn't
do.
didn't exist yet, who created God for him to exist? Something would have to exist to give him the name. Do you get what I'm saying? Like
Um,
who created God? And if you don't have an answer, or if your answer is God was always there, okay. Matter has always been there. Space has always been there. And the
well,
Big Bang didn't just happen out of nowhere. That was matter that was already there. That's what I'm
oh,
saying.
I see now what you're saying. I
Thank
would
you.
say that's not what we've observed. There's clearly a flow of time, and even if we
What?
look to the stars, there's signs that there was some, again, like seemingly miraculous pinprick moment where everything came into being. Like,
No. That's not like okay, I'm gonna attack you on this.
let's
I'm
just,
assuming you're saying
it's like
this
the
because
background radiation.
Earth has life, right?
Earth has life, yeah.
Right. Do you know that this was just like if I flip a billion quarters, right? Some of those quarters are going to turn heads and some of them are going to turn tails. Like this is billions of tries. Earth isn't just the first try of perfect life, right? This is just certain things, like certain quarters flipped to heads, and that's what made life. There's billions of examples of non-life around us. Do you get what I'm saying? Like
There's probably many universes that don't have life, yeah.
right, it's multiple tries. Our conditions just have to be a certain way, right? But we still don't have proof if there was even life on another planet or not. There could very well be life somewhere else. Then what are you gonna say? Because other planets aren't in the Bible. So then what?
Well, there are other planets. Like
One second. SD, your fucking fear and anxiety is pissing me the fuck off. Like, I don't like being around scary motherfuckers. And I told y'all, if the conversations in here freak you the entire fuck out, don't bring your motherfucking ass in the haunted house. Stay your ass at home. If you type in all caps, you will be fucking muted or blocked.
Yeah, like Earth isn't like it's not like this is just one try. If it works, there's billions of other tries around us, and we still don't know if these other planets around us had life at one point. Like we still don't know that. So then that would destroy your whole argument if these other planets at one point in time had life. Like Earth isn't special. This is literally just certain situations turning out to be right after a billion of tries that surround us that did not turn out to be right. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Also,
don't necessarily think we're special. I
right.
mean, I don't think that's. I mean, we have different roles, but I wouldn't really. You know, again, it's all semantics. It's all, in a sense, it's meaningless, but it's still lawful. You know, I
Oh,
like what Ecclesiastes says. The preacher says in Ecclesiastes 1, he says, meaningless, meaningless, everything is meaningless. Another translation is vanity.
but
And
like this
it's
isn't
accurate.
semantics though. Like this isn't
No, it isn't
semantics.
semantics.
This is me.
This has value, you know.
Right.
But
So why do you keep saying that when
realistically,
I bring up a good point?
I'm not. I wanted to. You just said special and stuff like that. I
Hmm.
I struggle with that because pride is a really big issue, actually, especially in this generation. It's prophesied in the scriptures. Pride is the beginning of a massive downfall of any empire. It's a consistent pattern that we can observe. Doesn't necessarily take a prophet to observe that. You could just be a reasonable historian. And when a nation does these things where it takes its priorities away from being strong and just kind of durable,
What are
and
we talking
rather,
about right now? What does any of this have to do with deconstruction? I'm trying to figure out. Like, I done zoned the fuck out. What are we talking about right now?
I,
What does any of this have to do with deconstruction? Can somebody help me? Where are we at in the conversation?
Honestly, I don't know. I just asked him why does he keep on saying we're talking about semantics every time we bring up a good point. I
I'm
was
just
more
trying to advocate
just
for God.
I was
Not,
just
like, we're not
talking
even
about
talking
the
about your
thinking of
God.
creation. Yeah, we're not. I was talking about the thinking of creation, how like there's a lack of thinking there. Because for some reason he thinks like, well, Earth, if you move it a smidge this way or a smidge this way, it just all falls apart. That's what
Well,
I'm talking about.
that wasn't really the thrust of my argument. I think you
But
kind of
that's
attacked,
you
some
literally
of the
said
fallen
that
fruit.
though. No, like
I
that's
did
what you
say that. Yeah,
said.
that's
If there was
one of
something
those
a
things.
smidge different, so how am I like, what? How's that
Yeah,
not
you
what you
can look
said? That's
at your
what you
own
said.
body. Yeah, if like
But
organs, or there's a beautiful thing with a giraffe neck, for example. Like their heads would explode if they bowed their heads because of like just the amount of blood flow that would go to their brain.
what?
Right
And
now,
yet
Giraffe
this
there's
bow
is
their
just
heads all the time.
well,
this is
I'm
so fucking
saying there's a
stupid.
beautiful mechanic where their spine, it actually like suppresses the blood flow going to their neck, and it's
Like,
just a
why the
very
fuck are we
particular
talking about
process.
this?
It's a
What?
What the
the
fuck does this have to do with deconstruction?
Maybe his argument is that creation is perfect.
I think it's funny
Okay.
that you say believers. What do we have against
What is
thinking?
it? What's your point? Why are you talking about fucking giraffes bowing their head? Are they fucking praying? Like, what's your point?
My
What does it
point
have to
is,
do with the topic?
the scripture says if you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, that he died for your sins and he rose again from the dead, you'll be saved.
So giraffes are
Also
saved?
has nothing to do with that.
Giraffes
Giraffes
are
are
definitely
saved?
saved. Giraffes are awesome.
I'm gonna ask you this one more motherfucking time because you are irritating the fuck out of me and you are wasting my motherfucking time. Why did you bring up giraffes? What the fuck does that have to do with Jesus and salvation?
We were just trying to think. I don't know. At this point, I'm
About
just like, I
what?
don't have anything against thinking.
About what?
The
She
truth
told
about
Nelly
reality.
told you from the beginning what the fuck that statement is about. We're not saying that you don't think about anything. as it pertains to your God belief, as it pertains to the stories in this damn book, as it pertains to the historical history. You have wasted our time with this bullshit, and I am irritated.
I can tell you're a very angry person.
Yes, I am. I am a very angry person. I am
I'm
an
sorry to hear
angry Black woman. I am. You guys have done too much bullshit
love
on this
you.
earth, and y'all continue to do it. And then y'all are rude. Y'all are
I think this world
rude.
would have
Y'all
fallen
are
apart.
rude.
Have I
Now,
been rude to
either
you?
get on the topic or get off my stage.
I think we've been on topic the
Okay,
whole time.
goodbye.
Okay.
Have a nice night.
Yeah, God bless you. Seriously.
Bye.
Okay.
Damn, I wanted to ask him something, but I reckon he's not
Mm-mm.
capable
Yeah,
of
no.
answering questions.
He's
Manny,
just
he's
here to
just
waste
gonna,
time. He's not here to have a real conversation. He hasn't talked about shit.
yeah, he just like switched the point to something he thinks you don't know about, and then when you attack it, he's just like, well, I mean, that's just semantics. Like we can't really talk about that because it's all just semantics. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I can't deal. Like, they have the worst personalities ever. I had to get off Mama Bash's live today because she kept getting like narcissistic ass pricks back to back to back who were very rude, and they were rude to her. And I wanted to cuss every last one of them out. I had to get the fuck off because I had my share of rude ass Christians for the day. What's up, Rhea?
Hey y'all. Hey, hey y'all.
Hi, Rhea.
Hi, Rio.
Hey girl. Hey y'all. Hey Nelson.
Hey, Rhea.
Apostle?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 24.
Which topic did you come? Are you an apostle for Jesus Christ?
Oh, this came from a show.
Well, are you a
But I am
believer,
Christian.
deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, there's 3 topics there. Which one did you want to do?
Yeah, the second one.
All right, that topic refers to the lack of logical thinking or critical thinking as it applies to the stories in the book, the Bible, the history of the people in the Bible, the claims of supernatural ability that the Holy Ghost left y'all to do. It's pertaining to the God in the book, not anything that you could think of about whether an apple is red. Okay?
Sure. Yeah. Well, what's the issue being taken with?
I already told you the issue from the very beginning. A lack of logical thinking, critical thinking applied to the things that I named. That's the issue.
Well, that's a bit skeptical, even at first sight. I mean, there's tons of people in academia
Young
who.
man.
Okay.
Yep. I'm an atheist. What you need to do now is discuss it so that you can find out why we feel that way. That's what you're here to do. Okay? It's a
Is
discussion,
it not to answer the
not a debate.
question?
It's how, fucking God. This is what I don't have the patience for. This is why I say, like, if I say you are here to discuss it, why would your response be not to answer the question? How does that logically track?
Well, I'm just
If
responding
you
to why
answer
the
a
question was
question, are
raised.
you discussing it?
Yeah, you're discussing it.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I say you are here to discuss it, why is your response so not to answer the question?
Yeah, when you brought up that it wasn't a debate despite me attempting to answer the question, that's why I said, like, is it not to answer the question? It's like a rhetorical question. Just like it seems it's defeating the purpose of answering it.
Discussing it and not a debate defeats the purpose of answering the question. Is that what you just said?
I never said it was a debate, but I mean, it's just me answering the question. I don't understand what the issue is.
Fucking gosh. Maybe if you would have just listened and not interrupted and spoke, you would have understood.
I waited until you were done speaking.
You did not. And it's recorded. You can go back and watch yourself. You did not.
It's okay.
And this is a discussion where you discuss the topic. I explained what we are looking to discuss regarding that topic because the last conversation went off the fucking rails. I was trying to be proactive so that it doesn't go off the rails again. Y'all don't like instructions for some odd reason, although Jesus gave y'all a whole bunch of them. You will be talking to Venus. Okay? Go ahead.
Hello, Apostle.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, so you pick the second topic. What do believers have against thinking? So my take is that believers don't really rationalize the different events that have happened in the Bible. I'll give you two examples and we'll dive into one. So the Exodus. So thousands of Israelites fleeing from Egypt into lands that were already colonized, and not a single person outside of the Bible has record of this, especially the notorious record takers, the Egyptians. They never reported taking in like almost 1 million Canaanite slaves, and no one in the surrounding villages reported ever seeing them settling in these lands, ever fighting them, ever interacting with these people in that manner that is portrayed in the Bible. The second point is the flood. So, water coming from the clouds out of nowhere because the water cycle doesn't have that much water, and drowning everyone and everything to solve a problem that wasn't even solved. So, the point I want to focus on is this flood story. Do you think that that story is logical?
No, I don't think it was possible.
Okay, so it didn't happen?
No, it didn't.
So then you don't believe in the stories in the Bible?
Some of the stories, I believe, are mythical. I don't think that's a problem.
Mythical?
Yeah.
Okay. Want to elaborate on that? Like which stories you think are mythical, which ones you think aren't mythical, and the methodology you're using to make that distinction?
Yeah, well, we could take, for example, um, most of Genesis, I think actually all of Genesis is mythical, although the church would disagree. I would hold that view. I think that many parts of the Bible, especially regarding the prophets, the different prophets' journey, were also mythical. Um, I don't think Moses, for example, was a real figure. Things like those. I think most of the Old Testament actually was mythical.
And the thing that I asked you for was the methodology that you're using to discern which parts are mythical and which parts aren't?
I usually go more with academic consensus. I hope that's not an issue.
No, of course not. But do you realize that there's academic consensus for and against the premise that the stories are mythical?
Well, if you're regarding like biased consensus, yes, there's consensus among evangelical scholars, but I mean, I don't take those to be much serious.
There's consensus with Christians who agree and disagree. Then there's people who aren't Christian scholars who disagree with the stories. What methodology are the people, the academics that you are referring to, using to call certain parts of the Bible mythical?
Yeah, well, they would analyze the kind of cultural context they were in. For example, I mean, for the flood story, there is serious like historical evidence in favor of it being influenced by
Shit, sorry.
either a response. Oh yeah, like either a response um, or a kind of critique of Mesopotamian stories, especially their flood story, and how it was largely out of pettiness, and they may have wanted to compete with Mesopotamian culture by establishing a kind of god who supposedly did a flood that was for a rational or moral reason.
Okay, so when you say you think most of Genesis is mythical, do you take the Adam and Eve story and the original sin to be something that is mythical as well?
Venus, can I ask a question real quick before you move on?
Of course.
What breaks in the story with the mythologies and your God claim, especially as it pertains to Jesus? What breaks in the story?
What breaks in the story? Asking like, how is there a difference between the myths and the Old Testament?
The claim of Jesus being, through the line of David leading to Noah, right? The Israelites being of Abraham, which leads to Noah, the Canaanites, the curse of Ham, all of that. What breaks in the story if the flood narrative is mythology?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say the break happens with the establishment of Jesus. I mean, we know Jesus was a real historical figure, so that would be a real concrete way to break that.
Do you understand the question that I'm asking? Jesus' lineage wouldn't be true. That would be false. If the flood narrative is mythology.
Wait, I don't think he's. Yeah, I don't think he's like from a serious lineage of David. I mean, we know that David's like lineage was largely gutted out before his time, and there were like during Jesus' time there were multiple theories of what the Messiah would look like, given the fact that the David line was gone.
But would he even be a Messiah? Is the question, right? The claim.
Yes, under some theories.
How so? If there's a lot of things that break. So how would he be a Messiah if the majority of the stuff in the Hebrew Bible is mythology? Because him being the Messiah depends on him fulfilling prophecies from the Hebrew scriptures.
Yeah, like fulfilling the prophecies of the Hebrew scripture, even under the Jewish religion, is completely impossible. This is why there were theories of his time over what the Messiah would be, given the fact that they couldn't fulfill these prophecies.
But what? What do you mean it would be impossible? If it's impossible, then Jesus can't be the Messiah.
Yeah, well, at the time, and like Jewish belief was that rather than these prophecies being absolutist, if there were something to happen to make it such that it wasn't possible, God would provide a secondary prophecy for what the Messiah would be. And there are multiple theories of what it would be, and Jesus actually fit within a few theories.
I'm sorry, where are you getting this from?
There are some academics who speak of it. I can get them.
Which who? Can you tell me where you got that from?
I could get them for you.
Yeah. And then Venus, once he gets that, and I go read it, I mean, you can take it back over.
I was kind of taking it a similar direction too, like how him denying the Old Testament undermines either, Jesus's reason for coming down and dying, or his lineage, or him being the Messiah. That's pretty much the line of reasoning I was going to follow.
We can refer to Jacob Neusner and Bart Ehrman, which are leading academics in Christian history.
Ehrman? You said the Jewish people. Bart Ehrman isn't Jewish. Bart Ehrman is atheist scholar.
Jewish.
No, you said this is what the Jewish people said.
Yeah.
What Jewish people told you this?
Like the people who came up with these theories?
You said the Jewish people said that it would be impossible for Jesus to fulfill. That's what you said.
I didn't say they said that. I said that they had many theories.
You said this was
given
the Jewish people's. You did say that, and I said, where are you getting this from?
Wait, to clarify, I said that the Jewish people didn't think that the Messiah in the typical prophetic sense was impossible, given the fact that the prophecies were impossible to fulfill, physically impossible to fulfill.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said.
And then you said they came up with a second Messiah theory. That's what you said.
Well, they came up with multiple different second Messiah theories.
Yeah. Where did you get that from? That the Jewish people's felt that way. That's why I'm asking for resources of the
Well, it's
Jewish
not.
people's theory.
Yeah. Well, we get it from historians like Neusner and Rittman who give direct historical accounts of, like, we get, like, for example, like religious figures, Jewish historians who try to bridge the gap and how
What Jewish
insight would
historians?
be possible.
Yeah, can you give me the names of the Jewish historians you're talking about so I can research it?
So, well, I mean, you could look up this theory by, like, Ehrman and Neusner.
Ehrman isn't Jewish.
I never said he was Jewish.
I said, can you give me the name of the Jewish historians so that I can research this?
I don't have them.
Okay, that's all you had to say was you don't have them. Okay, stop. All you had to do was say you don't have them. Thank you. Go ahead, Venus.
Yeah, so what I was asking was, do you believe in the concept of original sin?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how do you think that started, if not in the Garden of Eden, which is in Genesis, which is meant to be mythical?
It would just refer to the first moral evil that a man would commit.
So it isn't Eve eating the fruit, Adam and Eve disobeying God? That's not how original sin started?
Well, historically that was the theory on how it started, but original sin can exist without Adam and Eve being real.
Okay, I'm sure if we're talking about magic, then sin could enter the world through any means if it's magical. But I'm asking specifically because, I'm asking specifically because if you think that the story of Adam and Eve happened, then what literary devices would you be using to say that this story happened, but the other ones in Genesis and the Old Testament didn't happen? That was the methodology I believe I asked you about 15 minutes ago, which you still haven't given me.
Yeah, well, to clarify, original sin actually isn't a concept within the Bible. I'm not sure if you knew that. So
Okay.
when I say that the original sin is real, but like Adam and Eve weren't, we're not talking about like the analysis of the Bible itself of whether like original sin is a real concrete concept.
You said that Adam and Eve story happened, so I don't really care what you want to call it. Okay, so when I asked you if you think that the garden story was real before you had the dialogue with Thinker, you said yes. So do you want to take that back and say that the Garden of Eden story didn't happen?
I already said it didn't happen. I said the original sin was real.
Okay, so that's fine. So you don't think that the story of God in the Garden of Eden happened. So what stories in the Bible do you think actually happened?
Well, that question assumes it's all stories. So all the stories in the Bible obviously didn't happen.
So you don't think anything in the Bible that is told as a story or an event happened?
Well, if it's told as an historical event, then I would infer that at face value it's true. But I mean, if you're asking
what kind of Christian, what denomination are you, or sect of Christianity?
I'm Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic teaches this, that the stories aren't real. Their church fathers.
They actually do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, if you actually, they do. If you look at, for example, Originium, you can look at like Augustine. Originium went as far as to say that the belief in Genesis being literal was stupid. And if you look at the church's view, even modern church view thinks that you should be skeptical over whether the stories are real and rather approach it as purely a teaching of God, not necessarily an historical event being described.
Yeah, but it's told as history. It's literally right after the story of your God creating the universe. So I believe that it's told as a historical event. It is in the same context as the creation of the universe, which is a historical event. So why then are you separating the Garden of Eden story from the creation event? What devices are you using to make that distinction?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, like, I wanted you to finish the lie before I address it, but that is a complete lie. The Catholic Church literally will tell you, even in catechism, that the Bible is the inspired true word of God. It does not call it myth. It does not call it hypothetical. Like you're lying through your teeth.
Wait, so yeah, or when I'm not lying. It's saying that it's the inspired word of God is true, but that doesn't mean it's all true. Like, yeah, to be clear, it could be an
It
inspired
says
word of
the whole
God.
book. It doesn't say half of it. It says the whole book is the inspired word of God. You're
I'm
making
aware.
it up.
I'm saying, wait, it literally clarifies. By the way, the catechism that you're quoting literally clarifies that it does not say that every event described is a real event. It literally clarifies that it's talking about it being a teaching of God that is true and purposeful.
So here's a list of Roman Catholic church fathers. Of church fathers who saw Genesis as either literal or allegory. Clement of Rome, literal. Well, all of them believe that Adam and Eve were historical, real people.
Not controversial.
I'm sorry?
So yeah, that's not controversial.
Clement of Rome said Genesis is actual history. Ignatius of Antioch, actual history. Justin Martyr says Adam introduced death and Christ reverses it. Irenaeus says that it's theology of recapitulation. I can't say that word. Theophilus of Antioch says it's history. Tertullian says it's literal. Hippolytus says it's literal. Origen allegorizes some details, but says that Adam and Eve's existence is literal. Cyprian, literal. Methodius, literal with some symbolic meaning. Eusebius, literal. Athanasius, Adam's fall explains incarnation. Thank you. So I guess he's saying it's allegory for incarnation. Basil the Great, literal. Gregory of Nyssa, literal with some symbolism. Gregory Nazianzen, literal. John Chrysostom, literal. Ambrose, literal plus some allegory. Jerome, literal. Augustine, literal with symbolic interpretation of some details. Cyril of Alexander, literal. And Leo the Great, literal. So it sounds like the majority of them see it as literal, with few of them seeing it as literal plus some allegory and symbolism.
Yeah, the people I named.
You said they said it was mythology. That's what you said.
I never.
Exactly.
Yes,
I
you
never
did.
said it was. They said it was directly mythology. I said they didn't even believe it was like entirely true. Like there's.
I can play back what you said.
Yeah, well, it would be me saying that they didn't believe it was entirely true.
You said they said that it was mythology. That you said even the church father.
I never said they said it was.
You said
mythology.
they said okay, whatever. Like that, y'all can't hold yourselves accountable for the shit that
Yeah,
you say.
You're gonna play
You
this
literally
back.
said that they said it wasn't real. That's what you said.
Yeah, you're gonna play this back, and you're
You
fine.
said that they said that it wasn't real. That's what you said.
No, it's okay. You'll play it back, and you realize that
You did. You said that they said it wasn't real.
Oh,
that's
it's okay.
what you said.
It's okay. You'll find out when you play it back. It's okay.
Are you saying you didn't say that?
I'm saying I didn't say it. They said it was mythology.
But you said mythology, not real, same damn thing. Did you say they said it wasn't real?
Wait, to clarify it, mythology and not real aren't the same thing.
Oh, are there mythologies that are real?
No, but
so then not real and mythology are the same thing.
No, mythology is actually referred to a set of stories aimed to
shut the
teach
fuck
them
up.
moral.
Shut the entire fuck
Set
up.
of stories that are true.
No, I never like Ria.
Okay, are they sets of stories that are true then?
No.
Okay,
Ria,
are they not true or are they true?
Yeah, they're obviously not true.
Okay, so what the fuck are you fighting about? You're being weird. Anyway, from the
because
Catechism, it says the account of the fall of Genesis uses figurative language, but affirms a primeval event, a deed that took place at the beginning of the history of man. That is from the Catechism 390. I'm
Agree
going
with
to
that.
read some more. And the human body shares in its dignity the image of God, and it is a human body precisely because it is animated by the spirit and the soul. And the biblical account expresses this reality in symbolic language, does not say it's not real. I'm going to read another excerpt from the Catechism.
Are you fucking
According to
serious?
the, I don't know
Oh
what
my
the fuck
god.
it, I don't know why you're talking right now. According to an ancient tradition, one can distinguish between two senses of scripture, right? The literal and spiritual, and the latter being subdivided into allegorical, moral, and anagogical senses. The spiritual sense, thanks to the unity of God's plan, not only in the text scripture, but also the realities and events about which it's spoken, can be signs. They can be spiritual signs. Okay, would you like me to give you more excerpts from the Catechism that literally says that these are supposed to be actual events talked about in symbolic language?
Yeah, Ria, it being symbolic means it being
Like,
happening.
you're
The fuck?
ridiculous.
I just want to
Yo, Ria,
understand,
maybe you're like
thank you
mentally
guys for,
challenged.
thank you guys for reading that.
But symbolic language and figurative language are
Apostle, I'm
mythological.
not interested in playing a literary game. Okay, I understand, but now we need to get into the methodology that you're using to make these distinctions, because you're just making shit up. It's not Roman Catholic. We've established that. The church fathers don't think that. Thinkers have
Okay.
established that. So now I want to understand how you're drawing this conclusion that the story didn't actually happen when it's told as a literal and historical thing.
Yeah, well, to clarify, I don't think you engaged in any of my objections, but that's okay. Well, listen, I think that the established methods we analyze this is through, well, as I mentioned, we would compare them at the time. So like, there's numerous stories that Israelite people used in inspiration from like surrounding stories, like Mesopotamian, Babylonian, and surrounding empires.
Okay, who used the Garden of Eden? Who used that story in a surrounding empire?
It could have been an inspiration from the Jewish peoples, but
Look, I don't really need a could have, because this is meant to be your argument. So I would like a source or a way
well,
to
hold on,
verify that.
yeah, I would say that. Wait, hold on. To clarify, it's just a methodology of concluding that, but like it could be like could obviously be the case that the Garden of Eden was an Israelite invention.
Yeah, but Jesus could have been a Roman invention too.
Yeah, except
Like,
it's
so
real.
this isn't. Yeah, this is the problem. It's inconsistent. So can you give us the method that you're using, or give me the source that suggests that the Garden of Eden is something that came from surrounding nations, therefore it's a myth?
Yeah, well, to clarify, Jesus being real is of historical documentation out of
No, it's not. And we can get into that after you show me your methodology for how you came to the Garden of Eden being mythology. Give me the source material for the Garden of Eden from the
source
surrounding
material?
nations. Yeah, that you said that it was based off of to demonstrate that it was mythological, because that
Yeah,
is
we
your
could-
epistemology.
For sure, epistemology. Like
Yeah, that's
everyone,
your epistemology, your method for determining it's true. That's your historical epistemology. So can you give me the source material?
hold on, I'm a coherentist, though. I'm not like that's not
Okay,
my.
I'm not really interested in that. That doesn't really have anything to do with historical epistemology. I'm not talking about when it comes to theories of truth. I'm talking when it comes to theories of historical validity. So can you please give us the source material?
Sure.
Because that is the methodology that you said would demonstrate that something is mythological.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I think the most important thing here is how he's still justifying Jesus if he's discrediting these stories. Like I wanna understand his thought process with that.
Do you want to do that conversation with him after, if he can possibly give me a source? Because that's what he wanted to talk about next. I'm not too well versed on the different
But it's just, you don't have to be. Like, it's just understanding the thought process. If he discredits everything that justifies Jesus being the Messiah, the Savior, or needing to come, then what's the purpose of Jesus? Like, it's just like, honestly, you don't even have to know the history of Jesus or the prophecies. He's discredited them. So what is the purpose of Jesus? Like, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's very much true. That's what I'm gonna go to after he somehow disproves the Garden of Eden. Because if the original sin didn't enter through the Garden of Eden, then why is that listed as a reason for why Jesus had to die on the cross to purge the sin that Adam, first committed? What do you think he's searching right now? Wait, I think he's like, where did the Garden of Eden originate from? On ChatGPT.
I mean, like, well, the Garden of Eden, I mean, there's some suspicion that it may have been from Dulan, but given the fact that
Sorry, what was the source that you had?
Yeah, I wasn't even going to give it because I didn't think it was true.
Oh, okay. If you don't have a source, then do you have a methodology or not? Because what you're doing is poking holes in the story, and now the whole thing's falling apart. So if you don't have the methodology, then I'm not sure how you came to the conclusion.
Sure. Well, it's more of in reference to, like, more academia. I mean, like, I trust, like, serious academia.
Sorry?
Which says that, yeah, I said I trust serious academia, in which says that, like, the story was mythological.
Well, what are they using?
Wait, I thought he just said he didn't say that. You just said you didn't say they weren't mythological.
Rhea, I don't know.
You just said you didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm not talking with you, Rhea. You have, like, a mental disability.
Didn't you just say that you didn't say the stories were not mythological?
Don't be rude to her.
But
What
now,
the fuck is
now
wrong
you're
with you?
using academia to conclude that they're mythological.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again,
You're spiraling because I caught you in a lie. That's why you're panicking.
Well, Rhea.
So did you not just say that you were not referring to those stories as mythology?
Yeah, so since you're confused, Rhea.
But now you are coming to a conclusion with academia that they are mythology?
Yeah, so since you're confused, Rhea, I do agree it's mythology. I've agreed from the start.
But you were just fighting with thinkers saying you didn't use the word mythology. We just went through a whole goddamn, like, back and forth about the word mythology. You don't remember that?
I said that. Hold on. When I said that I wasn't referring to mythology, I said that I didn't say that.
You said you didn't say the word. You said you didn't say the word mythology.
Exactly. And that was your whole argument.
When I said, you said that they are not real, and that's the same thing. You said they are not the same thing.
Just fucking lying.
Wait, yeah. So to clarify,
just wait. Rhea is not gonna do shit for you, man. Just saying my name is not gonna change the fact that you're a liar.
Yeah. To clarify,
Apostle, just look, mate. You said the word, then you used the word as if it means not real. Then you argued with them how it doesn't mean not real. Like, mate, you're twisting yourself into a pretzel.
When you lie so much, you can't keep up.
Hold on, y'all can't talk at the same time. That's gonna overstimulate me. Go ahead.
Yeah, Apostle, look, mate, you don't have any legs to stand on right now. You're making a claim because we're talking about what do believers have against thinking. We're addressing how logical the Bible is, and you've come up with a completely imaginary historical methodology to cherry pick the verses that you like and don't like. And in doing so, you've made your Messiah, your not Messiah, completely pointless. There's no longer a line of David that branches into Israel, starting from Adam. So the genealogies are now faulty. There's no more prophecies to fulfill for Jesus because the suffering servant, the riding a donkey out of Israel, all that stuff now is no longer real. So I just want to know, outside of some random cunt on the internet saying that it's true, how the fuck you drew this conclusion. Because that is literally...
Why you keep saying cunt today?
Or they say
I
it.
think I always say it, but you don't notice because I say it so, like, smoothly. It's a part of my vocab.
Is it?
I thought I was the one that was
It
saying
is.
cunt.
Guys in chat, can y'all back me up? I always say cunt, don't I?
Yeah, you called me one first, and then Thinker act like I was spamming it. Yeah,
Maddie,
I was
no,
fucking
you
with
called
you.
me a
Stop.
cunt. Like, Maddie, you called me a cunt, and it hurt me.
I'm
okay,
shocked.
cunt nugget.
I'm shocked. Okay. I was just
They don't
wondering.
use it like we do.
Oh, they
They like
don't?
no.
Thinker, you seriously haven't heard her say it? She literally say it
No.
like every Tuesday. She literally be like,
No.
"You
Yeah.
stupid cunt." Instead of bitch, she be like, "You stupid cunt." You ain't never heard her say that?
No, Maddie. If I did, I wouldn't be shocked right now.
Oh well, excuse the fuck out of me. I'm sorry. Like,
It's because I use it so smoothly, like it's a part of my vocab. Like a cunt is just like a dude, like that random cunt over there. Like, you know.
Oh wow. So it's not meant to be derogatory when you say it?
Mm-mm.
It can, it's not meant to be, but it can.
Not
Like,
like the way we say it here. You know, like
nah,
when we
no.
say cunt, like
Uh-huh.
it's not like that.
Oh, okay.
Can't.
Learn something new every day. All right, go ahead. I'm
but
sorry.
I have white friends that use it like Venus used it though, so it probably depends on where you're at.
Of course you have white friends. You're an Edomite
Die.
lover. Don't
Okay,
start this,
bro.
Maddie. Don't start this.
You
Apostle
like
mate, have you done
Edomites
your
too.
research? Hey, Maddie, you're interrupting the conversation. Thank you. Okay. Apostle, do you have the source?
Yeah, the source for what?
Okay. So, you said that a series of events in the Bible didn't happen, and you believe some of them happened. So, how did you draw that conclusion outside of some random cunt said so?
Yeah, well, ignoring the loaded language. Well, yeah, we can evaluate, for example, a lot of the story. Well, not even for example, we could say like a lot of the stories.
Evaluate the what? Sorry?
A lot of the stories.
No, you said we can evaluate something, but you went muffled. What did you say?
I said, for example, but that was a bad use of for example. Like it would have been
Oh,
grammatically
okay.
incorrect. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. So yeah, like we can analyze stories and realize that they seem to lack historical backing. Not only that, but they seem to possess like language and writing that seem more of like the mythology we would see of its time.
What would examples of this be?
Yeah, we can refer to, um, I mean, like the flood would be the biggest example, which I referred to already.
So, what kind of language are they using in there that seems mythological?
Well, firstly, there would be comparative language that's similar to stories we know to be myths as well. And then there would also be like the way it describes, for example, like Noah sending off the birds seems to be language we would see in mythology. For example, the test was done, the way the test was conducted seems more mystical than it was
What do you mean?
considered
Because
practical.
sending out a dove is something that is cultural. So how is that mythological? That's the opposite. That's in alignment with these people's culture. So it's most
Like,
likely literal.
Hold
So I
on,
don't.
Venus.
What do you mean?
right,
Hold on,
to be clear, we know it to be
one
part of
second.
a
Venus, I want to
comparative
make sure
story.
that we allow him to get his thoughts out before we respond,
Oh,
okay?
all right.
All
We
right.
know this to be part of a comparative story. What, like what?
Was that all your points on mythological language?
Yeah,
Okay, so a dove being sent out, this whole, what is this comparative aspect of identifying mythological language that you mentioned? How does that work historically?
yeah. Like, if there's stories, well, I mean, like, let's say, like, if there's stories that exist, that we know to be mythological, and then there exists another story which we may not be sure, but let's say for the sake of let's say for the sake of argument, we believe it to be real at least at face value, right? But if it's the case that comparatively, like the story of like sending out the birds, for example, is the same or at least similar, such that um, it seems to be inspired by it, then presumably we ought to accept that at least that was like mythological in nature. In which
So,
we actually see this from,
sorry.
yeah.
No, go ahead, mate. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say like we could see like in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Jeez, I can't pronounce his name, but the other man who sends out the bird. Well, it was switched, I believe. I think they sent out what was it, a crow first, I think, and then they sent out the dove, which is different. I think the Noah sent out a dove and then a crow. But either way, like we could see like clear comparisons within the story that would justify, that would significantly justify theories that the Noah's flood was inspired by previous stories.
Do you think that Jesus was born of a virgin?
Yeah.
Do you think that Jesus had 12 disciples?
Well, technically 13, but if you're asking like true disciples, then yeah, 12.
Okay. Do you think that Jesus was born on the 25th of December?
No.
Okay. So are you aware that in Egyptian mythology and in other ancient mythologies, there are plenty of gods that are born of virgins and have 12 disciples? Would that mean that Jesus is now a myth as well? Because we can identify earlier historical documents that suggest that he having 12 disciples and being born of a virgin is in alignment with mythology?
Like if these existed and if we could justify their connection and interaction, then sure, yeah.
Well, the justifying the connection would be that they came before and that their culture uses aspects of Egyptian culture and of other cultures prior to them. And the
That's
other
not
thing would be
what
that
I
you
mean.
said, well, we do, well, yes, we do know that their cultures, they
I'm talking about
trade
political and
Hold
stories
on,
and
let her
cultural.
shit.
finish, Apostle. Let her finish.
We do know that there is stories being interchanged between the regions of the Middle East, between Egypt and Mesopotamia, Canaan, and other surrounding countries, nations. They shared stories. They passed around stories. They had, trade between one another. They did share these stories. And you said that the example of the dove, the same story appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So I'm giving you an exact analogy that you're using. You didn't demonstrate a historical connection between the flood and the Epic of Gilgamesh outside of the fact that they're saying that the same things happened. So I did that exact same thing. God being born of a virgin and having 12 disciples would be identical to your analogy of, a guy sending out a dove in the flood in the Bible and a guy sending out a dove in the flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So can you demonstrate a historical connection that would validate one being based off the other?
Yeah, well, if you're talking about like how we know that they interacted, well, the Babylonian Empire was directly bordered with like Israelite groups, like settlements and such. I mean, like
Okay, so
there's
sorry.
direct documentation of their connection, like political and cultural.
And the Israelites were supposedly enslaved by the Egyptians, so we know that there's direct correlation in their stories too. So does that now mean that because they were literally enslaved by them, they had trade routes with them and etc., and now they have gods that are born of virgins and have 12 disciples? Does that justify then the story of Jesus being false?
Well, I mean, firstly, that would make the assumption that the Hebrews were indeed enslaved. But number two, like even if we were to accept that like they had this interaction, at least the significant interaction of that time, that doesn't seem to explain the kind of interaction we'd see, like in the first century where the story would have been read. But even beyond that, I'm not sure how it's established that even if we say there's a connection that there was like a virgin birth and 12 disciples in the same nature, we would see this in the Bible.
Okay, so your methodology now goes out the window because we do know that outside of the Bible that the Egyptians and the Israelites had connections and now they have similar stories. So you didn't really address my my claim does that now mean that the Jesus story is out the window? Because I'm using your mythology to debunk the things that you believe in the Bible.
Yeah, well, if we say all this is true, and given the fact that you're correct, let's say this is all true, then yeah, I think there's serious probabilistic reason to say that Jesus wasn't like a real Messiah.
But you've not necessarily a real Messiah, but a real story. Because you said that the whole Noah's flood story didn't happen because of one example. So I'm saying, hey, the whole Jesus story didn't happen because of this example. So are you going to say that only this specific event in the flood didn't happen? That being the dove being sent out? Or is it now the whole story of Noah that didn't happen?
Well, listen, if we deny that Jesus is the Messiah, the rest would naturally follow. But, I mean, I was just saying that Jesus is the Messiah. That's because, well, we know Jesus to be real. At least, I would say he was a real historical figure. But the claim that, like, Jesus was Messiah and healed people and such would then become extremely skeptical that we ought not believe it.
Yeah, but you've already discounted the messianic prophecies that came from the Old Testament. Like, you've already said that you don't believe that most of the stories in the Old Testament are mythology. You haven't gone through each and every story and found a correlation to a surrounding nation and found a connection between them to debunk them. You haven't done that
I
for
didn't
every
say
single
it
thing that
wasn't
you
a
don't
prophecy.
believe in. Do you mind? So you haven't done that for every single thing you believed in. So you use one example from the story using a completely imaginary method, and then you apply that to certain parts of the Bible for whatever reason. But when I apply it to Jesus, now you're saying if that's true.
But yeah, given it's true, then yeah, like by the same logic, I would accept that Jesus being like as he is presented would obviously not be true, or at least we ought to take it to not be true.
Okay, so can you give me the part of the Epic of Gilgamesh where they sent out a dove during a flood?
I mean,
You can go get it.
yeah, I could find direct quotes, but I mean, let me
Yeah,
pull it
sure,
up.
let's have it. Yeah, let's have it.
Yeah, let me put it. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, let me put it on my computer real quick.
I thought somebody fell. Grab your heart means while we wait on that. If you've not done that, that helps us stay on the FYP. Make sure you feed the beast. Share the live with someone that you think may like this live or can come up and have a conversation with us. Thank y'all so much for being here. Tonight is Maddie's Hour. If you're 18 and up, the guest box is open and we take one guest at a time.
If you are older, you will be talking to Thinker, maybe Rhea. So you can still come up if you're over the age limit.
Yeah, it's in tablet 6. Sorry, not tablet 6, tablet 11. Where it talks about. I'm gonna try to pronounce this one time. Utna Tishtin talks about him setting up birds after the flood, like the storm and such settled.
Okay, cool. And via the fact that that story happened before the one in the Bible, and the fact that they have some sort of connection, that would make the story of Noah false.
Oh, we have significant reason to think that Noah's flood is false.
Okay, so that's a yes or a no. Is this your methodology of debunking historical events?
Well, it'd be the one I know of, yeah.
Okay, so if I apply this to anything else in the Bible, I find a story that's similar, and I show you that the two nations are connected, that means that that story doesn't happen?
Yeah, like, in the significant sense, yeah.
What does that mean? What is the significance of it add? What does that add
Well, like,
to
if
what I
they're,
asked you?
well, yeah, like, sure, like, if they're similar in some minor way, where it's just the description of it, and not necessarily the same, like, nature or teaching, but then we have a case where, even if we accept that, then if there's no connection at all, or at least no significant connection, where, like, we would expect cultural exchange than
So there's
not.
another
Dennis and
aspect
Apostle,
now.
one second.
Well, no, that's
I'm sorry.
like
Hello, one second, guys. There is a super fan box open in the top left corner for 2 people to grab to become a super nerd. You have 2 minutes and 31 seconds before it expires. Thank you, I Smoke, for sending out those subscriptions. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay, so what if I told you that there was a mythological story where that is shared by someone in history that has over 5 correlations with the story of Jesus, and this nation that they come from had some sort of arrangement with the Israelites or that region? Would you then say that the story of Jesus never happened?
well, if the explanation is sound and satisfies the conditions, then yeah.
If it's the same as your explanation, wouldn't that make it sound?
Yeah, if it's the same conditions, yeah.
Okay, do you know who Perseus is?
Perseus? Yeah, yeah, Perseus, yeah.
Okay, so he was born of a virgin. He's a demigod like Jesus. He was supposed to be he was supposed to take someone else's throne. He was supposed to sit on the throne of a place. He was supposed to be guided by the gods, and he hold on. He was also supposed to fulfill prophecy and be some sort of ruler, just like Jesus. So in this story, we're looking at more than about 3 correlations. And we also know that it's very obvious that the Greeks and the Romans and the Israelites had a very closely intertwined culture. Does this now disprove the story of Jesus because I used your exact mythology?
Well, there would be I mean, like, at face value, yes, but I mean, there'd be pretty skeptical. There'd be like some pretty skeptical implications. For example, I mean, the Jewish conception of a Messiah wouldn't necessitate that it's a demigod. In fact, they would completely deny that. Secondly, like in reference to Jesus, like when we talk about like the virgin birth, for example, I mean, when it comes to like a virgin birth, I mean, it wasn't the same way as like say Jesus, like God was. Like the nature of it was different. Like when we talk about like Danae, I can't pronounce her name, like having a virgin birth, it was more about like the way it was done was like, well, I'm reading it right now. Like Zeus then transformed himself into a shower of golden rain that poured down from the sky and into a room. Like that's not like this. That's not like a significant description that's similar at all to the virgin birth of Mary.
But so now the stories have to be identical?
I never said
Because
they have
that's
to be
not what
identical,
you
but
but okay, so then why is that why is that your rebuttal then, that the stories aren't exactly identical in the way they describe the events? Is it
well, yeah,
identical
well,
with the similarities that you gave between the Epic of Gilgamesh and Noah's Ark? Are they doing
they're
the
actually
exact
not the
same
same.
thing?
Yeah, they actually are doing the exact same thing.
And that would be what?
Yeah, like after the storm and the flood calms down after several days, they send out doves to test the water.
Okay, cool. So if I give you an example where Jesus was prophesied to be a threat to King Herod by threatening his authority, and Perseus was also supposed to be a threat to King Acrisius when he was born, wouldn't that be the exact same thing as well?
Well, I mean,
And you can search that up
at face
too.
value, sure.
Not at face value. You searched up the first one. Why don't you search up this second example? It's literally the exact same concept. A demigod's son who a king perceives as a threat to his throne. That is literally the exact same concept. Like, this is completely ridiculous. And I think he knows it's bullshit. But that's okay. I'll play this game. We can do that. The only difference is that Perseus actually fulfilled prophecy.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that significant. Not significantly similar. Well, I mean, like, the structure may be similar, but I'm not sure if it's similar.
Oh,
In,
what's the
like, the same.
difference?
Well, yeah, the mythological traditions are different. Like one is that like King Herod wasn't. Yeah, it's not the same. Like King Herod felt threatened that, like Jesus would like as the King of Jews would, um, kind of threaten his rule and his reign. While when it comes to like, Perseus, his like grandfather mostly felt threatened because it was a prophecy that he would kill him. Or that is
Well,
similar at
to
all.
take his throne, though, to take his throne, the whole point is that he perceives him as a threat to his authority. Killing someone taking their throne is literally removing their authority. That's
Well, yeah,
still a direct threat to their authority,
the
which is the
mythological
parallel in the stories.
Sure, but the mythological tradition is clearly different. And like King of Herod was political while was like directly political in a material way. When it comes to like King Acrisius, I mean, the threat was more of like a case of faith in which like it teaches faith.
A what?
Yeah, it's like a teaching of faith.
Sorry?
It's like a teaching of fate in the sense like prophecies like always come true. Like that was a common theme within Greek stories.
So
Like,
now
yeah.
we're adding another test for historical validity. That
Well,
it has to be in alignment with what?
mythological traditions. That seems implicit. That seems implicit of the analysis.
You're not making any sense. These stories have the same parallel. And you're saying, oh, one's actually political and one's blah, blah, blah. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood didn't happen for the exact same reason as in the Bible.
No, but the mythological traditions are essentially the same.
What does that mean?
Yeah, like, well, like the reasons behind the writing are the same. Like the perceptions of like disobeying like the divine as both like objects of discussion and objects of teaching. While with like King Herod versus King Acrisius, I mean it's not the same object of discussion.
So he wasn't a threat to his authority?
You mean Perseus?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Perseus was that there's authority only insofar as it was a prophecy to kill him. I mean, that would implicitly be a threat to authority. But I mean, the traditions are still different because there's a threat of immediate death, not necessarily the threat of a direct authority. While King Herod was a threat of direct authority, like materially.
But Jesus was also a threat through prophecy as well. It was prophesied that this demigod son would sit on King Herod's throne. That was also a prophetic threat too.
Not a threat of immediate death.
What do you mean by it was before he was born? This was a prophecy, was it not?
Yeah, it was. What I'm saying, it's not like when we look at stories like this and Oedipus for another example. I mean, the threat of immediate death is a common theme within sons and grandsons usurping their like short ancestors and their political power. But as far as King Herod goes, I mean, for one, they aren't related, so the mythological tradition seem much best for that reason. And two, it seems that the reason why it's threatening is rather the immediate threat of death, not necessarily the threat of the removal of power, while with King Herod it is the direct material threat of the removal of power.
Yeah, but that's still the threat of the removal of power, and that's still the dove being released. Like the stories, the only similarities sorry, do you mind?
Sure.
They're obviously not the exact same story. It's like there's different like reasons for the dove in the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh versus in the flood. Like they don't even release the dove for the same reason. And then the flood isn't even happening for the same reason. They have as much similarities as the King Herod and the other king in Perseus' story. Like, do you know why the dove is being released by Utnapishtim? Do you know why he's releasing that dove in the Epic of Gilgamesh?
Waters, isn't it?
Do you know who that dove is? Have you read the Epic of Gilgamesh?
A while ago, mostly for a show I watched.
Yeah, but that dove is Enkidu. That's why he's releasing it. That dove is someone who is significant to him. Did Noah was the dove that Noah released someone that Noah knew?
Yeah, the reasons were the same though.
No, it wasn't. So
Wait,
why
yes,
did
yes, it was. It's pretty. It's pretty
so they
explicit.
released they released the dove in the Epic of Gilgamesh to see if it was safe for them to return to the land.
Yes.
Okay, where is that?
I can. Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up like it to give you the direct quote. This is tablet 11. Yeah, it's tablet 11.
It's like these stories, literally, the only thing that they have in similarity is essentially this dove being released. Like in the Noah story, the dove returns with an olive branch, and sorry, someone's trimming the grass. Like they also have different symbolic meanings. Like literally the only thing these two stories share is this dove being released in order to see if the ground was supposedly safe. But the reason why I asked, do you know why the dove was released, is because it's also a symbolic thing. Because of who Enkidu was to I hate saying his name, because he's allowed to apply some sort of mythological symbolic reason. But when I apply a symbolic reason, all of a sudden my symbolic reason is false. All his symbolic reasons all count.
Wait, where does it mention that the dove was Enkidu?
So
I'm not putting any mention of that.
So you haven't read the story?
Wait, to clarify, it's not making any mention of that. I mean, it actually, like in tablet 11. I mean, it directly mentions Enkidu's death.
Well, if you
And I
go
clicked on
read
the
the whole,
reference, and he does die, like in tablet 7.
so you haven't read the story and you're just quote mining, or you have?
Wait, I said I read it like a while ago, like a year ago.
Okay, so have you found the source yet, or not?
I have the PDF.
Okay.
The entire thing. I mean, that makes firstly it makes no mention of Enkidu, and that like Enkidu being there would also be impossible.
Do you think that the entire story is in that one segment?
No, obviously not.
Okay. So why is it that these stories don't have to be identical, and this Urupishtan guy can release multiple different creatures and the creature bring back different things, but when it comes to my story about Perseus and Jesus, that they have to be doing it for the exact reason?
Yeah, well, yeah, because the mythological, because there'd be a clear break in the mythological tradition when it comes to like the releasing of birds to test the waters. That would be for like a pretty clear direct mythological and cultural tradition.
What does that mean?
Yeah, like, well, we can analyze with like King Herod and King Acrisius that, I mean, where these stories come from is clearly different. I mean, the usurping of power from like King Herod is like clearly coming from the mythological tradition similar to the usurping of, say, the usurping King David did. And then King Acrisius was clearly coming from the same mythological tradition and origin of stories like Oedipus.
But is it not the same prophetic nature whereby there's a prophecy that
No,
someone is
not at
going
all.
to take over the king's? But you're saying they have different cultural and traditional meanings, but is it not the same aspect as in there is a prophecy relating to a demigod, someone's son who was born of a virgin who is threatening to take this guy's throne? The same way that there is a dove that is being released to see if the ground is safe. Are those two things not direct correlations?
They're correlations, but only in a very trivial sense. I mean,
Yeah, but the same with yours. Yours are only correlated
well,
in a trivial sense as well. The earth is not being flooded for the same reason. The only thing is the doves are being released for the same reason. And the kings are scared for the same reason. You can say, yeah, one is about an imminent threat to danger. And I can say, yeah, this dove doesn't come back with an olive branch. This is the exact same methodology. Yours has as many holes as this story, yet you're applying this new notion of now they have to have the exact same cultural something significance. This is not a way to determine whether something is mythological or not. There are plenty of stories that people share with mythologies that actually happened. And in the difference here is that Perseus actually goes on to fulfill his prophecy. Jesus only fulfills one messianic prophecy, which isn't even he doesn't even fully fulfill it. The only thing he does is ride a donkey. Jesus never actually sits on the throne. And you've also discounted all of the prophecies in the Old Testament because, like I said before, you haven't gone and found a story that relates to every single prophecy in the Old Testament like you have for this one feeble example to debunk all of them.
I don't know. I'd be
Your methodology has completely fallen apart. These stories share equal similarity.
Did we find out
they
why
clearly
he still
don't
believes
share
in
equal
the God if he's
similarity.
discredited, stuff like that? I'm not hearing
Nope.
that reasoning. And I think like even just this conversation here reflects that he does attempt to apply logic to his belief system to some degree, whether the methodology is the right course of methodology or not. He is attempting to apply critical thinking to what he believes. I don't understand why what got him to this is true and this is something I should adopt as a belief system. That's what I'm trying to figure out there.
I don't even know how he even came across this method to debunk the Bible, his own Bible, which he gets his God from. Like, there's plenty of different creation stories too that are explained the same way as the one that he believes in. But oh no, those ones aren't real, but this one is, even though they are virtually the same. That's what he's been doing to me for the past 30 minutes.
Right, I get
Like
that.
this is like
No,
so
I get that, but
ridiculous.
I don't see how that will get us to the question of why he still deems any of it true if he's debunking a majority of it. Like how he got to
Yeah, I
debunking
agree.
it, I don't think is the main thing that we should be focused on. Like he's still saying it's true, that parts of it is true. And I'm trying to figure out how he arrived at that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely agree because this methodology of disproving all the stories doesn't work, and he hasn't gone and done this for every other example. I completely agree with you. Do you have that method, Apostle,
Sorry,
or
what?
nah? Were you listening?
No, I was reading the Epic of Gilgamesh.
No, I'm asking, I'm
It seems like you
asking
guys are talking
one.
to each other. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
what I'm trying to figure out is it appears that you have, applied some form of critical thought to what it is that you believe in the claims that have been presented to you. Whether you use the same method as somebody else and or not, like that's not what I'm focused on right now. What I'm trying to figure out is whatever method you use to arrive at the stories in the Hebrew Bible being mythology, and then some of Jesus' story not being true. Like there are still claims around the Jesus character. And I know you lean on scholarship like Bart Ehrman, and the majority of biblical scholars say, Jesus was a historical figure. But y'all stop at that and you don't go any further to explain why majority of scholars lean towards that way. And a lot of them say that it's just easier, to just accept that he was a historical figure because you cannot invalidate the existence of a human being. Especially during that time, there were a lot of men named Yeshua or Yeshu in the world at that time. So did a man named Yeshua live in first century Rome? Yeah, that's very, very plausible. There were a lot of them. Was the man that lived a Jewish Messiah? We don't know. Did he do these miracles? We don't know. Did he get crucified? We don't know. We don't have any records of him being crucified. Did he raise from the dead? I don't know. Right? Like those are the claims that now have to be verified. And one of the ways that believers verify the claim of whether or not Jesus was this Messiah is through the Hebrew Scriptures and the prophecies that Jesus claimed to fulfill, and the prophecies that the disciples claim Jesus fulfilled. So how are you validating that to still say this is true is my question, if you've debunked the majority of the Hebrew Scriptures? Or are you saying that the mythologies tell the story of the Messiah through symbolism? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Are you asking why I think that the Torah has a lot of mythology, but Jesus isn't?
Nope. I'm asking how did you arrive at Jesus is true after you've debunked the historical fact or the historical claims of the Hebrew Scriptures?
Yeah, that seems like the same question. But
Nope.
Okay.
How did you arrive at Jesus being true now that you've discredited the Hebrew Scriptures?
Yeah, I think that Jesus being true comes from it being the best explanation.
Explanation of what?
For moral facts, for
For
existing
what?
objects, for moral facts, existing objects, things like those.
What do you mean? Jesus is the best explanation for moral facts. What do you mean by that?
Well, I
Venus, I
think
know
that.
this is your wheelhouse. Do you want to pick that up?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, the conversation was so dishonest for like 30 minutes. And if we get into the whole moral thing,
Okay. It's okay.
No, I get it. So are you suggesting that Jesus is what was your argument?
He said that Jesus is the best explanation for being true for moral facts. Like this is how he arrived at Jesus is true. This is the Hebrew Scriptures is mythology, but Jesus is true. It's just because Jesus is the best explanation for moral facts. He said something about physical objects, and that I'm trying to understand. Like, what do you mean Jesus is the best explanation for moral facts? Like that, what does that even mean?
Well, yeah, we would arrive at an induction. So, an institution or system of beliefs arrives consistently at, moral facts that are true, then presumably we ought find that institution or system to be reliable in other kinds of facts, especially if it explains more than just moral facts, but the facts of physical objects, abstract facts, things like those.
What is a moral fact?
It would be like a moral claim, for example, we would say lying is wrong would be an example of a moral fact.
Okay, how is Jesus the best explanation? So humans didn't think that lying was wrong until Jesus?
I'm not like no, like we obviously thought that was wrong prior.
So what does this have to do with Jesus? How does he explain any of that?
Yeah, like God would be a superior explanation largely for the fact being that competing explanations such as naturalism or other explanations for moral facts seem to be inadequate. And the reason we ought to accept that is that the fundamental existence of like abstract objects like moral facts would otherwise not exist within competing frameworks.
So if everything else is wrong, that means that whatever you make up is right?
If every explanation fails besides a set of few explanations or a set of one explanation, and that explanation is clearly better, like has more explanatory power.
Yeah, but if I can explain the sun rising by by a unicorn taking a hot dump in the sky that disappears when anyone tries to record it, that has more explanatory power than said the other theories that fail. Does that make the unicorn taking the sky dump a real thing?
Well, I mean, given the fact that if other explanations fail, including given explanations like the kind of nature we know right now, or historical ones where we believe that like the sun revolved around the earth, and I mean like if we're saying that those other explanations seemed internally insufficient, then I mean if you're an internalist, then yeah, I would
But
say
how does Jesus? Sorry, but how does Jesus explain any of that? How the like Jesus wasn't even like all powerful. Like okay, how does Jesus explain or substantiate the fact that lying is wrong?
Yeah, well, there's gonna be two. We're gonna we could talk about like the counterfactual case, and we could talk about the like the direct instantiation of moral facts. You want to talk about like which one do you want to talk about first?
I'm indifferent.
Okay. Well, we could talk about the direct instantiation. Well, like I would say that comparatively, like God would provide the best explanation, and we ought to accept that because, like without like a being with a mind, then we come to an issue where the direct instantiation of abstract facts,
This
like
sounds like
lying
some
is wrong,
bullshit.
becomes
No.
increasingly difficult to justify.
No,
such that
I'm sorry, is this a Philbro argument? A philosophical, is this a philosophical argument that you're giving right now?
Well, yeah, we're talking about like moral realism.
No. Jesus, I still don't understand how you got to Jesus even being God when you have debunked the Hebrew scriptures. I don't do philosophical arguments in here. How did you get to Jesus being God if you debunked the Hebrew scriptures? You about to
The
put me to
theology
sleep?
around God is arrived at through an induction.
I'm sorry?
The Jesus being God is arrived at through an induction.
So just because he said it?
No.
You said Jesus
literally
being
not what
God
I
is
said.
arrived at their own induction?
Well, I said it's arrived at an induction. I don't know what you mean by like
whose
it's arrived
induction?
at their own induction.
Who is there?
I said, well, you said it's arrived at his induction. I'm not sure why you
No,
used
what
that
are
kind
you saying? I can't understand what you're saying. What
I'm
did
saying
you
that
say?
we arrive at Jesus being God and such through direct induction, which I provided earlier.
Direct? No, I didn't hear you provided earlier. What did you say? How did Jesus become God?
I said that. Like if we take it to be the case that an institution or system provides extremely consistent explanations for the kind of facts and reality, then we ought to trust that system in providing further facts about reality.
Who did that? What system did that?
Catholicism.
How did they do that?
Yeah, like, well, the most significant and at least the most arriving is that like moral facts. We could also talk about facts about like human soul theory. We could talk about facts about.
No, you said that they provided evidence, right, in a consistent system. How did Catholicism do that when you just debunked a lot of the evidence that, I'm sorry, How did Catholicism do that when you just debunked a lot of the so-called evidence that Catholicism gathered together to say that this individual was God?
How did the Catholic Church arrive at that?
How did you arrive at the statement that Catholicism provided the most consistent evidence and facts that lead to Jesus being God when you just debunked a lot of what Catholicism gathered together to present that idea to you that Jesus is God?
Yeah, so like, well, the claim isn't that we arrive at like Jesus being real as like a form like of the inductive case. Like we don't
I didn't
arrive
say
at
being real,
the
being
evidence within the
God.
inductive case, but
Hold on.
the
I did
argument
not,
is
hold on.
establishing that God is real,
Apostle,
or sorry, that Jesus is God.
Apostle, do you not hear my microphone? I didn't
Yeah,
ask
I was
you if
just saying it's
Jesus
an
was real.
interruption. So.
I did not ask you if Jesus was real. I didn't ask you that. I asked, how are you saying that we are to trust the Catholic Church because the Catholic Church provided the most consistent facts and evidence that leads to Jesus being God when you just debunked a significant amount of the evidence and facts that the Catholic Church gathered together to present this claim of Jesus being God?
Well, yeah, well, that question is going to have a few misunderstandings. Firstly, I didn't say that that we all believe that the Catholic theology around Jesus, because it has consistent evidence and facts around Jesus. Rather, I said that the Catholic Church has consistent facts about reality that we ought to care about, that we do care about, regarding things like morality, metaphysics, things like that.
That's
And if
not
we can
what you
provide
said.
those facts
That's not what you
consistently,
said.
that's
But what
literally what I said.
does reality have to do with the claim of Jesus being God? That I should accept the Catholic Church's claim that Jesus is God.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why you're gaslighting, but that is obviously what I said. But as far as like how that would be established, it's through basic induction. So, induction's one to say that if a given system can
You
provide
already said all
sufficient.
that, and I'm questioning you about that giving system and your claim that that system provided consistent evidence and facts, and it didn't. So why should we trust what the Catholic Church say about this individual named Jesus being God?
Yeah. Well, to be clear, it does seek to provide consistent explanations for facts.
Regarding Jesus being God?
I didn't say that.
That's my question.
But arguably,
My
yes.
question is, why should we accept the Catholic Church's claim that this individual named Jesus is God?
Yeah, we should accept the Catholic theology around Jesus because of the given induction.
The induction of consistent facts and evidence regarding Jesus being God?
No.
No,
given the
the induction of evidence regarding the moral facts and facts about reality?
Yeah.
And how does that connect to this individual named Jesus being God?
It's just giving a predictive case that if the system can provide like sufficient facts, then presumably you should trust that it not give further sufficient facts.
So because they gave sufficient facts about reality and morality, whatever they say going forward, you should just trust. And that includes them saying Big Bird is God.
Well, I mean, there would be significant reasons to deny that, but like for at face value assumptions, yeah.
No. Go ahead, Venus.
When he says induction, he means a bullshit 20 premise inductive argument, which doesn't work anyway, because like if we're talking about Jesus existing and being divine, you think that he was the Messiah somehow, right?
Yeah, I think he was the Messiah, yeah.
But then you also don't think that Noah existed.
Sure, I already agreed that Noah.
So who the fuck gave birth to Isaac, who gave birth to whoever the fuck who gave birth to David's father? How do we? How do you have
don't think Jesus is a part of David's lineage? But what he's saying is
no Messiah would.
I already know. I don't need you to say it again. You said that about an hour ago. But what he's saying is we should just accept it because the Catholic Church says it, and the Catholic Church has been right about other things. That's what he's saying.
Consistently correct. Yeah.
But
I
dude,
don't even know why y'all
stupid.
why do y'all have to say all of it? Like the fact that I have to fucking translate this field bro bullshit, and all you said was, well, daddy's smart, so I just believe everything daddy say. That's literally what you said with all of that language. This is why I don't do field bro conversations. The shit puts me to sleep. It is unnecessary words to just say the most basic shit to make a person sound intelligent. Just speak plain. Speak plain.
Yeah, okay, we'll speak plain. Like, do you think that, like in the future, the sun will rise in the same way it rises?
Wait,
like,
no. This is we're not doing that argument. You have to engage with the existence of Jesus as the Messiah. Can you be the Messiah?
He's already answered my question. He just said because daddy says so, and daddy's smart. That's how he arrived at it. My question has been answered. That's what you just said. You said, well, yeah. That's what you said. The Catholic Church has been right about other things. Therefore, they got to be right about this. Just accept this. That's what you said.
Well, it's been right
And
about
then you
relevant.
qualified it and said to take it at face value. Like, are you not listening to yourself?
I said for face value, like for face value assumptions. Again, I don't know why Rhea talks when every time she opens her mouth.
I don't give a fuck what you think, you dumbass. You sound stupid.
That's okay, Rhea. It's okay that you think that.
Can I clarify something? Like, so I'm sorry, I just can't let this go. How can he be the Messiah? Like, please don't tell me that. I don't think it's probably right, but I just don't. Okay. So are you telling me that he's the Messiah even though he hasn't fulfilled all the prophecies?
That's what he said an hour ago. He said the Jewish people said it's impossible.
Yeah, he's not like a Messiah in like a Jewish traditionalist sense, no.
That's what I'm saying. I think this conversation is over at this point. Like he's explaining.
This is just too. This is so slimy. You're not even a Catholic because this is like the Messiah is a Jewish thing that you guys stole, and now you're saying, hey, no, it's not actually from Jewish tradition anymore. Yeah, you stole their tradition, just like how you but you proved to us that you guys stole their tradition by debunking your own Bible with other. Sorry, I was speaking.
What?
So you literally debunked your own theology. You've just proven my point because we went on a fucking hour-long tangent on your fake historical method about how stories from the Bible are robbed from other traditions. Some of those are stolen from Jewish traditions too.
Like saying that
Like this is you're so dishonest. Like this, we can't have a conversation with you because like you literally shift the goalpost a million fucking times, and then we ended up at because God said so. Like that was such a waste of time. That whole me trying to understand your historical method and actually engaging sincerely just for you to say because God says so. Like that's so fucking insane. Like there's no more of a conversation to be had.
He said because the Catholic Church said so.
Yeah, sorry, because the Catholic Church said so. It's like because it's like science is right about literally so many other things, and science has way more predictive power. But you would take magic and an inconsistent bullshit and because these smart men said so as an epistemology. Like
I think it's just evidence of how Philbro terminology is just a waste of language, especially for very basic conversations. But Apostle, thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good day, a good night.
Yeah, you too. Good night.
I promise philosophy isn't all that bad.
It's just them. Venus, you're not going to
Think, wait, please. Wait,
absolutely
please.
Not Venus. I don't know.
Please, let's just talk about it.
No, ma'am.
Let's just talk about
Venus. No.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely not. Pitbull. I have not liked philosophy since the first Philbro came on my stage. And
they ruined it for you. It's too late. They've poisoned the well.
It is boring as fuck. Shit is boring.
It shouldn't even be a study at all. Like, it shouldn't even be in schools. It should be extracurricular activity like fucking chess or something.
there's different notions of it. They make up their own shit. They've got their church fathers who steal from important concepts. Like philosophy is important. It's about reasoning and logic as well. It's about how
That's
we
for
get critical
practicing
thinking.
it. I can understand. Like I've read philosophical books and stuff, but that's like practicing your thinking processes. The arguments are for practice, and they don't solve anything. It's like it's just
Yeah.
conversations for people to prove who's smarter than who. And I'm not interested in those types of conversations. They're boring to me. Like use it
Even
for
philosophy itself
practice.
tells you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, philosophy itself is just like, the way people think and the way they process it. In and itself, it tells you that it doesn't need any observation or evidence. It's just people arguing and talking. There's no need to make that a study.
Guys, that's not true. That's not true about
That's
philosophy.
what philosophy is.
That's how they make it seem. Like I did philosophy in high school, and it's so much more than the arguments. It's about understanding like what motivates people to behave as well. Like why people do
That's
what they do.
sociology.
But philosophy encompasses that as well. Philosophy isn't just one thing, but the Philbros have literally ruined it. I don't blame you guys
I'm
because they
saying
give it a bad
it's not
name.
what we're doing in here.
No, I get it. I
Yeah,
get
it's
that.
not what we're doing in
But
here.
they
It has
ruin it.
no space in here. No, they didn't ruin it. It has no space in here. And we're deconstructing in here. That philosophy does not help us get to the answers to the questions that we're trying to figure out with our deconstructing at all. Surfab, big gritter.
Hey, good morning. I didn't mean to click on
No worries.
the invite. That
No
was an
worries.
accident.
Okay, have a good night, okay?
Yep, y'all do the same.
If you don't have a username, I will not be adding you to the guest request to the stage. Who is this? Hey, Leno. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There is no wait. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 18 and up tonight. It put me to sleep. Like I get so bored. Look at the heart next to my name. Click that heart and a menu will come up, Paula. And then click send heart me. Sway for something.
Yes, hi.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 44 years old.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am an atheist.
All right, there's 3 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
I suppose number 2.
All right, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's kind of both because the majority of my family and friends are Christian. So it's not that I don't think they don't think. It's just that I think there's a lot of confusion, especially with, like you guys were just talking about philosophy and the different semantics of words and that kind of thing. For instance, can you yourself separate fact from fiction? I'm sorry, actually, first of all, are you also an atheist or theist?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay. So we're probably on the same side anyway. But for me, it's about the integrity that it takes to separate fact from fiction. And one of the questions I like to ask a theist is, hey, there are properties that only fiction has, and there are properties that only nonfiction has. And if you can't genuinely address those properties, then you're dealing in self-deception.
Does that usually work for the believers in your family?
It works with some, because some of them can't argue with that point, but it's not going to change their faith. But at least I want them to start thinking about why it is that they'll accept some fiction, which is, claims without evidence, versus nonfiction, claims that have evidence.
When you say it works with some, what changes with them?
I think their rationale. I mean, maybe it's dropping a seed that might hit them 5 years from now, even 20 years from now. So I just kind of hope that they're able to start to think outside of their, usual habits.
Well, I thank you so much for sharing that. Did you have anything else?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was not opposition. But anyway, it was a pleasure speaking with you, and thank you for having me up.
All right. Have a good day.
You too.
Venus, it's kind of like you not wanting to talk about the Bible and the history of, like, that's not what you're interested in. Like, you're interested in philosophical arguments, and we're not, right? And when we talk about biblical history and stuff like that, that's boring to you. Or
No, it's not.
deconstruction.
No, it's not. I honestly love talking about history. I did ancient history too. I
No, I
love
say
history as
biblical
well.
history. Like when we talk about
Yeah,
the
I like
Bible.
biblical. No, I love that too. I'm sorry if it made it seem. I'm sorry if I acted as if I didn't, like those conversations. I love them too.
Oh, you always pass them up. So the deconstruction ones. So I thought that you didn't like them.
No, I'm not actually like disinterested in them. I thought that we were kind of just like playing a joke, but I love talking to people about, why they deconstructed and stuff like that and history. I've just been like, sometimes I hyperfixate on a specific topic for a little bit, and then I like to learn about other things. Like my hyperfixation right now is like logic, but I usually just like vary in the thing that I'm super interested in at a given time.
I think you can still, hyperfixate on logic, but keep it within the realm of like deconstruction. Without going the philosophical, because like whenever y'all go to these philosophical pre-made arguments and these syllogisms, nothing gets solved and nothing gets understood, and it turns into a who has more knowledge and more philosophical lingo competition to me. And I'm just talking about any philosophical. Ian is one that I can listen to, and Mezzo. And then Bash does a good job at driving home the point. But usually, like with these field bros, they don't really know how to use. They don't understand why the syllogisms are there. That they take the pre-made arguments and they just stick to them. They don't know how to add to them or detour away from them in order to prove a point or to get an understanding. And it just turns into like the most boring conversation ever.
I agree.
Like
Like
a lot of
it's
circular logic and overused big words that they don't even understand, and we
yeah,
don't
I
get
agree.
anywhere.
Sorry. I'm sorry for talking under you. I get like it's hard for me to try and I get completely what you're saying. I need to work on trying to steer the conversation back towards the point because I too because the way I like try to understand what they're saying instead of like trying to like see if what they're saying is on the point, I kind of get lost in the weeds of trying to understand something that is simply a script. So that's something I need to work on, driving the conversation back home rather than letting them dilly-dally and use super confusing words that they don't understand. That's something I need to like personally work on because I don't want to like carry on and put everyone to sleep trying to understand an argument that they don't even understand because he wasted 10 minutes of me trying to understand what he was saying when you said it. It was just a fancy way of saying, hey, because these smart guys said it, I believe it. And I was like, I felt like an idiot. That's why I sort of like withdrew. I was like, I went down this rabbit trail just for him to say that bullshit. So I could only blame myself, like honestly.
It's okay. I think you love philosophy so much that you like the hunt. Philosophy, yeah, you like the hunt of philosophy, and I get it. And I think that's good for like a philosophical space where that's the purpose, right? But yeah, Soprano.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. So,
How old are you?
43.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Well, I'm in between a lot of things, but the thing with me, I'm a Catholic,
I
born
need
Catholic,
one
whole
second.
family.
When you say you are
So,
between a lot of things, I need you to choose one because I only talk to 3 types of people. I talk to
okay,
people
which
who
one?
currently believe in the God of the Bible the God we're discussing in here, whether you're Catholic,
I mean, I
Christian,
believe in
Hebrew,
God.
Israelite,
Yes. Yeah, I believe in God.
you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. There are
But I
3
don't.
topics. How you, whether you worship, whether you go to church, none of that is important. I just need to know if you,
Okay, so let's go with the 3.
okay.
Who's really the greater deceiver, God or the devil, right?
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that? And Ria, do you want to do this one?
So
One
for
second,
me,
Soprano. Let me get you a host.
but
1 second.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Go ahead.
all right, so the thing with me about that is basically, once I understood a couple of things, humans,
Wait,
we lie.
about what?
So
About
when,
what?
when
About what?
Oh, he's doing topic 3, Ria.
Okay. Okay. Topic
yeah,
3. Gotcha. Go ahead.
so I saw a lot of deceiving because, whoever back in the day, wrote the Bible and everything else, they were humans and we lie as humans, and we tend to do that. When I'm seeing the greatest deceiver, when I'm seeing religion, I started seeing how the Catholic Church, Christian, everything, how history portrays them and what they've done, right? It's the same thing that is not being talked about. Then when I'm seeing on the darker side, they call it the darker side, and they always talk about hell, that you're going to be punished from doing what he did to God is like really, it messes with your head a little bit, at least to me, you know? Because I don't really trust in the man's word nowadays, and I see that yes, there is a God. I believe there's
Look, I
something more.
don't want to interrupt you, but I don't know what you're talking about. Can you read the topic?
Yeah, like the greater deceiver, right? So
Right. So between God or the devil, why are you talking about humans?
I don't know, because it's the involvement. We're in the middle.
Yeah. Well, there's no middle in the topic. Can you stick to the topic?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
He said, no, I can't talk about what I want to talk
Well,
about. I can't
well,
come up and change your topic. That is insane.
That's fucked.
He
This
said,
we
no.
drop.
I can't change your topic and talk about what I want to talk about. Polka dollars, you are not in the request box. Y'all, the guest box is empty. If you want to come up and have a conversation, hit request.
That can't scare away everyone. They always do it. I noticed that when I start engaging with those conversations, my live like drops in 100 fucking views, and I only have 200 viewers.
I can't tell you how many people on TikTok, like even Matt Dillahunty is over Phil Bros. Like he will not fuck with him. We had a Phil Bro on the hang up the other
They
night.
got Matt, bro.
Man, Matt was like, he was so short with him and cut him off. Like he is like, no, like even he is over their asses.
I've almost had it too. Have you noticed that I like do it less and less? Like I still do, but I'm almost at my wit's end. Like I used to join those panels with Monkey Boy and Danny, but ever since I watched that one debate on the Trinity, I sat down and I thought to myself for a long, hard minute. And I wondered why a single sentence took 5 minutes. And I kid you not, a single sentence took 5 minutes. I don't know if anyone was watching it. Anyone else saw it?
That's he didn't pause, period, nothing.
He was giving the sort of first it's a very specific thing. He was giving something called the predicates, so like the prerequisite for what a god is, because he was trying to say Jesus is God. So he made up this entire thing of, oh, he has this divine nature predicate that is the assumption of the per se. It's a description name that and it took 5 fucking minutes, and there's like all the Christian Phil bros in chat are like, oh my god, yes daddy, it was G1. Yeah, you know G1, right?
No. There was a guy that joined, he called into the Atheist Experience, and we were talking to him, and he literally said that he is going back to college just to get his philosophy degree so he can debate on fucking TikTok. We was like, don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. You finna spend money to go learn philosophy just so you can come and debate motherfuckers who Google fucking syllogisms.
That's exactly it. As someone who did philosophy as a subject, I didn't even want to do it at first. I had to do it as an elective, but I actually kind of liked it. But when you talk to them for more than a minute, like you realize that they're running a script and they have no idea what they're talking about. And it does kind of become an ego battle. Like sometimes I just kind of engage with them to dunk on them. I know. My guilty
You're
pleasure.
like a ripper vampire. You're like, what's his name on the Vampire Diaries? Stefan Salvatore. When it comes to philosophy, you enjoy the hunt and then you rip into their ass and you do not let go.
Stop! Why? Are you
I'm gonna
But
start
that's what
calling you Stefan
philosophy does,
Salvatore.
though.
Yeah.
Like it's honestly that's why I compare it to chess. It's just like you got like when they do the arguments, like you're saying it's a script, but that technically is what it is. You have to learn the rules of the game to play the game. So you learn the arguments, you learn how to usurp some certain things that some people are saying, well, if you do this, and a lot of the arguments start with if. Like that's the one thing I could never get my like even when I took the class, I took about two of them. Like I cannot understand like all of that information, and all I got from it is, oh yeah, like this is just how people thought. Like this is how people think, and you can come up with certain arguments because of certain things that are happening in the world or certain possibilities that you can come up with, and like it's like chess. So you kind of get addicted to being able to win.
I get
You
it.
even start
There's
playing
definitely that.
yourself.
There's definitely that aspect to it, but it's definitely more than just that. There's definitely a lot more to it. Like especially when it comes to our morals, as in like why things are right and wrong. And it's also tied into like linguistics as well,
I don't
and the
think we need
scientific method.
philosophy anymore to arrive at our moral standards. Like I
Exactly.
understand in
We don't really need it.
antiquity. Yeah, like no, we don't need that.
I agree.
It's a pissing contest. It's a pissing
Yeah.
contest.
Like it's 2026. We don't need to refer to like what Socrates thought about anymore. Like even a lot of the examples that like, the little stories that they would kind of tell to bring an argument home. I'm just like, this is regular stuff. Like I don't see the need to make it a subject.
I mean that's fair enough. It's just like it's a label. Like of course I think there's aspects of it that are important, but would I like sit there and say I love all of philosophy? I mean, not necessarily. Like I think it's useful like for certain things. Like I mentioned in the comments before, like the scientific method is deduction, which is, a school of thought. The way that we engage with them when we talk about truth, like how we understand truth as in, things that you can prove that which comports to reality, that's epistemology. So I feel like for me, the reason why I learned it is to sort of put the different thoughts and curiosities about so many different things that I had into one basket. But I agree, it doesn't need to be one complete refined thing. Like it's just a part of everything else. I completely understand that. It doesn't have to be that whole dick measuring thing, and it doesn't need to be what it's been chalked up to on TikTok. Like they've gassed it up so much. Like it really isn't like, like all that. Like no one like goes about their everyday thinking about what is the conclusion of P if Q equals a fucking modal onto. No one does that. Like I get it. They boasted it on TikTok. Like I get that.
Can someone block the person that's typing in all caps? They asked to get out of here. Thank you. Pocket Chocolate, are you up there on purpose or on accident?
Yes, ma'am. I'm up here on purpose.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible,
Yeah,
deconstructing your belief, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
There
Yes.
are 3 topics on the board. Please pick one. And Ria, are you still up for hosting this one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead.
Um, I'm gonna go with number one.
Go ahead.
Okay, I can elaborate on it. All right. Um, it says Jesus, unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness, contract is bad for humanity. Um, a contract where there is a contract where there is unlimited sin is crazy work. Unlimited forgiveness is a good thing. I I'm cool with that, the unlimited forgiveness, but just because there's unlimited forgiveness, that doesn't mean there aren't going to be consequences behind your actions. You are forgiven, still going to be consequences.
What do you mean by consequences?
So, okay. So for instance, if I if I rob a store, I'm going to go to jail. That's my consequence. Did I have free will to do it? Did I have free will to sin? Absolutely. I'm still going to
Okay,
suffer the consequences. If I stop at a stop sign, right, it's going to come with good consequences. Like I'm not going to get hit by a car or I'm not going to cause an accident. But either way I chose, there was a consequence.
okay. So if I were to, let's say, I'm just, this deranged person and I find somebody walking in the creek and I just kill them and I walk away. Nobody ever finds out, no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing like that, right? If I were to go home and say, oh my God, Jesus, I did something horrible. I'm so sorry, you know, um, like apologize and confess my sins to Jesus. Am I able to still make it to heaven? Like, do I have eternal life?
That okay, that's not how that works.
Okay,
Definitely, most definitely not how that works. So
but
no.
is that a yes or
So
no?
that's a no. So if
Okay.
you go out there and you unalive someone, just
hmm
because you go home and you ask for repentance, you will be forgiven. Yes, in the spiritual realm. In the natural, you will
Okay, I'm not
suffer the
asking about the
consequences.
natural. I said afterlife. So I don't know why you would be telling me about the
That
natural
de-
life
that depends. That
on
depends on
Jesus.
your no, it doesn't depend on Jesus. No. It depends on if what you're asking for, are you actually like asking for real repentance because you're actually
Yeah, I
sorry?
just said that.
Most likely
I
nine
just
times
I
out of
just
ten.
said that though. Okay, you can't
No.
decide that from my analogy, right? You can't tell me what I'm saying, right?
What?
You cannot decide what my analogy actually means, can you?
Based
I
off what you said,
said
I answered the
I
question.
said that the person committed murder, went home, felt bad about it, and said, "Jesus, forgive me," right? And now I'm going to add, "I'm never going to do it again." Is that what you would like to hear? I'll never do it again. And after that, I just never kill anybody ever again. I'm the best person after that. I never get caught. Am I making it to heaven? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if someone were to just do that on a whim, how is that good for humanity? Being able
Okay.
to be forgiven, like Jesus is not like, hey man, actually you should go turn yourself in. There's no scriptures like that. There's nothing that directs you to say you should be, apart from like if you wrong somebody and they're still alive, you have to apologize to them and then go ask God, go ask Jesus for forgiveness, right? But this motherfucker's dead, right? And nobody saw me. I have no, there's no ties to me, but I still make it to heaven just because I have said I don't, I'm sorry to this Jesus. How is that good for society, for
Okay.
humanity?
So to answer your question, number one, that would not be good for humanity, point blank, period. And you mentioned one thing. You said sorry. Accountability requires three steps. So in you admitting you're saying sorry, but that's not accountability.
Okay.
Accountability requires
Accountability
recognition.
is not a
Hold on,
prerequisite in
wait,
your
wait, wait,
Bible.
wait. Hold on now,
Okay,
because
I
hold
don't
on,
want
man.
to waste my
Right,
time.
right. But I do everything in order
Accountability,
and in decency, though. If you
accountability
just
is
talk,
not
ma'am,
a
you just finished
prerequisite in your
speaking,
Bible, sir.
ma'am. Accountability is
Hold on,
mentioned
Rhea,
in
I do want to
scripture.
make sure that they are able to get their thoughts out.
Right. I do want to do everything in order and in decency if
Okay, can
we're
you let him
adults,
know that I
because
would
I
like
don't
concise
mind.
answers, please?
I'm giving you concise answers, but you don't want me to finish, though. That's not good. That's bad communication.
I don't, please,
So,
hold on. So remember that it is a back and forth, and if we can be as concise as possible, Rhea is a host, okay? So the only time that she will interrupt you is if she has to reiterate her question because you aren't asking the question that she asked or addressing the point she made, or if you go off topic. Other than that, she will allow you to get your thoughts out. So please don't interrupt her, and she won't interrupt you except for those reasons for her to do her job as a host with keeping the conversation on topic. Okay?
yes, ma'am. And I completely understand. That's why I'm staying on topic. I heard clearly what she just said when
I'm not
in
saying
her
that's why she
speaking.
did that. I'm not saying
Right.
why she did, and I'm not
Okay.
asking for, yeah, please go ahead and continue.
Okay, so there are 3 steps to accountability and forgiveness. Accountability and forgiveness is the same process. The concept is in scripture. The verbiage accountability is not in scripture. So you have to recognize the problem, admit to the problem, and then instill change, which the Bible says go and sin no more, which means never do it again. If you're going to do it again, that's not accountability. If you only say I'm sorry and don't instill the change and the recognition, well, I mean, that's not accountability. So most likely if a person did it off a whim, you're not actually going to be accountable. You're most likely going to do it again. So you're not going to get in.
Right. So the prerequisite for it, what is accountability?
What is accountability?
Mm-hmm.
It's the process of being responsible, recognition, admitting, and then change. It's
Okay. Could you
forgiveness.
show me that as a prerequisite in your Bible to gain
Yes.
the? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Venus, give yourself grace. I felt the same way when I had a conversation on Mama Bash's Live for 4 fucking hours and I lost my shit and went into theology. I went from Genesis to Revelation. Give yourself grace.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's
I just
okay.
feel like fuck. I hope I'm not like
No, you're
trying to push my ideas onto anyone.
no, you're good. You're good. Use the tools that philosophy taught you to stay within the conversations in here. Like, I understand you're saying philosophy is good. It's the tools you learn.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? The skills you learn?
Yeah, I was just like, oh my god, am I like fucking changing her life and forgetting what the purpose is and trying to like smuggle in my philosophy? And I was
I
like,
don't
fuck,
think
that's what
no.
Christians do.
No. He drug you into that. You didn't start off like that. He drug you into it, and it's just that's where your wheelhouse is. So I don't think you were doing it on purpose. No.
Okay, oh my god, I feel so much better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is Maddie asleep?
Maddie, you there? Y'all, somebody to come up and talk to Maddie. We haven't had anyone under 21 all night.
I was like, Maddie's been quiet for way too long. She would have yelled at that guy.
She would have. She might be asleep.
All right. All right. I'm back. Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, where it's well, number one, where accountability is first taught at is in Genesis, right? Now, the scripture I'm going to read is out of John 5:14 and John 8:11. Afterwards, Jesus found him in the Bible, right? He found him in the temple and said to him, "See, you have been made well. Sin no more, lest a worse thing come unto you." So, right then and there, right? He has been delivered from whatever he has done. His sins have been forgiven. He told him sin no more, which is changing. He's letting him know, if you repeat the process of doing whatever this wrongdoing this is again, something worse is going to happen to you. Does he have free will to do it? Absolutely. But he's letting you know accountability. Don't do it again. And then when you go into the forgiveness process of confessing your sins, saying you're sorry, and going and sinning no more is the accountability process. Yes, I'm reading John, but Genesis has it as well.
Okay. Accountability, it's the quality or state of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's action. So the process of you eventually maybe not doing it again has nothing to do with the word accountability, sir.
It's not maybe not doing it again. Absolutely not doing it again is the
Either way,
accountability.
has nothing to do with the word accountability. Would you like me to read you the definition again?
You can read me. I know the definition of accountability. That's
Okay, so
not
what you just
that's
described has nothing to do with that definition.
that has absolutely everything to do with accountability, because those are the steps. Even if you
Okay,
break it
I'm going
down
to
on
read it
Google what the
again.
steps are, that's the steps.
I'm going to read it again. The quality of state of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility. Remember, in the analogy, I just said, Jesus, forgive me, because the person is dead. I can't apologize to them, right? Willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's action. So the action is what you're accounting for, not whatever else
Yes.
you're going to do after. That's not in the definition.
Yes, you have to be accountable for everything. The decision that was
Right.
made
Okay.
and the decisions you make afterwards as well too. Because if you
Okay.
repeat
That's
it again, it's
your
not accountability.
conversation. Right. That's what you want to focus on. That's not what I'm asking about.
What?
That's what you would like to focus on. That's not what I asked you. I asked you to show me where being accountable for the crime or whatever you do, the sin, right? Just like murder, where where show me where accountability is a prerequisite for getting that sin not only forgiven, but you get access to the eternal life.
So
You
this
haven't
would
done that.
okay, so Proverbs 28 and 13. Interesting. Whoever conceals their sins does not prosper, but the one who confesses and renounces them finds
Exactly.
mercy. That would be Proverbs 28 and 13.
Right. Yes. And I said, I apologize to Jesus. So I confessed my sins to Jesus. It does not say whoever confessed their sins to the authorities. It says repent, right? Whoever confesses to Jesus and the Lord and your Father, whatever you want to call it, does not say
Mhm.
go turn yourself in.
Also,
Okay,
I
so
thought the
if
old was done away with under Jesus'
Right.
sacrifice.
when
Well,
you confess something, you are turning yourself in. Who would I be speaking to? I'm not just
where does
gonna
it say that?
go to Jesus, but that's what that means when
No,
you can. So
no, it's not.
there's a difference between transparency and honesty, right? Honesty, right? I can answer someone's question, or I can be honest about a situation. So honesty is the quality of being honest, right? When you're transparent, right? You let people know things, you let them know about things they did not even ask about, right, which may affect the situation going forward or the other person in a negative way. This is why in court they ask you to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. They're asking for the transparency. So you need to, number one, confess about whatever it is you have done, even if nobody has asked. And when you confess, you don't run away from the problem. You're transparent about it. I'm going to run to whatever the problem is. So I'm going to turn myself in. I need to. So just because I ask for forgiveness, you still got to do your part in the natural, which is do your time for your damn crime.
Okay, can you show me where it says that? Because the Proverbs verse you just read
That's
doesn't
what
say that.
That's what
You're
it
adding
means.
yeah, you went on a whole
I'm not
tangent.
adding. That's
That
what it
verse
means,
doesn't
ma'am.
say that.
Can I
That's
ask a
what it
question?
means.
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
ma'am.
When Peter chopped off the ear of the Jewish slave that was coming with his master to arrest Jesus, and Jesus just healed the ear, did Jesus require Peter to turn himself in for assaulting that Jewish slave?
The man, his ear was made whole, so there was nothing that had to happen after that. Does Peter need to repent of that? Absolutely. But he healed the man's ear. So I mean, I understand if he didn't heal the man's ear. Well, Peter, you're gonna have to go turn yourself in because nothing was done about this man's ear.
Did Peter assault the man?
Yes, he did. If yes, he did assault that man. But when they come to find this man, what is Peter gonna tell him? Hey, excuse me, sir, I assaulted this man. His ear is cut off, but Jesus healed it. They're gonna look at him like, bro, the man's ear is on. What are you talking about? So we're gonna arrest you for a crime we cannot see.
Were there people there that saw Jesus heal that man's ear?
Was there?
His master was there and all the other soldiers.
Okay.
Right. So there were people there that saw Peter assault that man, and then Jesus just fixed it.
Okay. So did the soldiers arrest Peter? If they seen it?
They arrested Jesus. But you are saying that if a person is remorseful for what they did, then they are responsible for turning themselves in.
Right. But since he cannot turn himself in for something that they either don't care about or they didn't see. So if you're saying they seen it, but then they care more about what Jesus was doing because what it looks like to them is, oh, this man doing witchcraft. This man is so they were more concerned about something else. Now, if he was dealing with a group of people who were actually like, oh, well, you know what? We care about that. Even though the man's ear is healed, you still assaulted him. Take him to jail. Cool.
Did Peter know he assaulted that man?
Did he?
Did Peter know he
He the
assaulted
one that
that
did
man?
it. He the one that did it.
Right. So Peter knew that he committed a crime. Jesus
Okay.
fixed it for him. It's up to Peter to turn himself in.
You said did what? What was the last part?
It is up to Peter to turn himself in for the crime he committed, even though Jesus had already solved it for him.
Yes, he's going to turn himself and they're going to tell him what? What are they going to tell him? If he tells them that he cut off a man's ear, well, where's the man with the cut off ear? They still got to go find that. Like, what is he going to turn himself in for, even if he did?
Okay. So in Ria's analogy, no one saw that person murder anybody. So they're going to go and say, hey, I killed somebody and there's no body, no witnesses. What are they going to say?
You said there was no bodies, no witnesses. What is the individual going to say?
Yeah, you're literally saying that because nobody saw it or they didn't care, Peter doesn't have to turn himself in because Jesus healed that person's ear, even though Peter did commit a crime. You're saying that in Ria's analogy, that even though no one saw that person commit murder, that person has a responsibility to turn themselves in and that they cannot just go to Jesus and get forgiven. I'm trying to figure out why it's
Okay, so
okay. I'm sorry, I'm still talking.
go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why it's okay for Peter to assault somebody. Jesus fixed it, even though Peter had witnesses, that Peter doesn't have to go turn himself in because the people around seem to not care that Peter committed a crime. But in Ria's example, even though there were no witnesses, that person can't go to Jesus, have Jesus forgive them, but they without them going and turning themselves in. Like that's hypocrisy to me.
Okay, so we're talking about two different scenarios, and we're talking about a man who assaulted one man, and then Jesus healed the ear. Therefore, if he goes to turn himself in, they're going to look at him crazy, like, okay, well, where's the ear though? They would have to do a full, thorough investigation, and if they find nothing, they're not going to do anything to him. Does that make it right? No, because he needs to be accountable, right? That's on the officers at the time. If one person commits a crime where it's nobody sees, but there was an actual crime done because a body is something you can go find the evidence of and recover, they're going to hold him accountable. That's two different things.
So then this story never happened, and it's a lie.
What story never happened?
Peter never cut off that man's ear because his ear was whole. It never happened because his ear wasn't cut off. It's made up.
What?
Jesus fixed it. The ear wasn't cut off. It's made up. Like there's no proof that Peter ever cut off anybody's ear, and there's no proof that Jesus ever healed an ear. There was never a man missing an ear. It's made up.
Okay. So what point, right? Because like that's still not a part of the goalpost. Like we were
It
originally on
literally is.
accountability.
No, there was no accountability to be taken because there was no ear missing. If he had gone to the Roman police and said, hey, I cut off this man's ear, but my Messiah put it back on, and all these people saw me do it, and even the man can testify that I did it, and I want to be held accountable. But according to you, because Jesus had healed the ear, those people wouldn't believe him. And I agree, because there was never a man with a missing ear. So there's no reason to believe this story.
Okay, no, there's still a reason to believe. Okay, okay, again, there's such thing as integrity, doing what's right because it's right, regardless of anybody else did not witness you doing it. If you're a person of character, who you are, no matter where you go, even when no one is looking, and you're a person of integrity, doing what's right because it's right, you're going to do the right thing, repent, and if there is someone to hold you accountable who maybe seen it and and you go to them, tell them that whatever the case is, if they don't believe it, at least you did the right thing at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if anybody does take you into custody or not. It's the fact that you are sorry for that thing that you did. You are admitting to it. You have confessed it, and you are instilling change, which means I'm never going to do it again.
It's interesting. You're now arguing my point. Peter should have turned himself in if he was a man of integrity. If Peter was actually remorseful, Peter knows he assaulted that man. And despite the fact that his rich daddy fixed the problem for him, Peter knows he caused another man harm. Peter knows that that man witnessed him cutting off his ear. Peter knows that there were other people there who saw him cut off his ear. So if Peter was a man of integrity, regardless if Jesus had fixed that ear, regardless if there were any witnesses around, Peter would have turned himself in and said, hey,
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I'm still talking. Peter should have turned himself in and said, hey, I committed a crime. I assaulted a Jewish slave when they came to arrest my master. But Peter didn't do that. Neither did Jesus require him to.
Okay, so I mean, okay, if Peter didn't turn, I never said that Peter was a man that was accountable. If that's what you're getting at, Peter did wrong. A lot of people did wrong, just like a lot of us have done wrong. Does that mean that you shouldn't be forgiven for the wrong that you do? No. Does that mean you need to suffer consequences behind what you do? Absolutely, yes. And just because you may not be held accountable right then, well, that's where you got to reap what you sow. If you know how energy works, when you do something wrong, regardless of somebody is watching or not, well, something is going to happen to you in the natural realm, whatever that may be.
Well, I mean,
So what goes around comes around. So
you're saying something completely different now. Like Rhea,
I'm
did his
not.
argument, I'm sorry, let me finish speaking, please. Rhea, has his argument changed regarding accountability?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your argument's changed. But I'm going to hand it back to Rhea. Thank you for answering my questions.
When did my argument change? I've still been on the process of accountability this whole time. Do you have to be accountable? Absolutely. But what
Well, but
unlimited?
Peter wasn't, and Jesus didn't say anything about that. Your leader didn't say anything about that. He was there. He watched it. If anything, he covered it up.
Okay, does that mean that Peter did not have to suffer later for anything that
Well,
he's done?
the topic that you picked is Jesus's unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness contract is bad for humanity. So, for example, when he stands there and watches somebody cut another person's ear off, and all he does is put it right back on, well, I don't know. I don't know how you're gonna explain to me how that's good for humanity. He didn't ask him to go get arrested. He didn't tell when the soldiers came. He didn't say, actually, this guy needs to come with me because he just cut somebody's ear off. I did heal him, but he just assaulted somebody. That's not what happened. So
Yeah,
how are you able to convince anyone that accountability is a prerequisite when your Jesus is standing right there and is, you know, counterproductive to accountability?
No, he took the accountability for Peter. He was taken and paid for the sins. And
For
Peter,
cutting
in that,
somebody's ear off?
we understand that that's why he healed the ear. He healed the ear instead of letting the man bleed out on the floor. God forbid that Jesus help anybody, right? He
Wait,
helped them.
wait.
He helped him, and so Peter, in this, we know Peter knew that, man, I was wrong for that. And Jesus literally just got arrested. He knew he was wrong. This is
Okay,
why Peter went on to
okay,
do great works for God and make up for the sins that he committed in scripture.
okay. So at what part when did Jesus tell them that like he also is gonna be taking Peter's sin for cutting somebody's
He
ear
didn't
off?
have to say that. The action was done.
Okay, so
The action was done.
we're
Just
just
like your
gonna keep
child at
adding
school.
on. We just gonna keep
No,
adding on.
no. This
Okay,
is just
so
like,
in the natural world where
mhm.
Jesus was, when did Peter get accountability? Accountability has to do with the actions that you made and you being accountable for said actions, not somebody else coming and taking your fucking accountability for you. That's not how accountability works. Again, that's why I read the definition to you.
You can hold someone else accountable. Are you trying to say you cannot hold anybody else accountable?
Accountability has to do with your actions.
Absolutely, but you can still hold someone else accountable. Y'all do it for y'all. Hold on.
That's not
Wait,
holding
hold on.
somebody
Wait,
accountable. When
hold on.
you
Yes,
take when you open your mouth
y'all
and
do it.
say that he's taken Peter's sin away, or he's taken that crime away from Peter, that takes away Peter's accountability.
Okay, so then he was just supposed to let the man bleed out and then send Peter to
No,
jail when he could have saved the
Peter was
man.
supposed to go to jail. You're not
Okay, but
listening.
the officer, right? But the officers did not arrest him. That's an officer's job. But how I can explain this concept simply with children: when your child does something wrong in school, do they beat your child or do they chastise your child for you? They call you. They call the parent. So if
That's
we
not
weren't
you
able to
taking
hold, if we
accountability.
weren't, no, if we weren't
Well,
able
it
to hold
sounds like
other people
integrity has slipped
accountable,
again.
you wouldn't be able
Literally.
to hold your children accountable. If that's the case, you can hold
That's
other
not
people accountable.
accountability.
What?
Like literally at the end of it, when you hold somebody accountable, they are the ones that have to take responsibility of
Absolutely.
their actions, not you. When you quote unquote hold somebody accountable, that you keep fucking saying that shit, they are the ones that take accountability for their actions.
Absolutely. The
So it's
recognition,
not
admitting, and then the
Jesus taking
change. It's
away
not.
a fucking punishment that Peter should have gotten, which that is ridiculous because nowhere does it say that somebody's ear being cut off was one of Jesus's fucking problems. It doesn't say that anywhere. You would have to make that up, which is what
n-
you're doing.
No, I'm not making that up. That's what you're throwing
It
in there.
doesn't
You're
say
throwing that in there.
anywhere that in the law, cutting somebody's fucking ear off is a sin, right? Does it say that?
It actually
He
says
was
Peter
supposed to
should
go
have.
to jail.
It actually says Peter should have suffered the same consequence, and then
Right.
he should have taken and turned himself in. But Peter should have suffered the same injury according to the law, and according to Jesus, Peter should have turned himself in before he got forgiveness.
And he stood there and did nothing.
Yeah, but right, but no. Jesus did do something. He got arrested at that moment after
Was
he
it
healed the
for
man's ear,
cutting
and he
somebody's
paid.
ear off?
He died for all
Jesus,
of our sins,
Jesus
though.
got
Whatever
arrested
sins
for
was
cutting
committed,
somebody's ear off?
whatever sins we have done, that's what he died for. That's
That's
stated
not
in
what it
scripture.
said.
That's the reason why
But
that
he's
happened,
arguing
right?
your
It
point
is,
now,
but
Rio.
right. That's because, hold on, no. The reason why she's doing that is because You're trying to read scripture. The scripture is meant to be studied. So when you actually study the word of God
Like, this
and
is
move around,
ridiculous.
you'll find the context. You're trying to read that one scripture
You're
and go
all
off based
over
off
the
just what
place,
that said.
sir.
I'm not all over the place. You all over the place, man.
So you have
It's so simple to understand, and you're
gone
making this
back
a
and
harder
forth.
concept than it is.
You have gone back and forth from you have to be a person of integrity, turn yourself in. Peter didn't have to turn himself in. Jesus knew, we knew that Peter was remorseful. Jesus took on the accountability for Peter. You have to take accountability for yourself before you get forgiveness. Jesus knew that Peter was going to do great things for him, so he couldn't just let the man's ear bleed. Well, Jesus took on all of our sins, and that right there is the very beginning of the conversation. Jesus taking on all of your sins.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So, but it's
And
not, you
not
can do unlimited
requiring,
sin.
there is no limit. There is no limit. And not requiring,
There is.
there's not. I can read scriptures to you.
Okay, you can read it to me, and I
Yep, I
can read
will.
scripture to you to
Sure.
prove that point. You
Sure.
listen, just because you commit a sin, so it's just like out here in the streets when people do wrong. Like for instance, scammers. There was a time where scamming was like a popular thing in the U.S. Everybody, oh, I want to go with a scamming dude, or I want to scam and do all this, right? And everybody was like, man, they getting the PPP loans, man. They on jets, they living good. At first, it seemed good because they didn't receive consequences right away. But see, then you have to read scripture where it tells you that there's something called grace. But then at a certain point, grace does run out, because if you continue to do the sin, you will suffer the consequences. So just because the scammers got away with it in the beginning, look at where all the scammers at now. In
They still
prison,
got
in
away with it.
jail, unalived.
No, they
They're
still got
doing
away with
horribly.
it.
No, not all scammers got
There's
no,
still a
no.
lot of them that still got away with it. So your
No,
point is
but that don't.
moot.
But they luck, quote unquote, is finna get ready to run out, or their grace. It's going to run out.
They're gonna
Absolutely,
die
they
with that
get caught.
money, and your point is gonna be moot.
They're not gonna see if you unalive, right? If you unalive with the money, what does that mean? That doesn't mean that other things didn't happen to you. You acquired the money. Okay, cool. There's a lot of people with that money end up accumulating cancer, end up getting AIDS, end up getting they foot
Yeah,
cut
and
off,
it's
end up getting into
babies,
bad
and
accidents.
it's
That stuff
babies with
happens.
cancer too. Babies with cancer too. Babies that didn't do a fuck thing, they got cancer too. So
Okay, just because. Oh, okay. So, I mean, what's your point to that?
my point is, it can't be that you're doing something wrong and all of a sudden the energy is gonna come and bite you in the ass. That's not a real thing.
That's
Because
a
guess
real
what?
thing.
People live their lives and go through the same shit that you as a believer or a non-believer goes through. Babies have fucking cancer. You about to go tell them it's because they stole fucking milk or something?
No. I'm not about to tell them it's because milk or something. So are you? I'm okay. I'm assuming you getting into that realm where okay, well, babies are innocent and they go through things. Oh, we all go through things. We're human, right? And if a baby has
Exactly.
cancer,
So
I
we
mean,
shouldn't
what
be
does that have to
saying
do?
exactly. So we shouldn't be opening our mouths and saying, well, if you do something wrong, the energy is gonna come and bite you in the butt. That's not real.
The baby didn't do anything wrong, but just because a baby is innocent, you have to understand how the human body works. Cancer cells can be transferred from the mother to the baby during birth. That has nothing to do with the baby. That got something to do what was in the mother or the parent or the man, whatever the case may be. Those things can be passed on, or what you're feeding the baby. For instance, formula, whatever the hell that actually is, we don't really know what it is, right? There could be many reasons why a baby has cancer, but we're gonna blame that on God.
And then there could be no reason whatsoever. There are babies that have been born into this fucking world with either half their brains, no heart, like partial hearts, partial brains, quite literally little to no fucking brain, right? There are babies that are born with cancer, have never had cancer in their fucking lineage. They don't even know where that shit is coming from. They've never tasted fucking formula. They're babies like that. Like you just want to live in a bubble.
No, you act like science can prove everything. You know how science
It
is like
literally can
always.
prove that.
No,
It can
you
prove
realize
that
how
children are
science is
born
always
without
wrong?
inheriting it from their mothers. Science can prove that.
Interesting. That's interesting. So we just believe everything that they say. Interesting.
When they
Even though
can
there's a lot of
prove it,
things that
yes.
there's a lot of
When they
things that
can
they can't,
prove it,
there's a lot of things
yes.
that they can't prove. There's a lot of things that they can't prove.
So
They
when
can't,
they
it's like,
can prove it,
yep.
I believe
o-
it, yes.
Okay, well, did they prove to you how okay, like certain women couldn't have children? right? Like, no, it's a definite you're not going to be able to have children. But then later on, the woman come back to the doctor, she pregnant. How you going to explain something like that? It's a lot of
Science
things that
never
they don't
gives you
always
a
explain.
definite. Science, if you actually knew what science was, no doctor is able to give you a definite. No apart from brain death, there's no way for a doctor should be giving you a definite. If you have a doctor telling you he knows for sure what's going to happen to your body, don't go back there. No one should be saying that to you. Like, y'all are acting like children.
What?
Ria, do you mind if I add something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so cancer cells aren't, everyone develops cancer cells every minute. You don't, like Ria said, you don't just magically drink it out of your mother's boobs. That's not how genetic inheritance works. And it's also not that woman's fault either. Sometimes it can be very hereditary, going back far, far back than anyone's fault. So if your God is designing people and saying that the father won't suffer the sins, that the children won't suffer the sins of the parents, how is it then fair for things like genetic diseases and mutations to even exist?
Oh, you just took his whole scripture and just misinterpret that whole entire scripture. I know what
So,
scripture you're talking about. I forgot where it's located, but you just misinterpret that whole scripture.
okay, so it's just for children to be punished instead of the people who actually did the thing wrong? Is that what you're
Uh,
implying?
uh, uh, wait, say that one more time. Say it one more
Are you
time.
implying that it is fair to punish innocent children or let them reap the consequences of actions that their parents did? Is that what you're saying is meant to be fair?
So, okay, if a parent does wrong, right? Okay, just like when anybody does wrong, the people we may around, okay, so we may have not done anything wrong, but any outside action is going to have a reaction. So if I rob a store, right? None of y'all in the store robbed the store. Y'all are good. Y'all didn't do anything. But me going in there robbing that store and pew pewing people all over the place or pew pewing anybody and the bullet ricochet, whatever the case is, someone's going to suffer a consequence in the natural. That's why I mentioned you're forgiven in the spiritual realm, but in the natural, whatever consequences you put out here is going to suffer. But she didn't want to hear that earlier. That it's stated in scripture.
That doesn't make any sense. They're talking about their children, not random strangers. When you go and
Even
rob
with
that,
children.
I let you fucking speak. Control yourself. Like I was saying, when you go and rob that store, is your son gonna go to jail for you? Hello?
No, but my son
So
will suffer
that's
the
that's
consequences.
what the scripture is saying, not
No,
a
but
random fucking
my
bystander. That's
son
not what
will
it
suffer the
says.
consequences if I go to
Will he be
jail.
going to
He's
jail?
not going to jail.
Will
He's
he
going to suffer the
die for
consequences.
you?
He's going to suffer the consequences.
Will
He
he
might die.
die?
He might die if I don't take care of my son. Yes. That
Like,
could be
you're
one consequence.
ridiculous, man.
That could be one
I'm talking
consequence.
about a direct consequence for
That is a
your
direct.
actions.
That is a direct.
No, it's
If
not.
me as a black man, if
You're
I end up
ridiculous.
doing
I'm
something
done
to
talking
land
to
my
him,
son in
thinker.
jail, my son will suffer the consequences. He's going to be raised by a single mother. That mother's going to have a hard time raising that
That's
child. My
not
child is
true.
not going to receive all the
That's not true.
information.
That's not
He's
true.
not supposed to. Yes,
That's not
broken
true.
homes. What?
That's not
Look
true.
at the black
That's not
community.
true. That's
Look
not
at
true.
us.
That's not true. That's not true. None of my sons are jailbirds, D-rug sellers.
I didn't say that.
I have an oldest son who is 23 years old, who is an excellent father. My 18-year-old just graduated high school. All of my children are productive adults. Like, that's not true. And I raised them by myself. So that's not true. Like, you men try to spin this single mother bullshit is a fucking myth. And honestly, I think a lot of children who are raised by Black single mothers actually turn out fine. And you all just, I don't know, you want to take the credit. Like, I literally have a cousin who's in the NFL who was raised by my auntie, and she raised 4 kids by herself.
Mhm.
And her son is in the NFL. And the dad came back around when he got his contract. And a Black single mother did that without the father. So that's not true.
Yes, ma'am. And I
But
respect your answer.
but
I do respect what
but
you're saying.
but
I don't
my
have an
point
objection to
my
that.
point is no, you said it as if it was a fact. That if
No,
you
I
go
didn't.
to
No, I
that's you
didn't. No,
did,
no,
you
no.
did.
That's not what I
But
said.
that's not what
No.
Rhea was talking about. A child suffering the punishment, the iniquities of the father. Rhea was asking, will he die because of the crime that you committed? Can a judge uh, deem that your child should receive the electric chair because of a crime you committed?
No.
No. When your God commanded that Saul annihilate the Amalekites for something their ancestors did 500 years prior, is that fair?
They're still living in the sin. They're still committing the sins that, wait, what?
When the
Did
Amalekites
y'all not read the
refused, when the
context?
Amalekites refused to allow the Israelites to pass through their land, and then attacked the Israelites from behind because they did not want to allow them to go through their land, your God held a grudge for 500 years. Then your God told Saul to annihilate the descendants of the Amalekite because of what their ancestors did 500 years prior. Is that fair?
Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you read the
I
context?
just told you the context. We can read it together if you would like, but I just told you the
Yeah,
context.
we do need to read that together. Because again, that's not the understanding of what happened, and those people were
Okay, let
still
me so
committing
tell me
great
hold
sins.
on. You tell me what happened. I'll take notes and then we'll read it together and do a
Well, you just
checklist.
said that you was going to read it. I would love
No,
to
no, no. I
hear
want
what
to
you're
you just
reading.
told me I was wrong. You just told me I was wrong. So I want you to tell me what actually happened. I will take notes and then I will check it with the story when we read it together. That's what I thought your line ass.
Exactly.
Elijah. 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 All right.
They low key don't even know what context is. Like, I think we all know that already. But like, why did I just can't believe that they use it like that? Like, I still can't believe it.
They say context to cover it. Like instead of saying I don't know what that says and I don't know what scripture you're talking about, then they start screaming context and have no clue what the fuck the context is.
Yeah,
Because to say
they trip me out saying no, you're wrong. But then when I say, okay, well, tell me what's right, they won't do it. Like if I'm wrong, then tell me the correct shit so that I can double check it. Like that, you shouldn't run when I ask you to tell me the correct shit if you already know I'm wrong. The fuck
like
is that?
to ask what the context to ask if you know the context after you just told him the context is just it's just fucked, man.
But the way he kept going back on his original stance, and then
Man,
then he proved Rhea's point. I'm like, we right back at the beginning. You done proved Rhea's point twice. He started arguing Rhea's point. Josh Descent. Josh. And y'all remember when he said he does everything decently and in order?
that right.
I wonder if he heard like a spiritual gavel in his head that told him it was time to run. Or a
Bro.
spiritual gun. It told him the race was about to start. Summer. All right. I don't know who's in this request box on purpose. Antoinette, are you in there on purpose? Melanated. I don't think that's anybody we know. I think we have Melanated Muse, Melanated Medic. Melanated
Hi,
Queen, hi. How old are you?
I'm 41.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Atheist.
Okay, so we have a melanated muse, melanated medic, and a melanated queen. Which topic did you come up to talk about?
Well, I would say the first one.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
Jesus, unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness. I think I don't believe in Jesus, obviously. And I think the reason why is because the way we are taught to forgive is just a way to keep enslaved minds of people. Because whatever people's gonna do, they're gonna insult, they're gonna reduce humanity, they're gonna enslave, they're gonna finish people. And just because we are supposed to believe, we're just gonna let it go. And I think this is the worst thing that could happen to humanity. Somebody can do whatever they want to you, and you will just let it go. Because according to some book, this is the right thing to do. So for me, this is just crazy.
I
Yeah,
agree. Yeah, I think, and I think that's why I think that it's a harmful for humanity. I think it creates opportunities of exploitation for people with abusive personalities, whether that is oppressors, governments, bishops, pastors, popes, parents, husbands, children, that can just use Jesus at any moment and be like, God said that you're supposed to forgive me. You ain't Christian if you don't forgive me, without taking accountability. Or they say, Jesus died for my sins. He already paid the price for my sins. I already know I'm going to heaven. You can hold on to a grudge all you want to, and they never have to actually, get it right. And then they're very skillful at turning their victims into the perpetrator, because
true.
you won't just, forgive them and pretend like they're not a harmful person.
That's true. This leads me to the second one. I don't know if you're supposed to just speak on one topic or can I
Yeah,
have the
just
second
one.
one?
Just one.
Okay, or should I come back later then?
Yeah, you can come back. Well, I won't be back till Thursday, but I'll be here till like 10:30 in the morning. Where are you? What part?
Oh,
What side of the world are you in? Like, what
I'm
time
in
is it
the
your time?
UK. It's 9 o'clock a.m.
9
I'm in
o'clock
the UK
a.m.
now.
Okay, so I'm here for another 7.5 hours. So that we can get through everybody, just 10:30 my time. Like, I'm still here, so just come around that time if you want to do another topic. Okay,
Yeah, no problem.
if you're
Thank you.
awake.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you.
Y'all, I am third shift. I'm here Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 11 p.m. Central Standard Time to 10:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, 4 days a week. Hey, Trinita.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I woke up this morning like, what in the hell is happening? I had my headphones on when I went to sleep, listening to Auntie Charlene, and in my dreams, Rhea was going off on somebody. In my dream, like literally, like me and this girl walking down the street, and Rhea next to me, yelling at the girl. And then some man gave me a Bible as a gift. And I'm like, I need to tell this man that I'm not a believer. So why is he giving me Bibles? It was so weird because I don't dream like that. I woke up with the headphones on. I was like, I can't do that no more. I cannot do that anymore because that
Yeah.
was weird.
People say that when they fall asleep to these lives, they be dreaming of, like, we be in their dreams all the time.
Oh, that's crazy. Because I'm like, why are we yelling at this lady? What's she doing? Oh, we deconstructing. Okay. All right, cool. All right. That sounds right. But it was real. Was you on Charlene? On Auntie Charlene
No,
panel
I
last
was
night?
somewhere in my own dreamland.
Well, for me, it was last night. My bad. You know, I'm in Germany, so
Yeah.
yeah. But that was it. I just wanted to use my my dragon to get off topic.
All right. Thank you so much, Shanita.
No problem.
Have a good
Bye.
one. Bye.
You too.
All right. And then if you have not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe, become a paid subscriber where you can use your subscription to come up. You get stage priority. You can come up, go off topic as long as it sticks with deconstruction. And then after 12 months, you can come up and shoot the shit, talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about, hang out on stage, question guest after we get to know you a little bit.
Monique?
She's still loading in.
I'm surprised you didn't correct that. I called her Monique.
I heard you. She's not loading.
I can see her, but yeah, I don't know what it looks like from the creator's end.
Remember, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, I need to see a nerd emoji in the chat in order to bring you up. Or I'm going to think TikTok threw you in there on accident. The guest box is empty if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, and you must be 18 and up. If you haven't grabbed your heart meat, please do that. That keeps us on the FYP. I don't know what's changed. I don't know if it's the heart meats that have changed, but last week and the week before that, we broke out of our normal 700, 800 viewership. We was reaching 1,300 viewers, and we had consistent conversations. Something has changed from last week to this week, and I don't know if it's comments have gone down, heart me. What is it called? Heart Me Collection? Redemption. God damn, I couldn't think of that fucking word. Heart Me redemptions may have gone down, but the only thing that's going to keep us growing to make sure we don't have these long periods of no conversations is if y'all grab your heart me. And I know y'all are not here to hear silence. You're not here to hear us small talk. You're here to hear conversations. You're here to learn. You're here to laugh. You're here to grow. And in order to do that, we have to have conversations going. So again, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. If you're not following us on YouTube, go ahead on and do that. We have a beautiful YouTube nerd family over there, and I love them to death. Our YouTube channel is Think Beyond Dogma. We're kind of stuck at 8,660. I would have thought with all the appearances on the line and atheist experience, I would have grown a lot faster. It's for some reason it's not doing that. Although a lot of people find me from the line and from the atheist experience, it's not growing as quick as I thought it would. But the goal is 10,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So we are marching towards that goal and almost there. So if you're not following us on YouTube, do that. And that way, if you fall asleep in the middle of the night, if you miss some very good conversations, you can go back and watch the replay. As last night, we had our second pastor in 3 years join the live. And this was the first one that actually stayed with us for more than an hour. And it was a very valuable conversation where I got to ask questions that I've always wanted to ask a pastor. Although my dad was a pastor and he died before I started deconstructing. But yeah, it was a very good conversation last night. So you might want to check that one out.
You know, when I was on Justin's live, someone from the YouTube, because my face wasn't on YouTube, they called me Thinker. I was like, you guys are actually obsessed with her. Y'all are following other black women around calling them Thinker. Like, dude,
I think that's
maybe
racist.
if I was American. Yeah, me too. I do.
You literally have an Australian accent. I don't.
I was gonna say.
That's crazy for them to think that
I was
we're
gonna
the
say
same
if they
person.
were American, maybe I'd get it.
But Thinker, you sound really unique. Like I don't like.
It's because I was married to a man from up north, and they used to make fun of my country accent. And so I worked really, really hard on the code switching. And so plus I'm a speaker. And so I know how to switch from my Southern accent to this right here. But yeah, they used to sit around and just joke on me in my Southern accent.
You're a speaker? I thought you were a thinker.
I'm a thinker speaker. A speaker thinker.
Guys, I'm sorry about that joke. Please don't leave. I'm sorry.
They used to joke about the way I say y'all. Like
y'all.
Y'all.
Y'all. Y'all.
And
y'all.
then like when I'm talking to my kids though, I use my Southern accent, but it's.
But how would you say y'all now?
They say it's supposed to be you all. I'm like, why the fuck I gotta say 2 words when I can just say y'all? And then I spelled it YAWL. And they was like that's even country. Y'all.
I say yo.
Yahweh is crazy.
No, yo.
Like
yo.
So like you all say, who told you he went down the street and went around the corner and ran for his life? And I'd be like, who in the world told y'all he went down the street? And who told y'all he went down the street and ran around the corner and ran for his life like that? Like, ain't nobody told y'all that. Like, that's how we talk here. Stop doing that, Divine. Like, when you come in here and you type in all caps like that, Love Bug, that means that you are triggered. And that means that you are afraid of what we are talking about. Typing in all caps is not going to make us accept your Jesus. It's going to get you muted. And then you're not going to be able to preach your Jesus. Do it in lowercase. We are not scared of Jesus' name. We're not scared of you saying Jesus is your rock. We're not scared of you saying Jesus died for you. Do it in lowercase. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment only. There is no need for you to just come in here like a motherfucker screaming, the plane is about to crash. Like, that's ridiculous. And it's quite disrespectful. Then, like, y'all have no respect for other people's space. You have no respect for other people's right to not believe. Like, if you feel triggered by us not believing, then don't come in here. It's just simple as that. That's why I didn't understand that girl from yesterday. Like, y'all come in here mad than a motherfucker that I host a live talking about why I don't believe in your God and why I think y'all need to stop trying to force it on me. Y'all mad about that shit. That's crazy. But then you'll lie to yourself and say, we don't care. I don't feel nothing. We don't force our beliefs on anybody. You do it night after night in here. Never even talked to you before. You never even came on the stage. You never asked me why I don't believe. You just come in here typing in all caps, Jesus is our rock. What the fuck makes you think I'm going to listen? Like, I'm going to be like, let me follow that girl, honey. She typing all caps. The fuck?
Do you think that they think that we're actually demons? Or do you think they just say that to try and hurt us?
No, some of them do think we demons. Yeah.
I've heard some pretty convincing cases. I agree.
Seven Slayer, I fucking love you for that. Seven Slayer has named it insecurity caps. And that's what I'm going to call it every time they come in doing this shit. I'm going to call it insecurity caps because that's what the fuck they doing.
Like, I feel like when they say that, they just like are delusional enough to believe that like the live is not gonna be here tomorrow or some shit. and then they come back and they're like, oh fuck, I gotta do it again. More counts.
Right.
Next day, oh fuck, I gotta do it again. They're still here.
They
Next
still
day,
talking about the same
like,
thing. It
like
didn't work.
what?
Then they
And
come
they
in
just
here.
do it again.
Yeah, then they come in here in all caps. I rebuke this live in the name of Jesus. And then the live is still here.
Right. And they just come back and do it again. Like, you're all fucking insane.
Wait, y'all,
What
is
is
she
the
muted?
rebuke?
Is she muted in the comments?
For 5 minutes, yeah.
Did she get
Yeah, I
a
was
did
muted.
she get a
I
warning?
was
Stop.
kidding.
Did she get a warning the first time?
Well, I think you were the first time you gave a warning. I don't know if anybody else gave a warning before that.
Mods, was the warning me, and then did she do it again after me?
No, she did it after. She just did it when you did it.
So she shouldn't be
I think
muted. Remember the warning. Well,
No,
I saw it. Well, she did it like back to back, and then I warned her.
yeah.
And then she that's the 2 times I saw it, and that's when I warned her. So she shouldn't be muted right now.
Okay, so when you said that, I figured she had done it before. So I was like, like if you already told her before, then she should be muted. I thought you already like she's done it in another live or something, and she did it again. Okay.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
saw both of them at the same time, and that's when I said something. So this is her first time, so she shouldn't be muted right now.
Well, it's just 5 minutes, so it's about to lapse in a bit. I don't know if
But they
it's
can't
like.
come on stage while they're muted.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna unmute her. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, I'm right.
All
I'm
right.
right here.
How old are you? That we're talking about our rules, and we weren't talking to you. I was talking to my team.
I'm
How old are
64.
you?
I'm 64.
And which topic do you want to discuss?
No, I just want to
No,
apologize because I'm
that's
not
okay.
a Christian.
That's okay. You can do that in the comments.
What the fuck is she giggling about?
I don't know. She's being childish.
Was she actually 64?
I don't care.
You know she's not.
Yeah.
Black don't crack. That melanin, you never know what that melanin can do.
I mean, shit. I am that. Like I look like I'm 27 and I got 2 grandkids. Boo Boo K.
I still don't believe that.
You done heard my grandkids. What you mean you don't believe that?
Those are some random babies. I don't know where you got those babies from, but you're 25.
They come home in the morning. Like I can't tell y'all how I cannot wait for them to come in here and burst through that door and say, "Hi, grandmama." Like I can't wait. Boo Boo K. This on off and on thing that they got going on. Like
Can you hear me?
I'd be waiting for them to come home. Yes. Hi. How old are you?
I am 29.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. There's 3 topics on the board. Which one did you come up to discuss?
I guess I would say like what do believers have against thinking would be the topic I'd want to discuss generally.
Okay.
But what troubles me here is that I just popped in. I'm just like here to share sort of why I became an atheist, but I'm
I
happy.
actually don't allow that unless you're a community member.
Oh, that's okay. In that case, I'm just happy to sort of state my feelings.
Okay. On topic 2, go ahead.
On the topic, yeah.
One second. Divine, you did not. You literally said you only came up to apologize when I asked you to pick a topic. Like, please stop that childish shit.
And you were giggling like a goddamn, like, I don't know what, a hyena? What the fuck were you giggling about?
Like being very childish for Jesus. Go ahead, Boo Boo K.
Okay, thank you. What I'll say is that I actually don't think that believers are against thinking. But what I will say is that religion allows for cognitive dissonance, I think, and that creates a lack of critical thinking. Not thinking, not making moral decisions. I think that religious people are perfectly capable of doing so. And I also think sometimes religious people defy their own religion in the name of doing what is right. They also adhere to their own religion in the name of doing what's right, because this stuff isn't black and white. And I will say that
I really respect people who adhere to religion, but they show up and they are a part of their community. They're there for their people. This is not a consistency, and there's also a cognitive dissonance inherently built into, I think, both the community aspect of religion and the belief in God itself, because there's hypocritical ideas built into religion. And I think that a lot of people know this, and this is not any religion specifically. Of course, I was raised in the Christian church, so that is what I have knowledge about. But I know this is true across the board, and I also I don't care to speak on anybody's individual religion.
So this is a two-way conversation, okay?
Sure.
All right. You mentioned that you don't think that believers are against thinking because cognitive dissonance is built into their belief system. The reason there's cognitive dissonance there is because they are against thinking about the contradiction. They fight the logical entailments of two contradicting points and choose to hold both of them at the same time and call both of them truth. And they get upset at us because we don't do that, because we do seek truth and evidence and facts and logic, and we do not lean towards what they call spiritual or imagination, and we don't allow them to force that on us. And they get very angry, they get very violent. Pastors say thinking will make you lose your faith. And so the claim that believers aren't against thinking isn't necessarily true in our experience. Like, this isn't just an opinion of ours. We've hosted these conversations for 3 years, 11 hours a night. And so that in our experience and the things that believers have said and done in response to us thinking through the biblical narratives and the supernatural claims has resulted in them saying that they don't need a brain. Their God isn't logical. You can't apply logic to the biblical narratives. You're not supposed to lean on your own understanding. And many thought-stopping cliches like his ways are not our ways. The clay can't argue with the potter. I would have to disagree with that.
Here's what I'll say is that it's a nuanced statement. I think that I agree with everything that you just said, and I know that you're on here every night talking to people, like every day, every night, talking to people who are probably coming on here and saying some pretty ignorant things. What I want to say, have you heard of Dan McClellan? He's a
Yes.
religious scholar who he is a Mormon, and I recently learned this, and I was pretty shocked by that, because not only is Christianity,
I'm sorry, why are we talking about Dan McClellan?
Oh, it's going to be relevant. Just give me 1 second to get there. He's an incredibly intelligent man. He is a religious scholar, and he brings up so many important ideas about the Bible and about religion, but he is also a Mormon man. And
you don't know why Dan holds to his Mormon identity.
Yeah.
It's not because
No,
he believes.
I
I'm
don't.
sorry.
And I
I'm
don't
sorry.
want to
I'm sorry.
completely, fully
I'm sorry.
judge
I don't. We should not be talking about Dan and his religious identity. One thing is, he doesn't like to talk about that. He does not like to disclose why he holds
I know
on to
that.
it. I'm sorry.
just-
I'm
Yo, you
sorry.
need
Are
to
you
relax,
okay?
would
man.
really
Are
like
you
to
okay?
discuss-
Are you okay?
Can I meet her?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
Goodness gracious. There's no reason for us to be talking about Dan and his religious identity. He has stated that he does not state why he still holds on to it, but it's not because he has a belief in a God. And so I'm not sure why you are bringing up Dan McClellan, especially when you said you don't want to talk about one individual's religious identity. You're on mute.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I brought up Dan is only because I was shocked to learn he was a Mormon. I did not know this about him. I really respect him as a scholar of religion, and I only bring him up because, you know, I don't think that that believers such as Dan McClellan,
Dan is
somebody
not
who
a believer, and that's you don't.
he is a believer.
He is
He's
not.
a believer in
He's
Jesus
no, he's
Christ.
not.
He is,
Dan
he's
will
a
quite
Mormon.
literally say that there is no evidence for Jesus being the Messiah. He will quite literally
Yes,
say
but he is a
will quite
Mormon.
literally.
Do you know
He
what
does not
Mormons
Bro,
disclose
believe?
why he's a Mormon. I just went over that with you. There
what
are
the
other
fuck?
reasons he held on to that identity, and he does not disclose it, and he does not like talking about it.
Bro, when you come off mute, you need to calm down. Like, I don't know why you keep trying to talk over Thinker, but you need to relax. Like, take a deep breath. I don't know what your motives are for coming up here, but like, relax. This is weird as fuck.
Of course, she sounds very relaxed. You are a believer. You just make up shit.
I am not a
She
believer.
sounds
I am an
relaxed.
I
atheist.
That's
wasn't
I
talking
am
crazy.
to
an
you,
atheist.
boo boo. I
What?
said, of course, she. If I was talking to you, I would say, of course, you.
Like,
Who
you're
are we
so
talking
upset
about?
for what reason?
No, I'm not upset. I'm not
Okay, then
upset
why do
about.
you keep talking over the host?
Mostly because she's like telling me not to
Yeah, there
discuss what
should
I
not
would
be a
like to
because,
discuss.
ma'am. There should not be a because.
If I
You're
tell
not
you,
allowed to do that.
if I tell you that I do
The
not want to
fuck?
talk about an individual on my stage, then you should just respect that. You should
Okay,
not try to force it.
I used him as an
And I said
example.
no.
I used him as an example only to
And
say
I
that.
Okay,
said
bro.
no. You just gonna keep
Bro.
doing it?
No, I'm not going to talk
You
about
don't
him. I'm
need to
just trying
explain
to
it.
say.
It's okay. Move
Why are we
on.
fighting? Why are we fighting? I don't
Because
understand
you're
what.
Literally,
not
that's my
respecting our
question, boo boo.
boundaries.
Like, that's literally my question to you. Why are you fucking fighting?
I'm
Like, you've been
literally.
talking over the host this whole time. We've had to mute you twice. Why are you fighting?
I don't know.
You're
I don't
being
know
weird
why
as
we're fighting.
fuck.
I'm literally
Like,
just here to state my
relax.
opinion.
Your opinion is not that fucking important for you to be talking over the host of a fucking space. It's not. You're being weird as shit.
I think y'all are
Like,
being
what
a
is
little
wrong
harsh
with you?
with
You're
me.
the one coming in here talking over her because you want to talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. This is not your space.
I
God damn. You literally begged to come up here.
No, I did not.
Like,
I
you're
just
being weird
joined.
as shit.
I just joined and you let me in. I just wanted to have a discussion. I didn't think this
Then
was
have a
going to be
discussion.
so
Stop talking
hostile.
over the host of the space. Have a conversation.
Okay, what would
Like,
you like to ask me about my atheism? Is there something that I
Nothing.
no one gives a fuck.
Nothing. I'm not interested in your atheism.
Are you religious?
Can you read the post? Like,
I'm
that's
talking.
like you
Dumb.
don't know where you are? You don't know where you are?
I just joined to
She
have a
just
Read
wants to
the
discussion
center
about religion.
herself. That's all.
hold
That's
on,
what she
Rhea.
cares
Hold on. Hey,
about.
can y'all block that person? Read the post. It states what I am on the screen.
I'm sorry, I don't know what each of you are. I apologize. I was just trying to join and have a discussion about religion. I was not trying to be rude. I was not trying to invade.
No,
But
you
you were
joined to
being
center yourself. That's
but
what
you
you came up here
but you
for.
were being rude when I asked you, when I stated do not talk about Dan. You continue to do it. And I asked you again and you continue to do it. You continue to talk over me. I'm sorry.
Like,
You're
look
doing
at
it
you. Look at
now.
you. Look
You're
at
doing it
you.
now. There is
Fucking
no reason for you to
weirdo.
be doing that now. I'm explaining to you now why. Go ahead and get down. I don't feel like this shit.
For
And then
real.
y'all, the people that are typing in all caps now, just block them. Don't mute them. Block them because they're doing it on purpose. Go ahead, Boo Boo. Go ahead and get down because I don't feel like doing. I haven't had to yell at anybody all damn night. And Like, unfortunately, it's a damn atheist.
A weird ass one at that. Like, what? What is that? I don't even understand how the conversation went left. Like,
She's not
fucking
a
weird.
Christian, dumbass. She's an
Like, what?
atheist. She's not a fucking Christian. Like, y'all Christians in the comments talking about you just being mean to her because she a Christian. She's not even a Christian. Y'all don't even fucking listen. She's an atheist.
There go that Holy Spirit leading you dumb as fuck. Wrong again.
Hi. Okay. So I would just really like
Did you
to
hear me?
say,
Did you hear me ask you to get down?
Goodbye, girl.
Did you hear me ask you to
Goodbye. Go
leave?
talk to yourself in your mirror. We don't want to hear it. Goodbye.
I asked you to leave.
Bye.
you can boot me
Bye.
off.
Have a good
Now, see
one.
how you just gonna stay? And see how you're gonna? Do you see how I asked you to leave and you're refusing to? You're saying that I need to boot you.
I don't know what I did wrong. I
It
don't
doesn't
really
fucking
understand.
matter. It doesn't matter what you did wrong. I asked you to leave. I told you that I was done talking to you. It does not matter. You are doing what men do. Sitting on this stage after I asked you to leave, you are crossing boundaries. It does not matter to me if you are an atheist or if you are a believer. What you are doing is harmful. Leave. I don't want to talk to you.
I do not think this debate.
You are a disrespectful ass atheist. I don't know why the fuck y'all think. I don't know why the fuck y'all think I'm gonna let y'all come up here and disrespect me, disrespect the space, disrespect the rules. I don't give a fuck if you believe in a God or if you don't. If you are a disrespectful motherfucker, I'm gonna cuss you the fuck out. I don't care who you believe in or don't believe in.
Exactly, Aaron. That's literally all she came up here to do was center herself. Tell myself, what questions do you have about my atheism? Like, you're fucking weird. If that's what you're doing in Christian lives, you're dumb as fuck, and that's weird as shit. You just walking around to, what questions do you have about my atheism? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Y'all, there go another one. Block them. Spill my yak.
Hey, good morning, Thinker. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. I don't
How
know
old
how
are
I got
you?
in the box. I'm 56.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing Thinker.
Okay. And what
I've
topic
been
did you come
on.
up? I'm sorry?
I actually didn't come up. I got thrown in the box. I was just coming up to say I really respect you. I appreciate what you're doing. My old account was Roscoe, so I don't know if you remember that.
I remember this one. I think I talked to you on Mama Bash's live.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just calling to say thank you, man. Appreciate what you're doing. Continue what you're doing, and I support everything you're doing.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a great day.
Likewise.
All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, or if you are an atheist and you are 18 and up tonight, you can come up. Again, I don't show any respect for person. I don't care if you are an atheist or a believer or someone deconstructing. If you are rude when you come up here, if you disrespect the rules when you come up here, I am liable to cuss you the fuck out or ask you to fucking leave. I do not care. Of course, your ass will say, wow, motherfucker, you lean more towards the abusive ass contract, the one that allows you to abuse people. That's why you don't understand when people say you can't abuse me. And when people use aggression to stop a fucking abuser, you're fucking shocked. That's why you say, wow. then get the fuck out, boo-boo. We been told your ass to leave. Why are you still here?
She's fucking dumb.
Bye. My life gonna be the same without you before I even met your ass.
She's talking about some, you didn't give me any leeway. Like, girl, you're stupid. You were allowed to fucking ramble on off of shit that nobody wanted to fucking listen to. Like, what is
What
wrong?
the
How
fuck?
do,
Why
like,
the fuck does she think she deserved leeway, motherfucker? I don't know you.
apparently.
I don't. And even if I did know you, you still wouldn't get leeway to cross my motherfucking boundaries.
Entitlement. She's like, oh, she's an atheist. I'm an atheist. Let me just get up there and like.
She didn't see that. She thought we were believers. She's dumb.
And I can't stand a motherfucker that say, you're just gonna have to kick me. Bitch, you are abusive as hell.
You ain't no better than a man.
Did I just take a puff in my microphone?
Well,
Seven Science said, think is my favorite person to vape with. I must have just puffed in the microphone. Well, puff pass. Did y'all see that video where the whales were getting high off a puff up?
yeah, passing it around. I said, y'all go now. I'll be high all day. I get it.
That shit is insane. I say, well, damn. I learned that animals get STDs because they out here fucking and being hoes. Now they out here puff passing.
Oh yeah, dolphins. It was a dolphin.
Yeah, dolphins. Kairasha. How the fuck you say this name?
Yeah, I tried and I gave up. You about closer than I was. Shit.
Kirasha.
Charisma.
There's no charisma. Ain't no way.
What?
I don't bring up TikTok jail numbers. If you don't have a username, I won't add you to the stage. If you're trying to come up, please add a username to your account. Be more than happy to have a conversation with you.
Think I remember when you said you don't believe in autism.
I didn't say no shit like that.
No, you didn't say that. You said, I really liked it because you were like, neurodivergent is a weird term.
I said I don't like when people say neurotypical because everyone is neurodivergent.
Yeah. I honestly agree with that. Like, what is I understand like there's a correct way to reason, but neurodivergent doesn't mean unreasonable. So what does it mean to be neurotypical? Like, what does that even mean?
Like there's only one way to think.
It's the Western structure.
Y'all, don't nobody block her. Don't nobody block her, dumbass. Mute her, but don't block her. Make her block her own motherfucking self. She got fucking fingers.
You ain't got to tell me twice to mute her stupid ass.
Like, that's dumb. Can y'all block me? Like, when they say dumb shit like that, they're saying, I don't have self-control and I'm addicted to this live because y'all are too fucking cool and I don't know how to pull myself away. So can y'all help me out? That's what you saying. It's the dumbest shit ever. Yeah, we'll block you. We'll block you. Like, I never knew your ass. Divine ass just gone. This is a punishment for her motherfucking ass.
But I had already blocked that. No, did I mute them? That account was already muted. No, you said anytime somebody else comes in and types in caps, they did that and I blocked them. That must be another account or TikTok is tripping.
Yeah, because they're doing it on purpose to be disrespectful because it's in them. Like, that's the only way they can defend Jesus or defend their God belief. They don't read the Bible. They're pissed that we do. They're mad at themselves because they can't come up here and talk to us intellectually about the Bible, so they act petulant and immature and violent and disrespectful. That's their defense of Jesus.
They view this place as like a rehab center. They're addicted to the live, and they're like, just block me. I can't get enough. You know, like mind you, they could block themselves the
Well,
entire
they're
time because
they're
they could
very
block you.
childish because they think them say like it's the intention behind it. If I type this, it's gonna hurt their feelings if I tell them that I want to be blocked from their live. But they actually think that they matter that much that a person will be like, oh no, why do you want to be blocked? Oh no, like I don't mean anything. Let me no longer go live because motherfuckers want to be blocked from my live. Like I don't know, like they're used to being cyber bullies and they think that it's gonna work on everybody, I guess. I don't know.
But I'm telling you, when I say ever, like these days, like getting a little deeper into like, cause most of my schooling was like prerequisite classes and shit. But like now I'm really getting into like the nitty gritty of like psychological states and shit. And just like how you able to advance thinking and advance the brain. And when I tell you, there's clinical research that shows that these motherfuckers are just dumb. And one of the things that you can tell with how dumb they are and how low their IQ is the fucking their grandiose idea of themselves. Like literally like living that shit out now, I can just see like they're so dumb. Like it's and then they have the highest, when I say the highest level of like adoration for themselves, it's crazy. Oh my God. Like seeing this shit in real time is I get chills sometimes because it's like I'm reading, like I'm seeing my studies in real time. Like, oh my God.
It's insane because they'll come in here and say that they're not worthy and that they're filthy rags to their God, but they're very egotistical and they have
Yes.
high opinions about themselves, even when they lack basic reading comprehension. Like it's the most sadistic bullshit ever.
It's so twisted. Like, oh my God. Like it literally blows my mind. Because again, these are fathers, mothers, CEOs, like these are people that run businesses. These are people that drive cars. Like, oh my God, I don't know how to deal with it. Like, I don't know. Maybe the older I get, the more I figure out how to like conceptualize this shit, but it blows my mind.
But why do you think the belief in Jesus produces very immature personalities though? Because that's what they're showing us. They're showing us a lot of immaturity. Like very rarely do we get a believer who can come in here, accept the fact that we do not believe and challenge thoughts. Very rarely. They always come in here on the defense, immature and egotistical. Like, why do you think that is the result of this belief? That guy that was on Mama Bash's live yesterday, the Orthodox guy, and how he kept talking to Mama Bash, he kept being rude for no reason, fighting the mute button for no damn reason. And there seems to be a cycle, like a consistent personality that shows up. And we were talking about that yesterday, how we don't really have to ask them if they are a believer because just even their tone of voice lets us know the moment they open their mouth or how they enter the stage. Why? Why is this the result?
Thinker, if I give you the answer, it's gonna sound like I'm explaining it away, but I'm not, okay? It's the brain, right? It's the way the brain functions, okay? Your amygdala, that is responsible for your fight or flight, right? And a lot of it is just, it's the way they're brought up, this indoctrination, right? A lot of us, we kind of had a little pockets of time where we let our frontal lobe do the work instead of our amygdala. Does that make sense? So like we had a little pocket of time where we were able to kind of express like critical thinking, even though our parents were like, you know what, just think about Jesus, right? These set of people that eventually
deconstruct from it, right? Like we're low-key a miracle because we're kind of standing out outside of that shit. But for them, this is their identity now. So it affects their amygdala, which is like at that point, they're just, the frontal lobe is not working no more. There's no need for reasoning no more. Yeah, like they're already just like thinking about how to survive that whole interaction instead of like rationally going through the conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I don't understand. Like before you even gave your answer, Palm Tree and the comments she said I disagree. She disagreed with my lived experience. Like how do you just disagree with someone else's lived experience? There was nothing to disagree with. And she just typed I disagree before you even gave your answer.
Right. No reasoning. There's no need for it. Your frontal lobe is shrunken. It doesn't need to function anymore. The amygdala takes over. You don't need to really think about that shit. You just fucking type nonsense.
Do you guys reckon that bad people adopt this religion, or that this religion makes bad people?
I
Or is
think
it a little
both.
bit of both? Yeah, I was
Both,
thinking
for
that.
sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Because it's like a
What kind of?
psychopath or a sociopath, you know?
Yeah,
That's how
one's
I look
made
at
and
it.
one's made and
Exactly.
one's born.
One's born.
Yeah, I can see that. What do you think the people who are like kind of born look like? Do you reckon they're like the pastors and the leaders and the super strong ones who are like heavy in it? You reckon it's those ones that are born like that?
I don't know. I think that it could be either or. I think it's crazy that they think that creation is enough to follow immorality, right? Or they think that creation is enough to forego thinking or using their brain or logic. Like they always say, "Who created you?" What I hear is, "God created me, so I don't need to think," or "God created me, so it doesn't matter if I follow immoral things, or I just do whatever God said because He created me. It doesn't matter if He's good. It doesn't matter if He's evil," which is a lie, right? Because if His creation, if Him being God and Him creating them was enough, they would not have to label Him as all good. He could just be what He is. But they fight to keep the image of Him being all good and all loving because they know that Him being their creator isn't really enough. They just lie.
Tell me if you think this is correlated. So you know how some people like have kids that do really messed up things and they defend them because when they were kids they did messed up things and their parents defended them. Do you reckon this is like that ties into what you sort of said where like, oh my god, I had the point, I had the connection, I lost it. Wait.
No,
Give
look
me a
what it
minute.
says.
This was
Just thinker. You're using your own understanding. You and God aren't equal. Where did I say God thinks? I didn't say shit about what the God thinks or what the God understands. They don't fucking think. They don't think at all. You can't use the God's understanding to determine if the God is good. You have to use your own understanding, your own analysis to determine whether something is good or not. Like, god damn, y'all don't think for shit. I'm sorry, Venus. Did you find your point?
it's along the lines of you created it so you can like fuck with it and still be good because you created it.
Basically, they're saying that God created them to play with them. Like, if God wanted to molest them, He could because He created them. If God wanted to,
Exactly.
yeah, if God wanted to kill them, he could because he created them. They are God's G.I. Joe dolls.
Do you think they view their children like that too?
Some of them do.
Yeah, that was the correlation I was trying to draw. Yeah.
I can't say all of them do, but some of them do. Some of them
No,
think
not all.
children have no autonomy whatsoever. They think they own their children and they can do and say whatever they want to their child.
Yeah, like might makes right sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's literally what causes that damage to your frontal lobe, where it's like, okay, we don't need to do work then. We need to focus on surviving. Like we don't need the reasoning part. We could just go with the answers that's been given to us, and we're good. And then you form more and more neural pathways on top of that shit. Like it's so sick.
Like, I just want to know why they are insufferable people. And why does a belief system that they believe rest on loving your neighbor as yourself makes them insufferable to humans? Like, why? Why? Like, what is it? I understand what you're saying, like as far as the brain, but the God belief is what's affecting the brain. Why does that make them harmful to humans, rude to humans, inconsiderate to humans, when the primary thing that they are telling themselves is that the whole entire belief is to love your neighbor as yourself?
I had a
No,
revelation.
wait, oh, sorry, Venus. So, just really quick, so I don't lose what I'm about to say.
You got it.
Honestly, low key, high key, that really low, like it kind of goes right back to, because you can tell yourself whatever the fuck you want. You can tell other people whatever you want. But the way your brain is structured is always going to physically show itself. Does that make sense? Like these are people that have low brain capacity. And there's research that shows that people that are dumb are usually most violent. People that are dumb, people that don't have, people that can't necessarily use their brains and their frontal lobes don't work correctly, they're usually very violent, even though they can be looking you dead in the eye and saying, I'm a good guy. They're usually very violent, even whether they know it, whether they're doing it on purpose. They could be saying one thing, but their actions are showing the exact opposite. It's still the brain.
But what does the God belief have to do with that?
That's what comforts the frontal lobe to not, like, you don't need to exercise anymore because we have something that we're already conditioned to. Like, you don't need to expand and exercise yourself. You just shrink, stay in one state, and it stays there, and then your amygdala is given control to just do whatever the fuck it wants.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't think it's still not answering my question. Like, I get what you're saying as far as the effect of fundamental beliefs, right? And them not exercising their brain when it comes to thinking. And I agree. I always say ignorance breeds violence. That violence exists or survives because ignorance survives. And I agree with you that most violence results from a community of ignorant people. I agree with that 100%. I'm still not getting the God connection, because there are people who are not as ignorant as the people that we talk to in here, right? And they still are rude motherfuckers who are believers, right? Like,
I think
I'm trying to figure out why the God belief gives them this type of personality, even the ones that have some intelligence.
I think because the belief system is fundamentally based off of fear, and closer to what Ria said, fear shuts down the most intelligent person's reasoning capabilities, and you bring down that primal need for survival. So, like, they could be like a rocket scientist, but that belief system will always have this like most primal like defense mechanism on it.
But the fear is only when they're being challenged, right? They're rude even when they're not being challenged. They're rude to their kids. They're rude to their neighbors, right? Like they have this very egotistical, like they preach love and compassion, but they lack that. That's what I'm saying. Like even their lack of compassion isn't about fear. Remember when they were all over TikTok dancing because Snap got shut down?
Yeah.
Like what the fuck makes them be these,
They think they're better than everyone
It's
else. That's why.
comfort,
So
really.
they feel like they don't owe anyone any respect because they're chosen, and all that matters is between them and their God. Once they've successfully been brainwashed, that includes the removal of like regulatory hormones that, control your empathy and stuff like that. Those get removed because it's very hard to have empathy while like also empathy for people who you view as like cursed. And
but
this
what's
goes into
removing
what
the empathy is what I'm asking. Why they have a belief that in order for them to be saved, they have to love their neighbor as themselves. But that results in a lack of empathy. What's removing the empathy is what I'm
It's
asking.
it's the way their neural pathways are formed. So like
But
I
what's
don't
affecting
know.
that? What's causing that?
No, that's literally it. From like literally from childhood, like
From
child
birth?
development, huh?
From birth?
Yes, from birth, literally, because your neural pathways form the person that you like. When I'm speaking of the fear that happens with your amygdala, I'm not talking about the initial fear that they're having while they're having this. Like your brain is conditioned a certain way that even when sometimes you're in no threat whatsoever, because you form certain neural pathways, your amygdala is still gonna react regardless.
So
Does that
you're
make
you're saying
sense?
the God belief doesn't have anything to do with it. It's the way their brain was formed in the womb.
Right. It could be done with anything.
So the God belief doesn't have anything to do with it?
Not necessarily. It's any belief can do that. If I'm saying like the anything you can condition the brain to do that with anything. Like
That's what
it
I'm
could
saying. So
literally it could be like a whistle and
that's
they
what
would respond.
that's what I'm saying. So you're saying that let's say there was no belief in a God.
Mhm.
These same people would be rude, unempathetic, hateful, violent, regardless if there was no belief in a God, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that environment is what forms their brains that way, and then you get the adults that you see today.
Right. So okay. So you're not saying that their brain was formed that way in the womb. You're saying that
No.
indoctrination got them that way.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what is it about the indoctrination that affects the brain that way? Because what they're being taught is love your neighbor as yourself. But for some reason, love your neighbor as yourself turns into hate your neighbor in their brain. Why is that indoctrination having the opposite effect on that brain?
Because usually you're not like at least for me, in the belief, you're not only taught love your neighbor as yourself, you're also being simultaneously taught to hate other people. Does that make sense?
I was never taught to hate other people, and there are people in my family that act just like these people.
Well, I mean, they're not going to say, oh, outright hate these people, right? But there is a, we are the people, and then these other people are not doing it right. There's always a sense of that in any of these religions whatsoever. There's always a sense of we are the ones doing this correctly. And when you form neural pathways around those types of thinking, you're shutting down rationality. Your frontal lobe is shrinking over time and forming neural pathways that say, well, empathy only looks like what I feel like empathy looks like, right? If I'm good to my family and I'm chilling, the little homophobic thoughts that I might have, Kojic people might not be going to heaven like I'm fucking going. Like all those little things contribute to the people that you like that get vomited out today. Like you can never really specifically find and say, okay, well,
this neural pathway is because of like the God belief. It's a full circle with everything that you're taught day in, day out. The things that are being preached to you day in, day out over time. That's why it's like some psychopaths are not all bad. Sociopaths are not all bad, but you find the ones that are either prone to violence, right? Usually they're the ones that are very, starved of resources, don't have enough education. You will find those sociopaths or psychopaths usually bored as fuck, and then they start fucking with people. But a lot of there
But
are
that would be
functioning
true without a God
sociopaths.
belief, though, right?
Huh?
That would even be true if that person didn't believe in a God.
Yes.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If it's true, even if they don't believe in a God, then that's not what I'm asking. Right.
I
But
think that
what about the
Hold
people
on.
that do
Hold on.
believe?
Hold on. What I'm asking, like, I understand that there are bad people in the world with or without a God belief. Right. I get that. And I'm not questioning those. I'm not asking about those people or those situations that can happen even if there's not a God belief. I'm
think
talking about the people who do believe in a God and the behaviors that they express because of that belief in a God. That's what I'm talking about. I don't understand why the belief in the God causes them to behave in that way when they are saying, my belief in the God tells me to love, but they do the opposite, right? I get the neurology, and what you're describing right now is something that can happen to a brain, whether it has a God belief or not. That's not what I'm questioning. I agree with that 100%. I don't understand why the God belief does the
I think
opposite.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm the one not explaining, because I'm not necessarily explaining and saying, okay, hey, there's other people that I'm saying when there's a society like that is based on certain norms, like it's easy to say that you're a good person, right? You can say the words, right? But your actual personality and what your brain has been conditioned to do is gonna show regardless. Does that make sense?
Right. So you're saying that the God belief doesn't matter. When you
No.
say it's going to show regardless because of how your brain is wired, you're
Mhm.
saying even without the God, it's
No,
what
I'm
is
not saying that.
What do you say? What does regardless
I'm
mean?
saying that not in spite of the God belief, but because of the God belief, right? Because that person has been conditioned that way, like even though like because the conditioning is not like, at least the way I saw my belief system in Christianity, even though there was like okay, we love each other, there was still people being spiteful in the church. There was still a lot of stuff that you can look and say, we're supposed to be loving each other, but that's not right. But it then gets normalized, and we have generations built on that normalization, built on that cognitive dissonance, that we're supposed to be saying this, right? But we're not doing that. But it's not something that they're gonna outright say, oh, well, even though we're supposed to be loving each other, we're just not doing it. No, their actions is what's gonna show you that they're not doing it. But to them, they believe that they are loving one another.
Right, but those are all the things I'm asking. Why does it affect them that way? I don't think I'm explaining what I'm asking. I'm not articulating it right.
I think I kind of understand what you're saying. And I think that maybe it's along the lines of maybe the way that they are taught to perceive love. And when it says love your neighbor like you love yourself, they don't really think about what that actually means.
Right.
They just kind of hear it and they think it's a good thing and they rejoice. It's also that when they think of loving themselves, they're not really taught how to do that. They are always taught that they have to internalize a lot of the hatred that they carry around, and that it's wrong to hate certain things, and they have no outlet. So they're rude to people every chance they get to sort of get out a little bit of that anger that the religion forces them to keep inside of them. It's like how a lot of like Mormons are forced to just be happy all the time. Holding in those emotions can actually damage your brain, and it just any chance they get to be hateful in some way, get a reaction out of people, to feel like they exist, to get some sort of emotional release from the anger that's pent up. I think that the way religion informs that is by teaching you to hold back that anger. It actually damages your nervous system when you
Yeah.
do that. So it's why I find them being rude at every opportunity they get, because they're not taught what a healthy outlet or what love looks like. They think love has no boundaries. So when you get really close to them, they think, okay, I can do whatever I want to you now because that's what was done to me. And those people
Now
told
that
me they
makes
loved
sense.
me.
That the when it says love your neighbor, it's vague and they're not taught what that
Yeah.
actually means. That
Yeah,
that
so they
makes
just
sense.
look at the examples that was given to them, which is bad and internally damaging, and then they have that anger inside them that damages their nervous system, and they like they release it on everyone. That's what I've noticed. It's so bad
So then
every chance
Paul
they get.
Paul saying that you don't have a law and all you have to do is love your neighbor and that's enough. Anything goes.
Yeah.
And that's why. That's why they all behave that way.
Yeah, it's
Because
just
it's anything
words.
goes.
Yeah, it's just words. Like that rationale, like Venus literally just explained. That's why I was like, maybe I'm not explaining it right. Like the little time that you would actually take to process, am I actually being loving? They don't have that ability. They're
I don't
just
think they
reciting the shit.
I don't think they have a defined definition of what it to
Right.
even compare it to. Like, despite the fact that they don't have the mental capacity to stop and introspect, even if they did have the brain capacity to stop and introspect, they don't have anything to
To stand
compare
on,
it
yeah.
to because of the vagueness of love your neighbor as you love yourself. And so
Right.
that's why they all behave that way.
Yeah, there's no standard example.
That
It's
makes
just,
sense.
yeah,
Yeah,
depending on where you're raised and, it's whatever.
that makes sense. Yeah. Why did Zolo leave? They were begging to come up.
I think they get scared because they keep coming up and then jumping right back down.
Maria, me. It doesn't matter to me. People stream my live. I got people streaming my live in fucking Trinidad. Maria, me.
I think it might be Mariam.
Mariam. Didn't correct it. She didn't say that. She ain't there.
No, you're right. You're right.
Oh, Special K, I didn't mean to add you. Special K, if you are trying to come up on purpose, can you put a nerd emoji in the box in the chat? What's up, Six?
Howdy. I was enjoying the conversation you and Rhea and Venus were having, because in my head, the way I was perceiving it, I don't know if I can hop on this. I know it's over. I can still hop on it or no?
Yeah, you can give your thoughts on it.
Yeah. When Rhea was talking about it, and you was asking how does the God concept affect it, and to me, it's much like how the patriarchy is amplified by Christianity, or Christianity amplifies patriarchy and a lot of men. It's the same way. The God amplifies the unchecked trauma, the unchecked neurological pathways that a lot of people never grew out of. And so once the brain finds one comfort answer and everyone around them is in support of that one answer that they've locked onto, a lot of them either have emotional attachment, they believe it works, and so they try to make reality wrap around that one answer. They're doing it kind of subconsciously.
One answer to what? Like we're talking about their like
Right.
lack of compassion, empathy. Like when you say wrap it around one answer, what do you mean? Like one
The
answer to
one
what?
answer. So the one answer would be like, well, I think they believe that they are loving you the way Jesus would, or the way Jesus showed the disciples. So around that one answer, the one answer is just the God belief.
Yeah, like the vagueness in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's empty. So whenever they're challenged, they feel attacked and they feel like
Oh, I
they
know why
have.
they act the way they act when they're
Oh, okay
challenged.
then.
Yeah, I'm not asking about them being challenged because they don't even have to be challenged to be rude.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they are just rude. Like they enter the stage rude. And so my question is like, what makes them all behave that way? You could be in the grocery store and they are just rude. Like they lack compassion. When they were all over TikTok dancing because people who were on food stamps had to go without food for months. They were
That's insane.
celebrating that, you know. They're just rude people. And I was wondering, like, why does the God belief have that effect when they teach that Jesus wants them to love their neighbor as himself? Jesus wants them to care for the poor. Jesus wants them to, care for the sick, care for the orphans, and everything that they say Jesus wants them to do to express this love. They do the complete opposite. They teach the complete opposite. And I
Right.
was wondering why the God belief has that effect. Like it has the opposite effect of what's coming out of their mouth. Their actions are in the reverse. But Venus, like it makes sense what Venus said, and and it attaches to what Rhea said, how it affects the brain. The definition of love your neighbor as you love yourself is very vague, and so they're just taught that, right? And then they are raised in an environment where the opposite is done. And so that affects their neurological pathways and how they define how they're supposed to love other humans.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so
Right.
it just becomes, and the crazy thing is that it's happening in a majority Christian households. Like that's the crazy thing. Like
No, yeah.
I saw a video yesterday of a young girl. She looked like she might be 26, 27. And she was talking about her experience with Christianity, and she's just now starting her deconstruction journey. And she was talking about how, the Christians that she know, how they are rude. They are gossipers. They, are responsible for a lot of hurt in the church of a lot of people. Like she was just, sharing her experience, and I was sitting there thinking, like, this is insane that, there are way too many people who have this type of experience with people who call themselves loving Christians of an all loving, peaceful God. The opposite is the result. But then they say that the fruit of the Spirit is gentleness, but they lack that. Is
Right.
self-control, and they lack that. Right? Is peace, they lack that. But they claim that they have this Spirit. Like it's just mind blowing how they all behave the same way. And what, like Rhea said yesterday, you would know them by their fruit, and the fruit is rotten. Like the fruit is them having a really bad personality that is dismissive of the next
Right.
human being, while they're claiming the fruit is loving, it's peaceful, it's gentle, it's in control. Right? It's what their mouth says, their bodies do the opposite.
Right. No, I feel like to them, those are just words, and those words don't really have, like Venus was saying, that it's not really defined for them. So those words just mean whatever they already perceive it to be, or what they're used to in their environments. And so in the churches where there's a lot of gossip going around, and a lot of like I don't know, unbrotherly, unloving energy. I don't know. I'm not gonna say this all churches, but a good amount of them are like that, and so shaming others for the way they are, or how they're how they're presenting is to them loving, because they are ashamed for their so-called sin or for whatever they've done. So they think that's being loving. They don't have the understanding of like any of those other terms, how to be peaceful, how to be loving, any of those terms. They just know it's a word and know its definition, but they don't know how to express it like physically. So that's the end result that you're seeing.
Yeah, like these are people who believe that a God had to become human to die for them and give them grace and mercy because they're flawed humans. And they needed this grace and mercy, but they refused to give grace and mercy to the human that they can see. And it makes me wonder if the fact that they give more respect to what they cannot see, which, so could it also be that they have more love and respect for the God that they cannot see, but the God is they can talk to the God and feel the God because they've talked to and feel themselves when they get, the chills in their bodies, the dopamine effect. Like to them, that's God, but it's still them.
Yeah.
And so in some way, because they have more respect for what they cannot see, they're dismissive of what they can see, and it somehow increases the love for themselves because they are, in many ways, the God that they are in love with, the God that they respect and love, is themselves.
Yeah, because who's gonna always be there for you? You, right?
True.
I
You
think
ain't
that
going nowhere.
That is true.
I think that in particular, I've noticed the trend in the way they think. The good thoughts, good things is God. Bad thoughts, bad things is the devil. So they don't actually love all of themselves. They only love the good part, which they associate with a God. So the part that makes them happy, the part that comforts them, they attribute that to a completely separate entity. Because if they were to put them together, you'd realize that you don't like a lot of more of the things that go on in your head than you do sometimes,
But I
especially when
think
you're
that
living
gives them control
in
over
a
their
world of
devil.
fear.
I think that gives them more control over their devil because they can tap into their God that's inside of them and just rebuke their devil or stump their devil out. Like I think they have way more control over their devil.
I mean, it's more so like, so it's not only like manifest, it's like the thoughts are also intrusive. Like you can't get that out of your head. It's why they call it like sin and it's like temptation because they can't actually control. It's like the not alter ego, it's like the subconscious mind. Like the certain things they don't like about themselves that the religion tells them that they shouldn't like about themselves that are a part of human nature, like their lust,
Yeah, but they
and
explain that away with spiritual warfare and say I'm that special to God that's why the devil's after me. So that increases their ego. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like so I think it's the God that they don't see that they can feel and talk to, which is themselves, that causes them to be dismissive of the humans that they do see. Because every time they have one of these feelings, one of these conversations, one of these experiences with the God visiting them with these chills and dopamine effects, right? Every visit makes them feel more special to the God, and which, i.e., makes them fall even more in love with themselves. Because I was trying to figure out, like, how the fuck do they believe that they're worth filthy rags while at the same time have a very, very high opinion of themselves? That makes sense. The relationship they have with the God that they can't see, it increases every time they have these so-called experiences with the God, which increases their ego.
It's literally the same process, even with the devil, like you're saying. Every time they win a battle, every time they beat cancer, every time they that's why I don't necessarily think a lot of Christians, especially these days, even do the whole "it's the devil" thing anymore. Like even when they do, they've already claimed victory, right? They've already claimed that the God that they know, has already fulfilled it. So like when you reaffirm yourself like that over and over again, you're literally playing both sides. You're deciding when God wins and when the devil wins. I mean, you don't need no director. You don't need a producer. You got your whole movie right
I
there.
think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's what's producing these type of personalities right there. They're reaffirming themselves over and over again, which
Training
gives them
them.
some sense of control. And I think the God makes them feel like they're in control.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree with that.
They're only filthy rags to the God, not to anyone else, or necessarily sometimes to themselves.
And I
Yeah.
think the filthy rags is still only metaphor. Like I think they tell us that they're filthy rags to the God just to show that that the God is above them.
Yep.
But in actuality, because they continue to reaffirm themselves, they tell themselves that that's special to the God, and they don't necessarily see themselves as filthy rags to the God. Because it's very narcissistic to think that they have this all-powerful God who is responsible for everything in the world, is in a one-on-one relationship with them, to the point to where it takes its time out of its busy life or busy existence to reaffirm them and everything that they need. You know what I'm saying? Like that's narcissistic as fuck to be like, God is allowing children to be blown up. God is allowing, children to be raped and go hungry, but he really pays attention to me.
And
That's
then
where
gonna turn around.
the conceitedness, that's what it is. Conceitedness. That's where the conceitedness comes in.
And then they turn around the next minute trying to convince you that they're filthy rags.
Yeah.
Huh?
And I think that's only for show, just to show that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. That
They've
makes
already
sense. That makes
they've
sense.
already demonized humans and already like labeled them as unworthy. So I could see why they treat humans poorly and why they treat the God with more compassion, and they always try to find like excuses for the God because they've already like said, well, it's the fault of humans. It's the humans' fault. Humans are not good, and they have a frame. They created like a framework, like a shadow of who they supposed to hate, and it's in their form, so they just hate that.
Yeah, I don't even think, like, I honestly don't think, like, when they refer, like Thinker is saying, I don't think when they refer to humans as sinful and filthy rags or anything like that, like, I don't think they're seeing themselves per se as said filthy rags. Like, it's just like what we're saying when it's like, okay, yeah, I'm a nice guy, but I just beat my girlfriend up 2 seconds ago, actually, right? It's just, you just saying the words because a nice guy can mean whatever the fuck you want it to mean, right? There's no actual definition to the shit. So I think like in that framework, that's how they're able to like have this confidence and just be so violent in it while turning around and trying to convince you that they're actually very humble. Like, look at fucking what's
That's why
his name? What's the name of that dude that be coming in here and only want to talk about himself? What's his name?
God's running.
God, yeah. Like he's a perfect fucking example.
Sucks.
He will tell you how amazing of a person he is, and turn around and be like, "But yeah, I'm chosen. That's just God just chose me. Like what?"
And he refused to apologize to Lawrence. Like he cussed Lawrence out. Then he repented to Jesus and got forgiven on stage. And when I pointed out that he went straight to Jesus and not the person he offended who was sitting on stage with him, he still refused. He made excuses for why he didn't apologize to Lawrence, but he still didn't do it, and said that Jesus had already forgiven him. Like they don't, even with that, like they don't care about the human that they can see, because the most important thing to them is what they cannot see, because it reaffirms them, because that thing that they cannot see is also them.
It's the safety
Yeah,
blanket.
it's their ego.
Yeah, that's what it is. We're meeting their fucking egos.
Yep.
I feel like it's
the
a safety
the
blanket
the
And the
good
because
part of
belief system has
themselves.
an effect on their egos. That's what it
It's sort
is.
of it's sort of like it's why I love Mama Bash's prompt of are they gaslighting themselves? Because to their understanding, this God knows their thoughts. So if they convince themselves of something completely irrational, then they're innocent now. So if they convince themselves that in that moment they think that they're dirty rags, they think that that'll appease the God. But that's like a defense mechanism. They don't actually think that they're dirty rags, but they do that and they convince themselves in that instance to try and convince the God that they're humble. But they don't actually feel that way. They're just gaslighting themselves to appease this God. Does that make sense?
no, I'm following because like a lot of them don't even give themselves credit for the achievements they've made because they just some of them actually just believe that yeah, I couldn't have done this because I'm a shitty rag. So yeah, I can see that.
I mean, it's like that lady that was on Mama Bash Live yesterday, right? She would, like the way that she was very defensive and even reading the King James, she said that the Bible didn't matter. The lady that came up the night before last and originally said she wanted to tell Christians that they should think more because they need to get deeper into the theology to discuss it with the atheists. And then when I got deeper into the theology with her, she said the Bible doesn't matter. Her personal experiences matter. Like it's why we're starting to see them discard the Bible and say that the Bible doesn't matter. Because what matters to them is that like literally they are their God. And they're and whatever version of the God they've created for themselves to make them feel how they feel, they're going to protect that because the God is them. And while at the same time needing the authority of the religion, the history that's backed behind it, and the Bible to back whatever God they've created, to validate it. Does that make sense? To
Oh,
make
I'm
it real
tracking.
to them, huh?
No, I'm tracking. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But do you guys reckon, so to them, what do you guys think the devil is? Because to me, it's like they just attribute the devil to anything they don't like because they assume
Yeah.
since the God is themselves that the God won't like it too. So they call that the devil.
I
What
think
do you
anything
guys think?
that they think is suffering, pain, discomfort is the devil. Like the fact that we ask these questions that makes them uncomfortable, the devil, right? If they have a bad day at work, that's mental pain, uncomfortableness, the devil. Like, and they have way more faith. I don't even think they need faith for the devil. They know their devil. They don't have to pray that their devil exists. They don't have to have faith that their devil exists because they just know that with life, bad shit happens. The devil's gonna show up. Like they know that. They have to have faith in whatever version of a God they created because they don't know at any given time what their God would do because they are limited themselves, right? The God is them. So when they pray and ask the God to, bless them with a job, they go through the motions of, trying to get the job, but they have no idea whether their God is going to answer their prayer. But they know that they know something bad always happens. They're always waiting for the shoe to drop. And that's their devil. They don't have to anticipate it. They don't have to hope and pray that the devil is real. Because if the devil is real, then their God is real. They don't have to hope for that. You see what
Why
I'm
do you
saying?
reckon? Yeah. Why do you reckon they experience more of these spiritual attacks the deeper they go into it? Do you think that I think that it might be maybe because they're doing more psychological harm to themselves and having more delusions. So more of the devil because that makes them feel bad. Devil is the bad feeling. What do you think it might be?
I
I
think they're
don't know.
identifying the issue incorrectly, and instead of like really like digging into it, because life is complicated, and like dealing with yourself is even more complicated, and that's why we need second help. Therapy helps. So since it's too complex, they prefer the easy way out or the easy answer, even though it's a non-answer. Saying it's the devil is easier than to say that, hey man, I got some issues that I really have to look into, and I got to work on it. It's easy to say, you know what, I'm gonna turn my life to this thing, and I'm gonna be a-okay. And then they do it, and then they feel like, yeah, I feel okay now. They've created their own soothingness, like a safety blanket, pretty much.
Yeah,
But
no,
why is it?
I think to, oh no, go ahead. I was
No,
gonna
I was just
answer.
reiterating my question.
Okay, yeah, go
But I want,
reiterate and now answer.
yeah. But like, why is it that they have more spiritual attacks? Like the world around them, like it may be like worse sometimes, but I don't think that every time a believer is getting more spiritual attacks, that means that their life is necessarily going more into shit, because that makes them believe in it even more. So why do they get more of their spiritual attacks the more they believe?
Yeah,
I don't have an answer for that because I can't quantify that. I've not witnessed them getting more suffering than any other human. So I can't answer that.
So are you saying that like they suffer more, or like you're saying they're just getting more spiritual attacks, as in like in their heads? Like, what do you
Yeah,
mean by
like
Like what
spiritual
would
yeah,
be
attack?
like
defined as a spiritual attack
Mm-hmm.
though? Because what they call spiritual attacks is just them suffering.
Right.
yeah,
So are you
yeah, that's
saying
what I
like
mean. Like
psychological stuff, or?
yeah, like cuz when I like a lot of people I know, when they say that they got really deep into the faith, that they started seeing more demons, and that, the devil doesn't want your soul. You're an atheist, he already has it. But I get a lot of spiritual attacks because, the devil's fighting harder for me. Like what? Like you
I
guys have
think
heard
they're
of
just
that,
talking
like,
about their
right?
sleep paralysis. Like that. Yeah, I think they're just talking about. And Lord's had sleep paralysis, and she ain't a believer. She ain't never been a believer.
Yeah, it does take an effect on the brain. Like the amount of people that are actually walking around schizophrenic and prone to hallucinations. Like if you actually look at studies, it's not that hard for people to hallucinate. So yeah, like it's not that hard for people to see shit and hear shit. Like what auditory hallucinations, all that stuff. So like I think that, like at least from just little bit that I know about damage to the brain and not letting it do its thing. Like if you don't it's just like a muscle. You don't exercise it, it's not gonna fucking do its like what it's supposed to do. So it's just gonna like fucking do whatever. It's gonna function off of what you feed it. And if you're somebody that believes that you're gonna see a fucking demon, so in the night, then you're predisposed to absolutely seeing said demon.
I mean, like, why do babies see monsters? Like 5 is 2, and he's already telling
Yeah,
us that he sees monsters in the dark.
yeah, because he has a baby brain.
Exactly. Like, and for these grown ass adults to be talking about a demon stood in front of them and scared them the
Exactly.
shit out into paralysis, like that's like the mind of a 2-year-old. Like,
Yeah,
and then
undeveloped.
they never ask themselves like why the demons just show up, stand in front of them, and scare the shit out of them. Like they're first off, they're laying in the bed at their most vulnerable moment, their sleep. If a demon wanted to actually attack them, that would be the perfect time to do it, not just scare the shit out of them. And which is why they don't like it when I go through the questioning with them and I ask, okay, so what does the demon do? Oh, it just scares me, and then I call on Jesus and then leave. I said, oh, okay. And after you call on Jesus, has your faith decreased by meeting this demon or increased? It has increased. Oh, so the demon showed up with the purposes of attacking you so that you would call on Jesus and thereby end with believing in Jesus more. And then they stop and they go, well, no. Okay, let me ask you again. When the demon left, did you have less faith in Jesus? No. Okay. When the demon left, did you have more faith or solidify faith that the name of Jesus works? Yes. So, okay, the demon shows up to increase your faith in Jesus, because that's all that's happening there. Like the demon isn't coming to take away your faith in Jesus. Like the demon showing up isn't attacking your faith. There's no reason. Like, it's like, oh, demons don't scare you in your sleep because they already got you. What? Make that make sense.
Sleepless nights. We also get sleepless nights as well. It makes no difference. Sometimes I don't sleep. I'm stressed about other things. Not demons though, because I've run out of that. But yeah, I got that though.
And then the demons never bother them when they're awake. They don't go. They don't be standing in the grocery store and then the demon just pops up and then they go into paralysis.
Because the light thinker, there's too much light.
I mean, sometimes they do.
No, they don't, Venus. No, they don't. Like, they're not going into no paralysis standing in the middle of the grocery store. But like,
you ever see church?
Like, right, the demons ain't bothering them at church. Like, but they never talk about what the demon has taken from them, right? Like, if the demon is attacking them, what did the demon do to make you want to give up on Jesus when it comes and paralyzes you in your sleep? If the demon's goal is to take you away from Jesus, what is paralyzing you in your sleep? How what's the strategy here? How is that a good strategy for making a believer leave Jesus?
It's Dungeons and Dragons, thinker. It's like, if I believe I cast fireball, fuck what the dungeon master says. I cast fireball.
I didn't get that. I'm sorry.
Dungeons and Dragons reference.
I've never seen Dungeons and Dragons
You
or
never
played the game.
It's a board game. Okay, I'm sorry.
And it a movie too?
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie or played the game.
I feel like Six Pain, they're the dungeon master too. They're the dungeon master, and they're all the characters except for the bad one.
Yeah, I could see that. And I feel like their imagination is just amplified by this story. You know how when you're a kid, your parents tell you a scary story, and then it becomes amplified when it all goes dark and you can't really make out anything. So like your brain starts to hallucinate and envision that the pile of clothes you left on the chair is the demon sitting there looking at you. Yeah, that was me. I was that kid.
Yeah, and that makes sense for logical minded people. But when they say demons don't bother atheists because they already have atheists, then I need them to explain to me this demon strategy for fucking with them in their sleep. Because the only thing that happens is that they end up believing in Jesus more every single fucking time. And then the demon just keeps coming back. Like, to me, it seems like the demon is there to keep that person in the belief. Like when Paul says that he asked God to remove the stone, the messenger of Satan, out of his side, right off of him. And his answer from God was, my grace is sufficient. It's to keep you there, to keep you humble. So that means that the demon, the messenger from Satan, that the God allowed to stay attached to Paul, is there to keep Paul in the faith. Why would I not think that these demons are doing the same thing? They're there to keep them in the faith, because all they do, they're like Monsters, Inc. They show up, make the Christian go, Jesus! And then Jesus gets his energy, right? Like, they fill up the energy for Jesus, and the believer believes in Jesus more, and then the demon goes into the next time. Like, that's...
I knew exactly where you was going with that.
ain't that what it sound like?
They just leave the closet.
Yeah, the sleep paralysis demon just showing up. The believer screams Jesus. They get the energy, and then they bounce, because they ain't taking nothing from the believer other than they losing sleep.
The demon is like, hey, I'm here to tell you about your expiring warranty of Jesus. So, boo.
You know
and
what's
whatnot.
funny? You know what's funny? When I was a kid, my brother one day, he woke up with stretch marks on his back. And like, I think he just never seen them before or something. But it was the first day that we all seen it. But they were so huge that when I tell you we went to church, look, my grandma was like, yeah, somebody done attacked him in his dream. Oh my God. But now as an adult, I'm like, oh yeah, those were stretch marks. But bruh, it's just it's so sad like that's what we're conditioned to do. Like I'm like, why would like I never seen a believer now come and say, oh yeah, I had a demon visit me and I lost the eye. Like there's no
Right.
fucking proof. Nothing.
Right. It's not like they wake up and the demon has taken something from them. Like I woke up the other day, both my fucking earrings were gone. I don't know where the hell they
Damn
at.
it. It
Yeah,
was
I
me, I
fell
stole.
asleep in them. My studs are fucking gone. I can't find them no motherfucking where. I guess I fought a demon in my sleep. I don't know.
A demon stole them. Demons like shiny things. They like jewelry.
No, they don't.
That's
They stole
why
my left
God said
sock.
to the Egyptians to not wear them.
They needed him because they needed to add him to the 12 gates.
Hell yeah. I never understood why they
The
think.
inner gates?
Oh, the inner gates.
The 12
I thought
gates
there
of
was only
heaven.
Fourth gate
7.
open. Oh no.
The 12 gates in heaven with the 12 tribes of Israel with the jewels on them. Like they added my earrings to them.
If the demons are if the demons are torturing people in hell, why do they think that the demons have us and they're not torturing us? If they already have us, they should be torturing us. We
They
should
should
be
be
in
using us to
peril.
torture
Right.
Christians.
That too.
I volunteer.
Rhea.
I didn't say nothing.
Like we should be the violent ones if we had the demons, not the Christians. But this is why I say I don't think an atheist could be. Let's say the demons were real and and the devil was real. I don't think an atheist could be possessed by either of those things because both of those things are under the authority of their God. And if they were in an atheist who doesn't respect the authority of the God, then a demon would have to disobey the God. And if we could get a demon to disobey their God, then we have more power than the God.
Hell yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That makes no sense. So we wouldn't be the ones that would be carrying demonic spirits that are under the rule of this God. It would be believers, not us.
It does make sense. Well, I had fun. And just to torment people in the chat, since whomever's in the chat right now, you owe me 20 push-ups. All right. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. 20 of them. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, 6.
All right, drop me quickly.
And they hate when I say that. And they pretend like they don't understand that logic. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, because it like that would make too much sense for you to think that you're doing the same thing demons are doing.
right. And like, they're like, just because you don't recognize the authority of the God doesn't mean that you ain't possessed by a demon. And so I asked one Christian, I said, if Jesus was standing on the other side of the door and a demon was in there either possessing me or standing next to me, influencing me, and Jesus spoke to the demon and told the demon to make me open the door, and I say, hell no. Who has the authority? Like, is that demon gonna obey Jesus and open that door, or like is the demon gonna make me respect Jesus' authority? Like, I don't respect your God's authority, so that door ain't getting open, and
Exactly.
so that means that I have more authority over the demon than your God does. Like, what? That doesn't make sense. And they will not admit that. They won't admit that I could take authority from their God. So they hold on to the fact that the God has authority over the demon because he has all power. If that is the case, then there's no fucking way a demon is in me because I don't respect your God's authority.
Exactly. That's like you would literally be under as a demon. You would have to be under the God's authority. Like that's what I'm saying. It'll be too simple. It'll make too much sense.
Yeah. And they be like, that's stupid logic. You don't make sense. This girl's dumb. They just say stupid shit. And I'd be like, disprove it.
I have a quick question,
Look,
Thinker.
hold on. Taking it out of context. Taking what out of context? We ain't even reading the scripture.
Right. Taking what out of context?
Like y'all don't even know what that means. You use it for anything. Ja? I'm sorry.
Hey,
1 second, Ja. Venus, what were you saying?
Do you think that what the? I'm sorry, guys. I'll can I ask it later after this cast? I'll try to remember.
Yeah. Okay, Tiffany Michelle, thank you. Ja, how old are you?
hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
Probably 2.
Okay. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
It really got more like, I don't know, y'all had some good points y'all was just talking about. I don't think that the Bible allows them to think critically. I think that the Bible just shuts their brain off and it sends them into like an imaginary world. And so they're not able to think when they're Christian.
Like Peter Pan.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I had so many points I wanted to talk about based off that alone. Cause like I think their God and their devil is the same person. I really think like it's like one dude wearing a mask and he just like takes it on and puts it off whenever he feels like it. You know what I'm saying? Like either the God is the devil or the devil is the God. Like I think it's the same person.
Mm-hmm. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, the one of them was wearing a mask. I don't know which one. But there's some points I had wrote down. Let me see. Let me go.
I like that. He wrote his points down, y'all. Yeah, don't type in caps in the comments, even if you are friendly. That will get you muted. Is that for DID or are you saying did? Is that, are you trying to say dissociative? What is it? Dissociative identity disorder? Were you trying to say that? It's okay. Dissociative identity. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Ja.
Okay. Yeah, so I think this Bible is really anti-intellectual. And it's anti-science. I don't know why I've been hearing them discount science a lot lately. Like I really do not understand that. But I think that in order to hold this belief, you have to shut science down, because if you know science, then you would know that this book is not real, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's because like the book has some very extraordinary claims, and extraordinary claims requires extraordinary evidence, and science debunks that and or doesn't make room for this extraordinary evidence, so they have to discredit the science.
Yeah, because like, what do you mean you don't believe in evolution?
Like to come up here and do a whole conversation over how snakes talk and how we have to be the ones, like we bear the burden of proof that snakes can't talk is fucking insane to me.
Right. Yeah, that tripped me out.
Yeah, I don't understand that one at all. But another thing I observed too is just watching the Christians. I got them in like 3 different archetypes right now. And I'm glad y'all was talking about a lot of things because y'all basically already touched on it, but I'm going to say it again. There's one archetype who uses this book only for their ego. This is all for their ego. There's like the pastor, the apostles, all the prophetess, all of them, or somebody who be like, God don't play about me. These people use this religion for their ego. That's it. They don't give a fuck about what's in the book. They don't give a fuck about no harm. They don't give a fuck about nothing. It's strictly, I need this for my ego. And then I see another archetype where it's like fear-based. So they don't question nothing. They're not allowed to question nothing. Everything is so anxiety and fear, and they just, I don't know. And then the third one is just pure indoctrination, to where I just don't even think they even read it, care about it, or know about it. They just, hey, I'm a believer. They ain't gonna tell you nothing about it. They can't explain nothing. They just there. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they mom or they granny pushed it on them, but they're basically just there, existing, saying they're a Christian. Don't know nothing about the Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So
But mad as hell that you don't believe.
yeah, so it's like 3 different type of Christians I've been observing. Also,
I like that. You got a analytical mind.
yeah, I'm trying to analyze this. Hold on, there's another one. Oh, another thing that I really hate when they do this is they'll be like, my God would never. My God doesn't do that. Like when you tell them like their God in the book does something, my God would never do that. My God is this, my God is that. God did this because he loves you. God did it because he's all powerful. Woo, woo, woo. But as soon as you ask them a very hard question, they immediately go, I can't speak for God. Like you just spent 30 minutes speaking for God.
Exactly.
You spent 30 minutes speaking for God. But when I hit you with something that you don't like or you can't answer, now it's like, oh, I can't speak for God. I don't know why y'all let them get away with that one.
I don't.
They speak for the God. For sure. Like he don't have a voice, so I guess they speak for.
It's interesting to see people that we, not had these conversations with before come up with the sit back, watch, observe, analyze, take notes, categorize, and come up with the same exact shit. And that's like, even like this conversation right now is a point of reference, right? Like a point of confirmation from what I'm noticing and experiencing in these conversations. So like even the conversations that we have with other people who are deconstructing and what they notice from these conversations is evidence and it's valuable information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I've been watching your lives for a minute and I'm just an observant person. I don't have to come up here and say a thing, right? I like that about myself. I wish more people were like that. Why do people feel like, okay, they see this live, they see something they don't like, or they do like? Why not just sit back and just observe what's going on in here? What are we talking about? Like, they just jump up and just feel like they have to include themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just have to be centered or be a part of the conversation. Like, I don't have to. Like, I'll just sit back and I'll just watch, observe everything, take notes. But I wish more people were like that, honestly. I think it would help society.
Yeah, I think these conversations will help though, right? Because growing up, how many times were you talked to about analytical thought processes and critical thinking and logic. Like, were you even taught the 4 laws of logic growing up in your household, not school? Like, did your family talk to you about logical thinking growing up?
Absolutely not. I was never really taught none of that. I always had it though, because none of this ever made sense to me, even
Were
as
you
a kid.
demonized for it?
Oh yeah, I was definitely like the black sheep of my family. Still am, for real.
Yeah.
My whole family Christian.
Welcome to the club.
I'm the only like one that's gonna question anybody. I question anybody. I got all my family is pastors, the whole 9. I will question them, but I'm just letting them have it now because, if they really want it out, I think that they would do the work or at least put themselves in a position to see it out, if that makes sense.
It's crazy that, and I can't remember who said this the other day. It might have been also a Kalu, but it's crazy how we have to learn so much shit in order to respond to them trying to fearmonger us into the belief that they hold for themselves out of tradition. We have to learn philosophy. We have to learn biology. We have to learn science. We have to learn the Bible. We have to learn history. We have to learn the original languages. Like, we have to learn so much shit. We have to observe, right? In order to just say, hey, I don't believe it and I don't want it. Like, they just will not accept those 2 answers. So we have to build a fucking armor to defend ourselves.
Meanwhile, they don't have to do a thing.
At all. It's crazy.
Yeah, but y'all had some good points earlier too. Like, that was a lot of good points right there about the ego and the neural paths and what this does to the believer. And y'all was just hitting it on the head. I'm like, yeah, let me get up and tell this lady what I observed.
Like, have you observed like the personality trait? Like, can you spot out a believer when they join the stage yet? Like, before I even ask the question?
Oh, absolutely. I know as soon as they get up, they want to be centered. So they gonna have to butt in and be like, hey, you see me? Hey, I'm here. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, they have to center themselves. And then they are kind of rude. Y'all be asking them, like, where did y'all learn to talk? Where did y'all learn to have conversations? And I really be pondering on that, like, where they just never taught how to have conversations. Because I know, like, in people's households, people do kind of just talk over each other in their households. So I guess, it's probably natural for them to kind of just, like, not know how to hold conversations,
Mama Bass says she thinks it's because they're preached to and not talked to about this belief, even in Bible study. Like, in Bible study, they may have like small discussion, but even in Bible study, there's somebody teaching them what to think and not allowing them to arrive to their own conclusion or interpretation of it. And so she says she thinks that that's why they come in the way that they come in, because now it's their turn to share what they think about what they've been taught by their pastors or their mom and dad. And I get that, because when you go to church, you're not having a conversation about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That point you just made actually was funny as hell, because I was going to use an argument that how come y'all don't interject when the pastor talking? Y'all know how to have a conversation when the pastor talking. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, like, why did you lose your self-control when you come up here? But when the pastor speak, y'all don't be up there giving him point A and point B and point. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
so y'all do know how to sit down and be quiet, but y'all don't know how to do that in here. So I don't really know what that is, but
I think it's a lack of disrespect too. They don't see us as human because we're atheists. They don't respect us because to them we are a vessel that's empty. We lack a God belief. Like we're the Canaanites to them. Savages, not human.
okay.
Not
So
deserving of respect, I think.
so they allowed to just come to just spill and talk over and hear. Okay, I got it. That makes sense.
Because I think I've been wondering why the believers from the chat can watch their fellow believer on stage do this rude behavior, and they will not say anything until I respond. And when I respond to the rude behavior, they get to commenting. Thinker, you're rude. Thinker, don't do that. Thinker, that was mean. Thinker, calm down. Thinker, you're so angry. But will not say anything about what the believer did to warrant me cussing them out or crashing out on them. And I would wonder, like, how is it that, they do this consistently? And it's all of them. Like the chat will be dry while that believer is going off on me. And then the moment I go off on the believer, the comments just start flying. And it's never not been the case. And I was wondering, how do they sit there and they watch that? It is because they don't see my humanness. I don't believe in their God. I'm the enemy to them. I'm the Canaanites to them. I deserve whatever I'm getting to them. So the believer isn't doing anything wrong in their eyes.
I think it goes back to that accountability y'all was talking about earlier. I don't think they know how to hold anybody accountable. And they don't know how to hold themselves accountable either. So, yeah, just attack you. That's easier. I mean, they can't do nothing else. And it just, it makes me think too, like, because there's so many denominations. I'm thinking about how this Bible, now that I'm observing this Bible too, I think the Bible is like a one size fits all. And you tell me what you think about that. I think it's a one size fits all for any believer because there's going to be a passage in there that'll speak to that believer. It's a passage in here that'll speak to this believer. It's a passage in here that'll speak to this one that they resonate with. But it's full of so many contradictions that right now I feel like it's like a one size fits all. So like anybody could attach themselves to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're right about that because the book is not univocal, even though it's presented as the word of a God. It's written by multiple people from their inspiration of their love and devotion to something that they call God. So just like the believers today that come on stage have constructed their own idea of what God is to them, so did the writers. The writers were writing from what they believed a God was saying to them. But, not that they actually saw a God. And so each author had a different view or a different belief on what a God is, what a God wants, So the book isn't univocal. And I was talking to Bash a couple of weeks ago on his live, and I asked him, I was like, does he think that the Christians tried to create their own version of the Hebrew scriptures? Because what the Hebrew Bible is supposed to do for the Israelites and the Jews is it's supposed to allow them to wrestle with God, right? Wrestle with who is God? What is God? What is morality? What is ethics? What is his will? Rejecting, immoral things, or like they're supposed to be able to wrestle with it and it turns them into the human that they are within their divine calling of chosenness, right? It's the work, the inner work. And we see the kind of the same thing with the different messages of who Jesus is in the New Testament. So I asked him, I said, why do you think the church fathers kept in a scroll that says Jesus isn't God? Like, why do you think they kept that in while teaching that Jesus is God? And I asked him, do you think that they're trying to allow people to be able to wrestle with Jesus the same way the Israelites wrestle with Yahweh?
Exactly.
And he said he thinks so. Because at first I just thought these motherfuckers didn't care and they didn't understand anyway. But the more we read it, it looks like they're trying to copy what the Hebrew scriptures was. And so there's multiple different Jesuses in the New Testament. And so that allows the person to build the Jesus that fits them.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I definitely think it is a one fits all. Like somebody earlier said, if the Bible can fit, like it helped them, like it can justify any belief.
Any.
Yeah. If a person wants to believe homosexuality is a sin, they can find a scripture in there to justify that. If they want to justify that it's not a sin, they can find a scripture in there to justify that. Like it is a one fit all.
It's like a contradiction for every little point. So it's like, yeah, I mean, okay, you don't believe in slavery. Okay, so your God wouldn't allow that. Okay. Well, this guy, he thinks, he should have slaves. So his God thinks that, and it's in there for both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy.
But there's three things that the Bible doesn't have that I have not found yet. Bash always brings up the Bible doesn't have any cats. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have any cats. It doesn't have any West Africans. And I added, it doesn't have any atheists. Like, I've not found the Bible address atheism or any atheists in the book. And so West Africans, atheists, and cats.
They just didn't exist.
What you think about that?
I said they just didn't exist.
Or they were all together.
Right.
You said they were all together?
West Africans were atheists with cats.
Oh, okay.
So you couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're right. They don't mention nothing about that part of Africa. Yeah. That must be intentional. I don't know. But one more point I got is this is just a little funny observation I got. Like when you ask them about something that's harsh in the Bible and they act like they never heard it or seen it before, but they jump right into arguing in defense. And then they be like, where's that in the book? Don't you notice that that's kind of like like they get a break, like it's like a pause. It's like, and then like they love to hear you. Okay, let me go get my Bible. Like it's like you just gave them a pause because you was just like on them, and then it's like, I don't know. It's like you had them backed in the corner, and then they like, where's that at in the book?
That's the part that pisses me off when they start with that confidence trying to explain some shit they ain't never read. Oh my God.
Too confident. But then it's like, where's it at in the book? So it gives them a couple seconds to breathe and try to get the next apologetic together or to get like their argument formulated. Because as soon as you read it to them, they go right back into arguing in defense. It's like you didn't even want it to learn or to receive nothing. You wanted to hear it so you could try to justify or get your argument together. Like, I don't like that.
It's
That's
so
what I don't
dishonest to me. It's intellectually dishonest to try to explain the historical context of something you've never studied or read before.
Yes, and I hate when they say context. Like, I think that word alone need to be banned from TikTok. I don't know how we gonna do it, but we need to petition for context.
I didn't hear that word till I came on TikTok. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Me neither.
Like, I know what it means, but like, I just didn't have people use that shit in regular conversation in
Never.
real life.
Never. That's like the number one word on here right now. Context, free will. I want them two words banned immediately. Yeah, and then once we get those two words gone, I think we could have like better conversations.
Yeah. Bash banned it from his live. He used, anytime a believer would come up, he would say, don't say context. And then he'd be like, don't say free will to me no more. Don't you mention it. If you mention it, I'm going to block you. Like, Bash hated it because that's it. When we first started doing these lives, it was free will is free will, free will, free will. Like, God damn. They would bring up free will when it had absolutely nothing to do
Bruh.
with the topic.
Bruh, just blurt it out.
Until the God infringe on their free will, now they understand. Okay, you know.
Yep.
It's
But
crazy.
it used to be so bad. We would be talking about but just like anything. Like, I don't even know what example I could possibly get. Free will. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, did you just yell out free will for nothing?
Right.
Like, out the blue?
Man, it happens so many times. Oh my God.
It is like they might be running a script or like repeated words. But when you try to break that script, it's like they don't know what to do. Give me the verse. They just don't know. Like, oh shoot, I don't have this in my script. Give me a couple minutes. Give me the verse.
Like,
Give
they
me the verse.
got a night that asked for it and then left.
Exactly. I was watching
Yeah.
that earlier. Yeah, you broke his script because he had it all figured out. But like, the entailment you was trying to put on him, he was gonna have to cross reference it back with his own logic, and it was just like, no, I don't want to do that. I can't paint my God to be the person he is in the book.
I think they are scared of meeting the real God.
Not my God. That's that ego again. Not my God. Like,
I think they know. That's why they're scared to deal with it, because I think they know. They know that this God has commanded, allowed, done some very evil shit.
Yeah, they do.
That's why when they do that dumb shit, talking about some like doing the explanation and then being like, where does it say that? Nigga, no, don't fucking ask me for no goddamn scripture. You just explained it. You give me the fucking scripture.
But they don't want it to learn. They just want it to get the next argument together.
Right. That's why I hooked them right there. Cause you're not gonna give a fuck what the fuck I'm about to read to you. It doesn't matter. You just asking that for no fucking reason. You already explained it away. Like what?
Exactly.
I think they're doing it too to discredit anything that we say in here for any believers that might be listening.
Yep.
And once the believer on stage says that's not true or that's wrong, then the believer that's listening hangs on to that. It doesn't matter if that believer is able to explain or show why it's wrong. They just heard the words they need to hear, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
They're satisfied with that. And like the believer, like I don't understand why the believer doesn't need further information. I don't know.
So what's your take on like when Lords will say like they don't really believe this shit. They don't really believe it. What is your take on that? Cause like I be with her sometimes, and then sometimes I'll be like, no, this person really believe, cause he just gonna keep fighting. Like What's your take on that?
That I think some of them don't really believe it, and they're just. I think some of them enjoy the chaos. They enjoy coming in here and arguing for the God just because it gives them something to do, an ego boost, and to troll. I think some of them don't believe it, but they're fighting for it because it's tradition, right? They believe that something created them, but they don't necessarily believe what's in the book. And then I think that some of them actually do believe it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's just different colors of the fucking rainbow.
Like I question the ones that believe that there is a hell. Like not all of them believe that there is a hell. I question that whether they actually believe there's a hell or are these motherfuckers sadistic for real. Because
Hmm.
how can you believe that people you love or people you know died without being saved and that they are somewhere burning forever and you just la-di-da, la-di-da-di, we like the party. Like they just over here, going to concerts, dancing in church, taking communion, going to comedy shows, going to church plays, and they loved one in some other dimension burning in eternal fire. And they believe that their God has to wipe their memories of all their loved ones who didn't make it because their God don't want them in heaven in eternity thinking about the ones who didn't make it, or else it
Right.
wouldn't be true eternity. If you got to have your memory wiped after you die while you're in eternity so you're not thinking about them, why the fuck can you do it? Can you not think about them now?
Right.
So that makes me question whether they actually believe this hell thing.
Oh, I'm with you. I don't think
Yeah.
they agree with the hell part because I don't know. I think they know. Like that's just too extreme.
Yeah.
I think they know that because they don't believe in that hell. They don't. But I think they still use it to weaponize when they see fit. Like to say we going to hell.
Yeah.
I think I will make like a. This is honestly just personal to me. I think I don't want to just assume that there's other people out there that have had this, but I, as a believer, I really did think hell was real. Like as a, you know, just growing up, I really would envision like a place where like people were burning, and the people that told me about it, I feel like they believed it too.
Yeah, but did anybody come to you and say cousin such and such in hell burning, or did every funeral you went to as a kid they put them in heaven?
Right. Well, okay, so they just don't believe they're gonna go there.
They never really put people in
Right.
hell
Yeah.
on their
Yeah.
deathbed, so that helps you deal with the concept of believing that hell is real. But if
Yeah.
they were like, man, such and such was a hoe, he beat his wife, he raped kids, he robbed people, he in hell burning, right? Or he could have been an atheist. Cousin Jack, I don't want to say that. Cousin John, no, damn, I don't want to say nobody's name that I know. Cousin Lightbulb died, and he was an atheist, and he was a good fellow, but he didn't accept God. And unfortunately, Cousin Lightbulb is in hell burning for eternity. Would that have fucked you up as a kid, thinking that like your cousin that you knew and loved and was at family reunions
Yeah.
with? Yeah. So they ease the mind here by putting everybody in heaven on at their funeral.
Right. So like the hell is just a cautionary tale, really.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't never put their family. Never mind, I ain't gonna go there.
That's true. They don't.
You ain't never seen no obituary where he ain't hanging on the cross. I'll just tell you that. Be the worst
Or the
cousin.
clouds and the flowers and yeah.
Be the
He
worst
The
accepted
cousin in the
Christ when he
family.
came out of his mama's
Uh-huh.
vagina. Like, he lived his whole life. He was a fucking atheist. But when he came out, he was baptized at 2 weeks old. He accepted Christ at 2 days old. Like, they will put his ass in heaven.
He ain't did nothing right. He he done murdered 3 people, but hey, put the clouds over him, and let's go ahead and get this funeral. Like, what is going on? Like, they really have never put nobody in hell. Y'all right. I ain't never seen somebody get publicly condemned to hell, but
Londro said he did. Londro said, I actually went to a funeral as a kid where the pastor basically said the deceased was going to hell. That's a first for me. You say he used the funeral to preach to y'all? So he used that man's death or that woman's death to preach, to fearmonger y'all?
And the family members were just standing there. Oh hell no.
PT said, I'm putting in my will. Don't put me in no damn clouds.
For real. No doves.
yeah, especially my family don't know what I be on here listening to, so they probably gonna put me on the clouds too.
If anybody, in my family, it would probably be the first one. Because my mom and them, they all know I'm atheist. They would put on there, unfortunately, she didn't. Erica
She ain't coming with us.
She didn't accept Christ.
Like at the funeral though.
Yeah. Don't
like
fall.
nobody's crying for your death. They just crying because you're going to hell. That's fucked
Is
up.
they gonna do all that at the funeral?
Yeah, they will, because they know I'm an atheist. They ain't gonna be able to put me in heaven. Everybody know I'm atheist.
You gonna have to have your funeral at an event center or something.
But the crazy thing is that it wouldn't make them think to themselves, my sister was a good woman. My sister, anytime I text her and told her I needed money, she didn't ask no questions. She immediately sent it. My daughter loved me. My daughter, none of that would cross their mind to be like, she really don't deserve to be burning forever.
Yeah. It's crazy.
You know what's funny? I have heard
I'll be right back.
Oh no, okay. I have heard preaching that was like, oh, the Lord tried to call him and he didn't answer. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just having this memory of like preaching from like a funeral where like the pastor was just like, yeah, like the like praying for their soul, like hopefully God will accept it. But yeah, but it still ends up, saying I hope they accept them into heaven one way or the other. But they'd be like, well, the Lord tried to call him and now he's, here and we just have to pray that the Lord accepts him. And yeah, it's the same shit.
It's really crazy. Believers, get it together. Get it together. Y'all looking bad out here. Y'all not standing up for the Holy Christ. Where is the fruits of the Spirit? I'm not seeing the fruits, y'all. Y'all gotta really come up here and impress me. Ain't y'all trying to get me to turn back to Christ? Where is the fruits?
Ooh, y'all, keep tapping the screen. Let's get up to 300K. And make sure you're doing like your heart means. Do the roses. Check on the gallery goals. Y'all do all that stuff while we're waiting on Thinker to come back.
Rhea, do you think they showing the fruits of the Spirit or they ain't?
Oh, definitely not. They don't half of them don't even know what they are. No.
Okay, but think about it this way: is the fruits? I don't know. That man in the Bible, he was. I don't know. He wasn't no good fruit. He was.
At all.
So is they really not showing the fruits, or is they really showing the fruits for real?
But yeah, right, they're showing the fruits of Jesus for sure, and the God, but the fruits of the Spirit that the Holy Spirit's supposed to grant you and shit, that's all for sure. They don't have none of those.
Oh,
They
okay.
model they don't even realize, like when they say they model their lives, you know, with Jesus and shit. Like you that is so true, and you don't even know how true that is. Like you just as shitty as him. You just as petty. Yep.
Yeah, since he a jealous God, they do be jealous. And yeah, I
Good.
don't know.
Cavante, look, girl, you've been in these comments for over an hour. Like, you not tired? You just gonna keep on typing, girl? Ugh,
And what do you think that is too? Because if you a believer, why would you even be in here for hours? Like,
they're insane.
if I was a believer, I would run from this. But they sit in here and watch. And it's like, do
Because
y'all
they're
really believe
deranged.
this? Do they really believe this? Like, I don't know if they really believe this stuff.
I think some of them do, but a lot of people, like somebody like oh girl like Cavante, I think they think their identity is being harmed. They done tied their whole lives and identity to this belief system, like that they think anybody saying anything contrary to what they believe is like harming them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like she really thinks she fighting a battle right there in the comments. All them fucking paragraphs and shit. Like, I really don't give a fuck. Cavante, that's literally what I said. You're dumb as hell. You don't listen.
And then they be in the comments talking about they doing it for God, but do God need your
Right.
help? Are you security for God? I mean, if you are, you're a terrible security guard. Like, are you the soldier for Christ? Because I don't know. I don't see the fruits in the comments. I'm not really
Right.
sure.
Like, you come in here like fucking cockroaches that somebody done spray raid on. Like, relax. Y'all act like we can get you through the fucking phone or some shit. Just going crazy.
Yeah, I don't think they should speak for the God at all. I think y'all should stop doing that. Let the God speak for itself.
Yeah, roaches are resilient. That's the point. That's why they keep coming fucking back and spiraling every day. Like, we literally have to tell these motherfuckers to shut the fuck up every day. Like, you think that's the first? Yeah, they're resilient as fuck, and they multiply, and they fucking crawl around everywhere.
Right, but then they in the comments talking about they're not here to help me reconvert. So what are you in the God's army for? What are you in here doing it for then? Can I get an answer for that, please? What are you really doing it for? Okay, she said never mind, I ain't gonna read that.
I don't know. Just dumbass women like you make my ass itch. Like,
Who?
stupid. I have locks just like you, dumbass. I'll choose to put a wig on whenever the fuck I feel like it, you dumb fuck.
Who you
You
talking
so
to?
stupid. Dumbass Cavante or Keontae. I'ma call her Keontae because
What
she
she
acting
do?
like a Keontae.
What she say?
Just yapping in the comments. Now she talking about fake hair
Oh
all
God, I
of a
hate
sudden.
anti-black
She's
women.
so stupid.
I cannot stand anti-black women, self-hating ass motherfuckers. Y'all, I went in there and to get me some coffee, and I had to fill up my sugar thing and pick up the big ass bag of sugar and dump the whole fucking shit on the fucking counter. That shit
Oh,
pissed me the entire fuck off. I had to clean up all that goddamn sugar. And then while I was cleaning up the sugar, it made me think about. I was thinking about the conversation that we was having about, people putting people in heaven at their funeral, and how believers have to make up scenarios for why a person died and why God decided to bring them home. Like they basically have to lie or create. You know what I'm saying? Like to them, it's spiritual or creation or imagination or whatever, in order to justify their belief. And so, then that made me think about somebody commented in the comments. Do you know that your live is being streamed to a group that says they all liars? And I was like, I wonder if those people that are sitting there in a group saying they all liars are able to be honest with themselves and fact check what we're saying and actually disagree with whoever is streaming our live saying that we're liars, or do they become the liar and lie to themselves? Does that make sense? Like, are they able to be honest with themselves and fact check what we're saying and go, well, that wasn't a lie. Well, that wasn't a lie either. Or do they lie to themselves and just call us liars anyway?
I
Because
think
it's
they just,
ironic, right?
yeah, I think they just go with it and call us liars anyway. Because, like, I think the fact that we've had people that we've known for 3 years still show up saying the exact same shit. Yeah, no, I don't think they're doing any of that.
It's ironic for them to be for them to belong to a group calling us liars while they agree to lie to
Right,
themselves. It's ironic
right.
as fuck.
Yeah, I agree. I think they lie to themselves. I think this religion, you just gotta lie. Like, you have to be a liar. And yeah, you just gotta play with your brain, I guess. I don't know. I've never really been good with, like, imagination. I call this imagination. I've never really been good with, like, imagination or, like, trying to go into, like, a fairy tale idea. Like, I really never been good at that. Like, I don't really have that part of my brain to exercise. Like, I just kind of stay in reality, if that makes sense. And I kind of stay in the know, in the facts. Like, I'm not able to twist my brain any kind of way. And I can't allow anybody else to do it either. Like, it just won't work. Like, you could tell me the sky was red today, and I'm just gonna stop and just stare at you. Like, I just can't allow you to be like, yeah, believe me, I can't do it.
It's what made me hate myself growing up. Like, I hated the brain I had because I couldn't do what everybody else did. I couldn't lie to myself about certain shit. And, like, if my brain was curious about something, I couldn't fight the curiosity. Like, I needed to understand what you're teaching me. And that got me in trouble a lot, to the point where I fucking hated who I was. Because
Right.
I was very analytical, very curious. I liked to learn and I liked to understand. And they don't
My
understand that.
my aunties used to, like, always be like, "What are you staring at?" Like, what? Because I can't say what the fuck I'm finna say, so I'm gonna just fucking look at you and I'm gonna observe and I'm gonna download all the fucking information because I
That's
have all
it.
these fucking questions.
Downloading like a motherfucker. And it be exhausting too, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I stayed to myself too, because, like, my motherfucking mind be computing all the goddamn time. And if I'm in a room with motherfuckers, it is worse. And
Yes.
that's why I be going off when the believers being here and they be typing what they be typing. It's like I can feel their fucking energy. And it's like, motherfucker, I ain't trying to download that shit. Like, go the fuck on somewhere. Like,
Right.
I have enough of that information.
Thinker, I do got a question for you though, since you hit on that. Observing you, this is interesting because I'm just watching who you are right now and how your brain works and how it's so critical and how it thinks so well. How were you ever a believer? Like, that's not making sense. Who were you before?
So I think it was so much of me trying to have a relationship with my mom. She made it really, really difficult for me to love who I was. So I agreed to get saved. She called me and told me that she was praying that I have no peace until I give my life to Jesus. And that hurt the fuck out of me that she would pray that. And I told her that she couldn't pray for me no more if she's going to be praying stuff like that. And I told my boyfriend who I was living with at the time what she said. And then that very next week was my birthday and he proposed to me. And I accepted. I wasn't trying to get married, but I went on ahead and did it because my mama would call me all the fucking time and remind me that I was a sinner. And we didn't have a relationship. We was always arguing. She had kicked me out when I was almost 15 years old. And so I think I just wanted to, I thought that being like her would allow us to have a relationship. And we did. When I was a believer and a missionary, we talked every damn day, multiple times a day. But it was always about God, 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 God. And the moment I started pulling away, the contention came right back. And she made me hate myself even more while I was going through my divorce and stuff. But I tried. Like, I tried. I was raised in it from a kid up. And so I really tried. And I did believe that I was speaking in tongues. I believed that I was in a relationship with this God. And when I was a believer, I told myself that it was to bring peace to the earth. You know, that I was here to bring peace. And whenever I would preach, it would be more logical stuff. Like, I never preached the hellfire, brimstone shit. I never preached the homosexuality, like the homophobic shit. I was more so kind of like a motivational speaker. So, like, I wasn't the type of believers that we see today. And then, like, when I got into it with my mom, somebody died that was close to us. And my mom was like, well, she in hell. And I was like, you don't know that. And she said, yes, I do. She wasn't saved. I said, you don't have no hell or heaven or hell to put nobody in. And she said, I said, the Bible says you can up until the 11th hour. I said, you don't know what conversation she had with Jesus on her deathbed. And she got up in my face, looked me dead in the eye, and said, what's your problem with me, Satan? And we had the worst motherfucking argument that day. Like, but I was always going against the grain with them.
Okay, because I was just trying to, I'm like, what? How this lady, she could never be a believer. But I guess you would say, like, you fell into, like, that indoctrination archetype then, basically.
I was fighting myself. That's why I hated myself. That's why I used to, like, whenever I would lay down at night, the voice in my head that I thought was a demon at the time would constantly tell me to take myself out and that God didn't love me because of the things that I was thinking I couldn't share with them because I would be called a demon or rebuked as Satan or told that it's a fast day and Satan is using you to mess up my fast day or I got to preach and Satan is using you to mess up my anointing before I got to preach. So I had to keep a lot of stuff to myself. So I fought like with myself in my mind to the point where like I didn't know myself. I fucking hated myself. And it took for me to just accept that I am who I am and stop fighting it. And so this is the result of me just accepting who I am.
Okay, that makes sense.
Have a good night, Rhea. It took a lot of work for me to learned that the voices that I believed that I was hearing that were demons or the Holy Spirit was my own voice. And then when I took control of that voice, whenever the voice would tell me to unalive myself, I would correct it immediately. Or when the voice would say God doesn't love you, I would stop it and change does into does, like immediately. And I realized that I had control over that voice. I started having different conversations with myself, and it just one thing led to another. I just started accepting who I am, like I am who I am.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cause like basically you were kind of given who you were instead of allowing who you really were to just be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what they do to us in this country anyway. It's just give us who they want us to be and stick with it. And it's like, that is not me.
They threaten to take like
I'm fighting for my
relationship.
life.
Yeah, like especially like growing up with the threat of relationships being taken away, relationships like mommy and daddy. That's a motivator like hell to make you accept something that you otherwise question the hell out of. And I remember one time I was in Sunday school and I said that God was my friend in Sunday school. My mom got up when it was time to summarize all the classes. She gets over the podium and says, Sister such and such said God is her friend, but that's not so. God only have one friend, and that's Moses. And I was like, why the fuck did she do that? Like, no matter like what I did or what I said, she had a problem with it. Yeah, like I couldn't be myself. She had the parameters for who I was supposed to be in order to be her daughter. Like I write about that in my book. But in order to be her daughter, I had to be like her. And then she finally told us that it's because that's all she knows is God. She don't know anything else. And I told her, like, unfortunately, all of your children have experienced a life that you've never allowed yourself to experience. And if you're going to have a relationship with us, you're going to have to talk about something other than God. Because you're not going to have a relationship with us.
That would sound very exhausting right now in 2026, where everything we talk about is just God. Like, oh my God. Please stop.
Mm-hmm. But it also helped me have empathy for her too. Because like she explained, a lot to me about her childhood. That's all she did was go to church. And she was like, I didn't know. She was like, I went from my parents to your dad. She's like, I don't know anything else. And when she said that, it made me look at her completely different. And it made me realize that she was someone I needed to protect, because even though she was my mom, I knew the world more than she did.
Right. That makes sense, right? To where it's like, that's all she knew as a kid, right? And it's just like a pattern to repeat, right? And, she wanted you to repeat that pattern. But you trying to break out of the pattern. You're breaking a lot of stuff right now. Like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so I really feel like our parents kind of repeat patterns and pass them down. And yeah.
That's what they're taught. That's why this belief system is a tradition, especially like in the Black community. That's why we get a lot of Black believers up here who don't read this damn book. They're like one believer tried to tell us that the book had no reverence, like they didn't reverence the book at all. And I wanted to ask them, like, man, go step on the book in front of your grandmama. Let me see what she say. Because your grandmama gonna cuss your motherfucking ass out. You step on that Bible in front of her. Go pick your grandmama Bible up and throw it in the trash. Let me see what she say.
you going to hell for 90 days.
Exactly. My mama gonna fuck you up talking about the Bible ain't got no reverence.
It ain't. Yeah, but that was a good point though. Like about you showing like some compassion for your mother, because like I think that's where I'm at now. Like I'm able to see like the inner child of my parents
Mm-hmm.
and what exactly because I don't think they really told me too many stories, but I'm just kind of formulating in my head what they went through based off how they act now. You know, it ain't that hard to do. I mean, our experience as a Black American, they don't stray too far off. Ain't nothing new in our community. So like what I see now and what they went through and what they parents went through, it's all just a repeat kind of thing. So
And I think it scares them, the change. And it makes me wonder too, our parents and their parents, like, did they want their kids to be better? I know my dad did. My dad told us that all the time. But I'm not too sure that my mom wanted us to outdo her. And it's not because she doesn't love us, because I know she does. She's an amazing mom, despite the fact that she did kick me out. Like, we had a lot of work to do to get to where we are today. But when I published my book, she called me crying. And she's like, I'm the one that prays. I'm the one that have the relationship with God. And she's like, when is it going to be my turn? And that made me feel so bad, because I'm like, you should be celebrating me right now. But I still showed empathy, and I listened to her, and I encouraged her. And she had a book that she had written after my dad died, and I edited that book for her. I typed it up and I edited it for her, and I sent it to her. And she still didn't do anything with it. But she says she wants to, and I think she's waiting on the right time or God to give her the right time. But I don't know how to explain that. That's not my compass, right? And then I can't apologize for being the type of person that says, "Oh, I want to do such and such," and then I go do such and such.
yeah.
You know, I can't keep apologizing for that. But I don't know. Like, I see a lot of parents our age across social media that they do and they say things that makes me wonder if they want their kids to be better than them, or do they want their kids to go through what they went through.
Give me the second based off my experience. Give me the second.
The second one.
Yeah, where I'm from, I'm gonna say the second. It's just all kind of repeated. Like I think they just want, they just want you to go through what they went through, and it's okay because they went through it, so you can get through it too. It's like, dang, I wonder, am I gonna do that when am I gonna do that too? Like,
I don't think so. Like, I push my kids to be better than me. And still, that could still be me. Me wanting them to be better could be a result of me feeling that I wasn't pushed to be the better that I am. You know what I'm saying?
right.
But I also make sure that I back the fuck up. Whatever my kids tell me they want to do, I support. Like, you want to be a chef? Okay. You want to sing? Okay. You want to box? All right. You want to be an electrical engineer? Okay. And then if they change it, the one that wanted to be a chef, she done changed it so many times. Okay. Because they're young, right? And I didn't know what I wanted to do until I was 28. I went to college and I kept changing my fucking major. And I ended up in business. But I feel like locking them down into what we want them to be is not fair to them. And so I try my best to not put on them what I hope my parents would have done to me. And so and we as parents will never make all the right decisions, but we can have the right intentions on making sure that, we're there to help guide our kids. But I saw a father on the FYP the other day who was yelling at his son for having a panic attack. And he was blaming the fact that he had a single mom. He was like, you been at your mama's house for 2 days and you come back talking about you don't know how to breathe. If you can breathe, if you couldn't breathe, you be back there on the laying out dead somewhere. He's like, you better breathe, you better fix yourself. Like he's yelling. This kid is over there going, he's like talking about a panic attack. He's like, this is the results of black single mothers. And I'm like, what the absolute fuck? Like what? And this dad is doing this to this son 9 times out of 10 because he's like, I'm gonna be a better father because my father wasn't there. Because I guarantee you, in his mind, his mother couldn't teach him how to be a man. So he's gonna teach his son how to be a man. And that means yelling at him while he has a panic attack because that's weak. That's your brain telling you you can't breathe.
That's what you got out of that? Because what I got out of that was his dad ain't have no empathy worth a damn either. So it was just like, this is how I was raised. Hey, we don't do that sucker shit over here. So breathe, nigga. I don't know. That's where I went with that. Because it's like,
it could be that. It could be that.
It's not like he had a dad that didn't have any compassion either. And so he's just repeating the cycle. But that's just where my brain went with that.
It could be. In my experience, I've seen some men who grow up with very harsh dads who become very loving to their kids because they don't want to do to their kids what their dad did to them. And then it's the ones who, in my experience, not saying you're wrong, the ones who didn't have a dad, they think they missed out on something. So they try to do to their sons what they feel like their dad, what they should have gotten from their dad. And sometimes I see my oldest son trying to do that to my grandson, and I'll have to remind him.
That's what you speaking about right now. That's a thing that I always think about. I always bring it up to my friends too. It's like, okay, like the bad experience could either push you this way or that way. And the second way is just the repeated behavior. But the first way is like, okay, I know what this did to me. I don't want to do this. So let me be better. But then they could have a brother grew up in the same household where he was like, yeah, I ain't shit. My dad wasn't shit. I'm probably not gonna be shit. That's just what I know.
Yeah.
So bad experiences could either push you in one direction or just cause you to just repeat it and send it on to the next. It's just so crazy how that works. Cause like you could have 2 kids in one household. They just get 2 different experiences about the same parent. It's like one went to Harvard because he didn't have a dad, and then the other on drugs because he didn't have a dad. Like,
you gotta say D-Rugs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. D-Rugs. But yeah, that's a weird thing there.
Yeah, and I think it's societal, right? Like, there's a bunch of young men or young boys believing that they don't know how to be a man because they didn't have a father. But when I ask, well, what is being a man? They say taking care of responsibilities. And so I say, so are women men? No. Women take care of responsibilities. Well, it's provided. Okay, so are women men? No, women provide. Like, they can't explain what being a man is that they feel like they didn't learn or couldn't learn from the parent that stayed.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of times they have a mom that's working their ass off,
Mm-hmm.
providing for them, giving them, shelter, clothes, shoes, AAU, video games, food. But then they go and say that they didn't have a man to teach them how to be a provider. I don't get that.
I'm somewhere in the middle, right? Because obviously I identified this problem, but I'm somewhere in the middle because, like, me and my dad didn't have a good relationship. But I know I know I'm supposed to be correcting this for sure, right? But back to your point, what does that even look like? Like, if I don't have any baseline to get that from, I would never know what that even looks like. But again, like you said, you will have men who went through that, and they are just the most upstanding fathers ever. I don't know where they got the playbook from.
But couldn't they have gotten it from watching their mother work hard and provide for them? Somebody provided for them.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's obviously where they had to get it from because they didn't get it from anywhere else.
Yeah. But for some reason, they don't want to give their mother credit for that, or they don't want to take her example for some reason.
That's a good point. I remember I was telling my I had a homegirl I was explaining this conversation to, and she said that most men in that predicament would rather blame the parent that was there than the one that wasn't. And I was like, dang, why did I do that? Because, like, my mom was there. She was a good woman. But something about my dad not being there makes me want to villainize her. I don't know why. I guess it's just proximity.
It's proximity. What you want to say to him, you really can't, because either he's not there or he won't listen. I've had that conversation with my son, and I understand it. My youngest son has a relationship with his dad. I let him go live with his dad when he was 15. He came and asked if he could because he said he felt sorry for his daddy because his daddy was lonely. And I let him. But my oldest son doesn't have that relationship with him. Like, they, dap it up, and he has a relationship with my grandkids. And I think he shows my oldest son that he loves him through how he loves my son's kids. Does that make sense? Because he knows he missed that opportunity with my oldest son. And he has a lot of anger about that. So he will say things to me that he really wants to say to his dad. And we've talked about that, and he admitted it. And I told him, I understand, but it's not fair. It's not fair to me. Because he had everything. He grew up in the fucking suburbs in a mini mansion without his daddy's help. He played every sport he wanted to play. And it's not fair. And he said, I watched you working 9 to 5. You worked all the time. You also watched me go to college while I worked at 9 to 5. You also watched me start a tech company while I worked at 9 to 5. So you had the example. Like, being angry about what you missed out on, I completely get it. But you can't get it back.
I don't know. That's a good thing. I mean, that's a good point. Because, like, now that you're saying it, I'm just looking back. I'm watching my mom. She did those too. Like, she put us up. She went to college. She did all the things, she was supposed to do. But, yeah, I probably had daddy issues, but I was probably directing it towards my mom, towards her. But not even on purpose at all, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's the patriarchy, the misogyny, the voices that are around y'all that are saying you should be mad, and it's your daddy didn't stay because your mama, and a woman can't raise a man, and you go yeah, because you already have that anger,
Right.
right? Like I think there's a lot of men bonding over that trauma. And I fucking hate the fucking racist ass trope that it's only black men who walk away. There's only black single mamas. It's every race of men and every race of women who are dealing with this issue. Every ethnicity.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they in shambles over there in the other community too. So they,
Yeah. And one thing I can say about black fathers, not all of them, but there are in the black community, I have noticed that even like black fathers that aren't with the mother, at least they do have a relationship with their kids. They may not be in the same house, but I think more often than not, I've seen black men love their kids and have relationships with them. And they may have a toxic ass relationship with the mama, but they do have a relationship with their kids. And so like the racist trope that's out there, like I try my best to, debunk that shit as often as I can. Yeah, black fathers are more involved than any other group.
yeah. Hey, trust me, I know. I hear the stories from, you know what I'm saying, the white community. They will pick up and start a new family quick.
Yep.
It's all over TikTok. So I've been seeing the video.
I got a
Hey,
post
so
on my page called Married Single Mother. I'm talking about how we are married, but we felt like single mothers while we were married. There are so many women in the comments sharing their stories. And the majority of the women in my comments are white women talking about how their husbands walked away, their husbands were in the house, they only stayed together for optics. Once the children turned 18, they got divorced. The kids don't know their dad because he didn't talk to the kids the whole time they were married. I'm like, wait, y'all live in the same house? And he still didn't fuck with the kids? Well, they said we had to stay together for optics.
Jimmy was in the room playing the game. Dad and mom at odds every day. You know, it's all the household just in shambles for real.
And I think letting that trope like run rapid in our community, I think that also adds to that mindset of my black single mother couldn't teach me shit. Because it's a lot.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I don't let that one run rampant. I let them know, hey, it's some information y'all don't know. Yeah, I don't let that one slide. What you think about, this is just a side note, nothing to do with this. What do you think about like a father who like starts a family, leaves that family, and then goes to another family that already has kids in it, and he's like a great dad over there with those kids, but is like absent in his own kids? What do you think about that? Like, what does that mean?
That's fucked up. And then that creates a feeling of unworthiness in the kids. And then like the dad will, say, hey, come over. And then those kids are being treated a certain way. Like that's fucked up. I don't have any respect for anybody any man or woman that would do that shit. Like why treat someone else's children who are not your blood better than you treat your blood? Like I'm saying, love, if you marry someone and that person has kids, love those kids. Yes. Don't abandon your own kids. Like, how, what?
I don't understand that phenomenon. Like I just don't. I can't wrap my head. But I've seen it a few times in my personal life, so I was just wondering what's to that. Like,
I've seen that shit. It's fucked up. I've
I
had to
mean,
get on a
the
couple of motherfuckers. Like I have friends. Most of my friends are guy friends. I've had to get on a couple of motherfuckers. Like I've seen that shit. It's fucked up.
mm,
But again, like a lot of this shit is because of the patriarchy. It's because of misogyny,
right,
you know?
that
And
makes
that's what
sense.
deconstruct. That's why I say deconstruction is so much more than just deconstructing from the God belief, because a lot of this shit came from religion, right? But it's embedded in society, so we have to deconstruct from a lot of these misinformed ideas and the racist tropes that present itself as fact.
See, and this is another topic right here I wanted to touch on with you too. Listen, I deconstructed. Is there such thing as like deconstructing too much?
I don't think so. Fee would tell you no.
Oh, absolutely. The fuck
Yeah.
not. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Fee.
Good
Yeah, I
morning.
don't think it. I don't think it ever ends, and I don't even think it's only like applicable to religion. I think it's applicable to anything that we hold true. If we don't know what makes it true, and we don't open it up and unpack it, then we could absolutely be doing a whole lot of harm to people unintentionally. And that's exactly what you guys have been talking about. These beliefs that the concept of masculinity, being a human first, not performing masculinity, because that's really for the eyes of other men anyway. Like it's never about the impact of the actions. It's never about the efficacy of what's being done. It's about what it looks like to other men. That's why to Thinker's point, like they need another man to show them how to do that. Like it's not about responsibility. We do that too. People of all genders do that. It's not about that. And if you never unpack it and you never actually ask those questions, you just keep doing it and like just harming people and further future generations in the process. So no, I don't think it ever stops.
Well, see, here's the great the grandest problem I've ran into on this deconstruction journey was I feel like I deconstructed way too much. Like my whole idea of how a family should go, I had to deconstruct that. My whole idea of how having kids should go, I had to deconstruct that. Um, you know, relationships with my parents, I had to deconstruct. I had to deconstruct what it means to be living in a capitalist world. I had to deconstruct what my ego is in this world. I had to I just removed everything, and now it's like I'm just looking around with like a I look at it like a blank slate, but it's
Is that a
like
bad thing though?
it's not a bad thing. But I'm looking around, don't know where to go next because like it's too blank. Like I just removed everything. Now it's like I don't know what the world I'm doing or supposed to be doing. I had to deconstruct purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like listening to y'all, I had to deconstruct a lot of stuff. So now what?
Now the
I
fun
don't have no
starts.
I don't have no
Yeah.
identity to attach to because I've removed all identity. Like so now what? Like am I supposed to just like
Now you be and allow who you are to just take shape, to take form. Like if you feel that you are at that blank slate, just be and just allow. Like, have you gotten to the point to where you are aware of your wants, your thoughts, your emotions? Have you gotten to that point?
I'm aware of my thoughts and emotions, yes.
Listen to it, and it'll guide you and help you form into who you want to become and fill that slate back up with the things that make you feel peaceful about who you are, peaceful about life, purpose. Like the other slate you had, other motherfuckers wrote on that bitch. Now
Right.
you get to do all the writing.
Right.
I
Yeah, it's
think
a great
also,
thing. Oh, go ahead, Fee. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I think also, I think about it like this, and I agree 100% with Thinker. You're all the same. uh, you're walking the same frame. Like the world hasn't changed. The people you engage with are the same. What's different is how you're seeing them. So it's either like you put the map down, and this map is only constructed of paths that were forged by people before you. So you can only go in this direction. That's the only way you can go. You put that map down because there's other terrain off to your left. It's just not only that path to your right. So I get what you're saying because it is I just call it like an unmaking of self. Like you get to the point where you're like, hey, these motherfuckers made all this shit up. None of this shit is actually concrete. So I think it's really an idea of realizing that you've been seeing the world through extremely black lenses. So now what do is look at the colors. Like look at the difference between that shade of gray and this shade of gray that you didn't notice before. Look at the differences that you were not allowed to notice before and see how you naturally engage with them. Some of those engagements you may like. Like, oh, hey, I like the way I see this. But then some of them, now that you're thinking about things from a very an unprescribed perspective, you're able to correct yourself. Like, that's not cool. That's a real selfish take on this. Or, oh, that's a take that completely ignores my well-being. I'm doing this to be, for somebody else's approval. It's really engaging with yourself in a way. I look at it as living your life as opposed to performing it because a lot of what we do in the society that we grow up in is about the optics of other people. It's about
Right.
the approval of other people. And when you stop moving that way, it does feel very you feel off kilter for a while. I don't know I don't know what the fuck to do because so much of what I've done has been for the approval or the acceptance of the society around me, whether
Right.
what I've done was good for me or not, whether what I've done was good for other people or not. And I think that it's kind of like learning to walk without crutches for the first time in your life or without a walker.
Yeah.
You don't need these additional assistive devices or whatever. You're capable of doing it on your own. And sometimes you might wobble. You wobble a lot, shit. I mean, it's like you feel like the scarecrow in the Wiz sometimes. But after a while, you get used to it and you really realize that you're moving with the purpose that a lot of religious people talk about, not purpose given to you by God, but a purpose that you've understood because now you're thinking about how do I want to leave this world? How do I want to impact this world? And why do I want that to be the impact? So it's a lot more work, I'm not going to lie, but it's freeing and it's way more authentic than the performance.
Okay. I like that. Especially that learning how to walk again analogy. That's exactly where I'm at in my life. So I appreciate that. Telling me I got a lot more work to do. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All that work I just did. You
At
told me
least
I got
this
a lot
part
more
is
to do.
fun.
It is. It's not even work by it's a different type of work. I told my sister this the other day. I try my very best when realizing that there's so much responsibility that comes with this. I don't want to call it awakening because I feel like that's so, I don't know, it feels like a trope almost, but that's really what it is. It's realizing that I am the person who's responsible for every single thing that I do. It's me. That people do not experience my intent. They experience the impact of what I do. Like there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that. But I feel like that is the fun part. I feel like realizing that I got the frame on this canvas, but I get to erase every single stroke that was made before, and I get to decide what's on this canvas. That to me is exciting because now it's less work in that it's not the pressure of eyes on you. My eyes are the only ones that are on me because my eyes are also considering the impact of my actions when I take it. So I don't think it's the same type of work. I think it's a different type of work, but you can lean into it from a place of curiosity as opposed to a place of labor, a place of discovery, and realizing, oh, I'm going to be able to use this skill set in these ways, as opposed to the ineffective or harmful ideology, skill sets, and thoughts that I had before that were given to me that I never examined up until now. So it's a different type of work. It's not I don't think it's the same kind. And like Thinker said, it is absolutely the fun part because you're making who you are.
And it's so satisfying and gratifying. And Fee called it an awakening. I'm going to steal something from Jesus and call it a rebirthing because you're
Facts. Facts. Yep.
because it's so crazy how believers think like there's no need for them to actually grow because they think that God is it. They have God, they got the answer, no more discovery, right? And that's their rebirth. But on this journey, what I've found is that everything the religion, the God promised, I actually got it without the God. The peace that allows me to still smile and, feel calmness and hope in the midst of shit that, is blowing the fuck up and be able to zone in on that and say, like when I was a believer and shit used to go bad, I used to say, fuck my life. I used to say shit like that. And so I had to change. Like whenever, something was going bad and I would feel like anxiety about that thing, I would be like, fuck my life. And then I would stop and be like, girl, no, the fuck you don't. Like you ain't mad. You ain't mad at your life. You don't like this situation. Fix this situation. Like you have a good life. Like I had to start talking to myself because why the fuck am I mad at everything? Because there's one little spot here. Zone in on that one little thing and tackle that thing that's making you feel uneasy, right? And once I learned that, I gained this peace that I never got when I was with Jesus. The understanding of myself and the acceptance of myself. I didn't have that when I was Jesus. Like the God says, I am who I am and I will be who I will be. And the crazy thing is I never arrived at that with God. I arrived at that when I left the God and started deconstructing and understanding myself and accepting that I am who I am. And those that love me and accept me will, and those that hate me will. And it's not my job to change that. Like, if I am who I am, and that allows me to sleep at night, and realizing too that there is no need for me to go into yesterday because I can't do a goddamn thing about yesterday. That shit is fucking gone. If I did some dumb shit, I did that shit yesterday, and I can't fix that shit yesterday. If I have an opportunity today to fix what I did yesterday, if that opportunity presents itself, then I'll take it. And I can't go into tomorrow. So it doesn't make sense for me to, be allowing myself to feel anxiety about tomorrow. And that doesn't mean don't hope. That doesn't mean don't plan. And my autistic ass, if I have plans, because I'm an introvert, I will think about those plans that I made that I really don't want to do until it's time for me to go to. I'm like, God damn it! I done told these people I'm gonna go to dinner with them when I really just want to be in my bed and Netflix and chill. But it's not an anxiety. Does that make sense? It's like me already missing my comfort of my home, and the plans is 3 weeks away, and I'm already wishing that I was on my drive home from the plane because I'm an
And
introvert like that.
the crazy thing is that you love them, like you love the
Yes.
experience of being there. It's like, but my safe space, my comfort zone, like my Zen garden, is when I'm by myself, just kind of thinking through things and truly taking inventory of who I am and why I do the things that I do.
Yeah. And just like I laugh at myself, I love myself. I talk to myself every fucking day in the mirror, and I'm like, "Hey, girl, like, did you get enough sleep? Are you feel how you feeling? You beautiful, and this is the day we're gonna have." Like every day, there's no need for me to pray to a God that has absolutely nothing to do with what the fuck I do during the day. I'm the one that's got to move each foot in front of the other. I'm the one that's got to decide to get the fuck up out the bed. I'm the one that's got to decide to send that email, to go live, right? To pick up a book and study. That's me. So there's no reason that I need to be praying to a God. I need to be talking to myself and telling myself, hey, this is the type of day we're gonna have. This, not necessarily like, oh, you're gonna do this. It's gonna be this good. It's the mindset. The mindset and of how we're going into the day. And I talk to myself every goddamn day.
Yeah, what is that? Like the inner dialogue?
Mm-hmm. But I use vocal. Like I talk vocally to myself, and when I'm getting ready, I'm brushing my teeth, I'm doing my hair, and I'm talking to myself vocally. But I also I have inner dialogue with myself too. Like when the feelings of like anxiety come, I check it and I'm like, wait, what is this?
Yeah, me too. I be talking to myself. I know people be looking at me like I'm crazy.
But they told us that talking to ourselves was the bad thing.
Right. They did.
And the crazy thing is that even when you praying to the God, you still talking to yourself.
You are. Yeah.
I just had this conversation with my son, and he was like, "Man," he's like, "I'm just, getting to real adulthood, dealing with like real life issues." And so, like I said yesterday, life kicking my ass right now. Like I have so many things like going on that I'm juggling. And he was like, "Ma, how do you and Dad do it?" He was like, "Y'all just keep going." He was like, "I just want to curl up in a ball." I'm like, "Sometimes you have to do that." I'm like,
Yep.
we have been taught so long that our emotions are bad. To feel anger is bad. To feel jealousy is bad. To feel anything is bad because that's not godly. Well, what the fuck are you supposed to do when things that are happening in your brain and emotions, which are chemical reactions, are occurring and you don't know how to deal with them? That telling me to pray to something that I cannot see, to ask for an outcome that may or may not come, is not a strategy. Prayer is not a strategy. It's not a plan. And I think that by realizing that my mental state, and I know that there are multiple like people who deal with a lot of things outside influences, genetics, like mental illnesses, different conditions and things like that. That is a real thing. But a lot of people have been told that that's a demon. A lot of people have been told that demon is on them because of something that they thought, something that they did, something that they are, something they can't control. And so instead of learning what it is that they're dealing with and figuring out strategies to cope with it or compensate for it or mitigate the impact of it, they just close their eyes and hope to something that they've never seen that they'll take it away. And then when they don't take it away, they still have to praise that thing for not taking it away because it's teaching them a lesson. Meanwhile, they getting windmilled on in every direction. That's not that's not helpful for anybody or healthy for anybody. Realizing that I am the person who is in charge of every single thing, that every single state that I feel internally, that's me. And there are certain things I might have to do to regulate that mental state, if it's medication, if it's therapy, if it's journaling, whatever it is. But I'm working on that state. Then I have to think about the thoughts that are creating that state. What am I thinking about? Like, am I fantasizing about some shit that I don't want to happen? Because that's all worrying is. It gives you something to do, but you get absolutely nowhere. And you get no closer to a solution either. Problem solving and strategizing are not worrying. And I think we've been taught for so long, just give it to God. He'll take care of it. He won't. You show me one thing God has taken care of. Just one. And you wouldn't be able to without a verb being done by a human or the person who's praying to God. And I think the realization of that is sobering, but it's also empowering because it tells me I get to create the mental state and the reality that I want inside myself. I can't control shit in this outside world. Nothing. The only thing I can control is how I respond to it. And so many people, because they've been taught to demonize anything that's human, like feeling or connecting or emotion or desire or anger or frustration, all of those things, that mean that you are a bad person because you're supposed to always be steady. No, the fuck you're not. That is not reality. We are not wired that way. And I think being taught from damn near birth to perform this facade of just steady, just maintenance. I'm God is my rock. Nothing shakes me. A lot can shake me. I was telling my son, like, if when he was in a motorcycle accident last year, and like, if nothing told me that being able to utilize tools of, cleaning up and watching how I use my mind, how I let my thoughts dwell on certain things, whether positive or negative, where my mind naturally goes, and nothing shows me that work is really effective. It was when I got that call that he had been medevac to the hospital, because I could have gone absolute worst case scenario. I could have been a puddle, and it wouldn't have been anything wrong if I did per se, because people have to emote and respond the way that they naturally do. But I know that my mental state is really important to me, and I know that in order to be able to be to get through that emotionally as a mom, all that fear, all of that was there. But I knew what I wanted for him was to be okay. And so I held that thought in my mind. I want him to be okay. And when I got back to that hospital, when I finally got back to Virginia and he was I saw him, I'm like, okay, he is going to be okay. And I got all the information that I needed. I started looking research up about the injuries that he had. I educated myself on what was going on so I can deal with what is. There are certain things that I could control. I could control like information about insurance. I can control like, just the logistics of his hospital stay, but there are things that I could not control. And I had to categorize both of those things. Because if you let your mind dwell in the category so much of things that you can't control, you overwhelm yourself. But if you train your mind, and it is a training, we were talking about this yesterday, it's like training your body. Your mind is no different than any other muscle in your body. How you use it and how it's built and what it does is based on how you have trained it. And we don't get that training in religion. We're just told God will do it. We're just told society will, work this out. We'll keep praying and it'll work out. And you tell yourself you're not worrying about things that you are. Things that are still playing in the back of your mind, like you have 20 tabs open in Internet Explorer, and it's draining all of that memory on that computer. All of that energy is being sapped because you're not addressing the things effectively and in a systematic way. And yes, it is work, but so is anxiety. So is, not dealing with the things and ignoring it and telling yourself God will fix it, or, closing your eyes and putting your hands together. That's work too. And one of them is going to lead to an outcome that you want. The other one may or may not, because in one, you're doing something. You're actually planning out a strategy or a plan of attack, if you will, or a way you want to think about it. And I think that that's the difference. Like we're so used to God is in control. Well, if he is in control, I'm not sure he knows what that word means. Maybe his dictionary stopped at B, because control don't look like this at all.
I think too, like with the belief system, the Holy Spirit is a shortcut for them. Right? It is a lot of work to get to that peace, to get to that rebirth that I was talking about, where your parents and everybody else decide who you are and who you're going to be. But when you wipe that slate clean and now you are the author, that's the rebirth, and it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to get rid of all of those negative core values that those people have spoken into you that you internalize and uh, took in as truth, and now this is help build who you are, and now you have to build new core values that build you up into the type of person that you actually want to be, so that you can make the impact in your life and in the world that you live in that you actually want, to make. And for them, the Holy Spirit does that work for them. That's what their claim is, right? When they accept Jesus, magically they become the person who arrives at patience. They, become gentle, the self control, like all of the shit that we have to do work to do. They magically get it, and which is why they don't actually appear when they come in here to actually have it. Because it's all make believe, right? And somebody in the comments, when I was talking about the peace that I have, and they were basically saying that it's a lie. Like, y'all gonna listen to this joke of a person? Like, they cannot stand to hear the claims that we make. And then when Fee said that, your God don't do anything, somebody said, yes, he does. And it made me think about the prayer. Like, they're going to say, God used this human, or this, everything that they are going to say a God did, a human is going to be in the picture. It's going to be a human did it, but God made that human do it. And so I was thinking about, like, what if they actually prayed for that thing? Like, just imagine what that would sound like. Instead of them saying, Lord, bless me with a job, it would be, Lord, violate the free will of the mortgage lender to ignore my bad credit so that I can get a house, right? Lord, violate the free will of my next door neighbor and make her come knock on my door and give me $50 because I ain't got no money because I went to the club last week and now I need gas and I need a blessing. Make her go into her purse, God. Touch her heart, God. Make her go into her wallet and not think about the fact that she only have 100. Make her want to give me half of the 100 that she got left. Like, that's literally what they would have to be saying that they ask their God. Because the God only does when humans do. And they just don't want to give humans credit for being humans. And the difference is that, I want to think the human that helps me. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I don't ever feel sadness. That's dumb. I'm a human. Things hurt me. I cry. And I don't shame my body, and I don't shame myself for feeling that emotion. I'm not saying that I don't have, that everything goes my way. That would be dishonest. I'm saying that I acknowledge when I'm having a tough time, and I deal with that tough time. I deal with my emotion. If I have to lay in the bed, and deal with the fact that I'm dealing with the fear of success and I don't want to fucking respond to an email, I deal with those emotions. I don't ignore them and pretend like, everything is okay. And that's the difference between, a believer who has to say God did it or God can, and me saying I am responsible, right? And I'm accountable for what I do get done and what I don't, what I allow to slip through the cracks. And that's the difference.
You made me think of a good the way you just worded that, it made me think of a good little scenario. Please, God, I don't got the $1,000 to pay my rent this month. So could you violate Jimmy's free will and make him lose his wallet and drop $1,000
Yep.
at McDonald's? And I'm just gonna say God put the $1,000 there, but Jimmy lost 1,000, so damn his free will. But this shit about me anyway, so you know what I'm saying, my rent got to get paid, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's crazy.
And
I
then
think about
God
that.
give Jimmy a spiritual roofie so that he don't feel the pain of losing $1,000. Make him not care, God, because I don't want Jimmy to hurt. I need it more than Jimmy does. Cause like
Think about
what about Jimmy? Like Jimmy lost $1,000. Like you ain't thinking about Jimmy is going crazy trying to figure out where the hell his money at? Like
Right,
what?
because it's not like God didn't print this money, so we can track this money. We know where it came from. We know who lost it, right? So God didn't magically place this there for you. Like this was somebody's money.
Right.
I would have never thought about that back in the day when I was a part-time believer.
And
I would
then
have
thank
just
you, Dennis, thank you for dying on the cross for me, God, and erasing my guilt and shame of me not going to the police to turn this $1,000 in because I know this is a blessing from you. Hallelujah. Thank you for being the atonement. Thank you for being my integrity. Thank you, Jesus.
hey, won't he do it?
And then think about the ones who like thank him for like getting out of accidents or like car accidents when other people didn't. Like they don't think about the other side of that either. You know, I drove drunk and I hit 5 different people, but you know, thank you Lord for that I'm not dead and I only put 3 of them in the hospital. Huh? Like you're not thinking about the other side of what you're thanking this God for. Like the thing that you are engaged in has other people in it, but you're only thinking about how it turned out for you. That's selfish as hell.
Seven Slayer said, harden the heart of the neighbor so his wife comes to my house, Lord. Oh my God.
Hey, you know, yeah, yeah.
But see, there's a believer now saying, wow, we literally have no authority over that. Like it's going over your head, Ortep. When you all say that a God blessed you and the way he blessed you was using other human beings to do it, you are literally saying that the God violated the free will of that human, touched that human's heart, wallet, car, whatever it is that he convinced that human to do for you. That's what we're saying. We're saying your prayers might as well include go ahead, violate their free will, God.
So it all just circles back to ego then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Everything is done for them. Like them getting the job, right? If like let's say they pray for a job and they don't get the job. God knew that job wasn't for me. It would have been bad. God knew that there was a reason somebody might get hurt on that job, so God didn't give it to me. What are you saying, that he chose the other person so that other person could get hurt? And he chose to protect you, but not the other person? Like, it's not
Right.
that you didn't get the job because you were not qualified and the other person was more qualified. It had to be because God was protecting you. That's all
Because
ego.
everything that happens is God's will, right? According
Right.
to believers. Yeah.
Yep.
So that means everything that doesn't mean that everything that happens to other people as well. That's God's will too. So the single mom who didn't get the job and you did, and now her and her kids are going to be living under a bridge somewhere. God did that. God did all of it. Either he did all of it or he did none of it. Because if he only did it just for you, then, we got a couple of additional questions. But in the entailment of your position, that God is in control of everything, he's in control of the bad shit too. And that's just, you can't avoid that. That's just reality. If you think this God is in reality and he's moving the strings like that and the pieces on the chessboard.
Wait, you mean to tell
Yeah.
me that motherfucker's name this whole time is Petra? And I've been calling him Ortep? The fuck?
Who is that? Who you talking about?
Somebody on YouTube, he been listening to the live for about 6 months. I thought that motherfucker's name was Ortep. Go ahead. His name is Petra. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, but I was gonna add on to what Fee was saying is that's all ego. Because That's too logical for you to tell them to think about that. Think about the other side of things. That's just too logical. So I'll just rather stay in ego to where I can only think about me, you know?
I'm loving though. I'm loving. It's all about other people. It's all about love. And it's only me that's getting any benefit. It don't only me that's getting the answer, but it's all about love. Like it's the biggest grift I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. I don't know, Thinker, this topic just makes me want to go back to the conversation y'all had earlier. I think that's why I wanted to come up, because I think you was asking, why do believers have bad behavior? And my answer that I could come up with was that it just stops believers from doing any type of inner work, any type of correction of behavior, any type of self-reflection, any type of like giving grace, any type of just having self-awareness and what that means to other people. You know, they're not able to look outside themselves or just do anything that is going to help make them better humans, right? I think they just give it all to the God. Like you said, just give it to the God. It's all paid for. He laid the credit card down. So exactly, somebody in the comments said shadow work, stuff like that. We was told shadow work was the devil.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Shadow work really helped me. And so
Yep.
like if that's what's stopping a lot of believers from growing, then that's the problem. Like this religion is stopping them from doing inner work on self.
Don't you think it's interesting that shadow work is the trauma that would probably get rid of they fucking shadow demons that's paralyzing them in the middle of the motherfucking night?
It is. It will.
Absolutely. I think it's a little worse than that though, because I feel like it's shadow work not being done for sure. But I also think like they are writing their test, they're taking their test, they're scoring their test, and then they're declaring themselves a valedictorian. Like they, and walking around with their honor cords because they're just good humans. So whatever they do, because they're doing it for their God, because their God is what they think, they are what they are. They've decided what their God wants. They decide all these things for their God. So they internalize a process that is very much external because it has impact on the whole world around us. So that bad behavior isn't bad because it's for God. That bad behavior isn't bad because it's directed towards non-believers. Like we eat babies and shit, right? Like they have insulated themselves into a worldview in a world that they share with so many other people.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The reason that they can sit and watch another believer cuss us out, say they're going to take our life, say that they're going to rape us and all this stuff, and not be appalled is because it's for God. It's for God. They're not appalled at it because we're Canaan to them. We're savages to them. We aren't human. We're vessels walking around we're empty vessels without a God belief. So what's done to us is not the same as it being done to a human, which oddly enough is the way the Israelites thought about Gentiles. Gentiles were filthy animals to them. And so what was done to a Gentile, there was no empathy for it because they were savages. They didn't believe it wasn't about belief. They were not of the God Yahweh. The Israelites saw themselves as the gods that were demoted in Psalm 82, who would die like mortals. And so they were a little bit above humans. And so, or the humans were below them. They were like filthy animals to the Israelites. And so the Christians look at anybody who's not of them that way, like especially an atheist.
And that's just a product of blinders on. because I said this yesterday. Somebody was in the comments, and I think Auntie Charlene's live, saying that we're like children of darkness. And, and the craziest part about it is what we were talking about at that point is having empathy. Like being a person who doesn't walk through this world only concerned about themselves. We were talking about protecting children and how that, we should all ensure that all the vulnerable people in a society are taken care of and that we're doing the right thing in order to ensure that we create safety for as many people as we can. That's darkness to them. And they don't even see it, they don't hear it, and they don't recognize it. Because ultimately, religion, I think, dangles this carrot of, goodness, and you can only get to that carrot of goodness. And I don't even know if they really know what it is, but you can only get to it one way. So if you aren't getting in the right vehicle on the right road at the right time, going in the right direction, then nothing you do is good. So when we talk about these things that are objectively good for humanity, you can't tell me that it's a bad thing to make sure that everybody has clean drinking water. But if we don't talk about it in the from the perspective of how God can do it or how that effort glorifies a God, then it's dark. That doesn't make any sense. So this couldn't be something that they have strategically or critically thought through at all.
That's why I hate when they say atheists can't ground their morals, because I'll ask them, if I believe that it's immoral to kill another human and you believe it's immoral to kill another human, does that equal less humans killed between you and me? And they'll say yes, but yours isn't grounded, so yours don't matter. And that's like saying, if there is someone who is thirsty, if you walk the cup of water to the person and they ride a scooter to a cup of water to the person, and both of y'all get there at the same time, it only matters that you rode the shiny scooter, but the person gets 2 cups of water still. That person's thirst is still quenched, but they focused on the fact that they brought the cup of water on the shiny scooter. It don't make sense. That it's a stupid ass argument.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to add that word too to my list of words to ban. Grounded morals. I don't know what that even means. It's like y'all got this grounded morals and y'all horrible. My morals ain't grounded, like y'all say, and I'm able to empathize with regular humans. So like, I don't really get. And what do they mean by grounded? What does that mean? Like, I go outside and I touch grass. I go hug trees and shit. So that's my grounding, and I go and do that, and you know what I'm saying, go by the ocean or something. That's grounding to me. What is grounding to them?
They're talking about the God being the standard. Like if you say that it's wrong to kill, how do you know that? Because to them, God said it's wrong. That's how I know. So because I follow God, I won't kill. But if you ground your morals in logic, then ground that. Like, how do you know? How does logic get you to it's immoral to kill? Or if you say my morals are grounded in humanity, okay, then how did you arrive at it's immoral to kill based off of your relatability to humanity? And they feel that if your morals are grounded on anything other than a God who has authority and says don't kill or I'm going to punish you, then yours are flimsy because you can break your own moral standards and actually go and kill. The crazy thing about it is because their morals are grounded in the God says kill, and they say okay because God decides the morality. When God tells them to kill, if God says it's good, and therefore they actually didn't do an immoral thing. But for you, because yours is let's say is rooted in logic, and your logic is, I will not kill another person because I don't want another person to kill me. I don't want to cause harm to another person. You won't do it because yours is rooted in, I wouldn't want this done to me or one of my family members. There is nothing that's going to convince you that killing another person is a moral thing to do. Therefore, it's not really killing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it do. It's just too much to unpack with that because it's like, so basically what you saying is if you didn't have the God, you would just be out here just unaliving folks.
Well, that's what they believe. They believe you don't have anything that would stop you if you wanted to.
And I'm saying that's a projection. I'm saying that I'm not going to do it because I don't want to do it. But it seems like you don't want to do it because your God's telling you not to do it.
Yeah. But listen, when you say, I don't want to do it because I'm not going to do it because I don't want to do it. If your desire changes and you want to do it, will you do it? Like, what's going to stop you from doing it if your desire changes?
I don't see a desire. Like, I don't have a desire to where it's like, let me just unalive somebody. Because
You don't
I
today.
know how that would feel. I'm just going off my empathy. So I know how it feels to lose family members. I know how it feels to mourn and grieve. Why would I want to put somebody else's family through what I know feels bad?
Mm-hmm. Empathy is a good grounding for morality, but it can also be overridden by anger. It can be overridden by fear. So what do you have in place to combat anger or fear that would stop you in the heat of hot passion of taking someone's life?
I try to regulate, self-regulate as much as possible. I'm not one to just snap and just, you know what I'm saying? I'm not one to just snap and just go, just do some crazy stuff. I'm really not. Most of my actions are probably thought out for the most part, probably over thought out. So I don't really do anything impulsively, if that makes sense.
I get it. I think what a believer would say is that could be broken, right? It's not solid. And theirs is in their mind is that it's solid because they will obey their God. Their God says, do not kill. Therefore, I obey that command. Therefore, I'm less harmful because I have something over me checking me, and that will punish me if I disobey that command to kill. You are responsible for checking yourself, right? So the law of reciprocity, right, would be a stronger foundation for a moral standard for not killing, or like basing it on logic, right? That's a more solid foundation than saying, oh, just empathy, right? Because empathy is a feeling, and our feelings change.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so something a little more solid, like logic, and then accompanying it with empathy adds an extra layer to it. I think one thing, like with believers, what makes them dangerous is something that they cannot see is their moral standard, or what they believe is their moral standard. They have a book where this God goes against that moral standard multiple times, but they justify it and call it good. So what they believe is an objective moral standard is actually subjective, because at one moment, killing another human being is bad, but if God say do it, it's good.
Very subjective.
Yeah.
Very. So what is this like? Is this the group think, or is this like submit to authority? Because it's like, that's what I'm getting out of this.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
But the authority is that they're submitting to is themselves. It is. Like this God changes with every believer we talk to. So I've never met an objective standard this malleable in my life. God's objective standard on everything shifts.
from believer to believer. So I don't know how you put objective on something that's like a chameleon. And this is what happens when we don't push on the things that we believe that are true. Put a little bit of pressure on it and test it. Like in the same way that Thinker just did that with in that conversation with the secular morals or whatever. Like there are things that we can ask ourselves about our beliefs. And I think we should. I think that's a responsibility that all of us hold. That's why I enjoy these readings that we've been doing the last few days with these like moral dilemmas and kind of chewing on them and seeing like, how do you see this and why do you see it that way? Religion doesn't require a person to do that. There's zero introspection required in religion. It's only like walking to the cadence of this God. And that beat changes. Like, just if you don't like this God in First Baptist Church, go down a second. They do things a little bit different, but it's still objective. It's still an objective standard. Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I and this is what I don't know if you ever heard me say that believers, a lot of believers have gone back to pre-tree Adam and Eve brain.
I've heard you say that.
Yeah, the pre-tree Adam and Eve is they were naked in their consciousness, like their moral conscience. They lacked shame and they lacked wisdom, which are all three things that you need to not kill somebody because you're having a bad day, or to not kill somebody because you think a God is speaking to your mind and tells you to go and kill somebody, because God is mad at them. When in the story, when Adam and Eve ate of that tree and gained the wisdom, they gained the shame and they gained the moral conscience. They're able to think about their actions, even the ones that God commands them to do. They're able to analyze and think about it and decide for themselves whether it is immorally to intentionally kill somebody for an unjust reason and violate another person's autonomy. Right, and say, I'm not doing that. I don't give a damn if a God is telling me to do it. I wouldn't want nobody to listen to a God and come kill me or kill one of my family members. And that made the God angry in the story, right? Because then if the God needs a group of people wiped out or want to enslave a group of people or want to increase his wealth or his power or its land, and it needs to command you to go and fight for it, you're going to be pushing back. You're going to be disobedient. And the God or the system or the kings, the monarchy, didn't want subjects that could resist or push back against their commands. They wanted to be the ones to decide. They wanted to be the ones to say go, and they decide whether it's good or evil to do.
Yeah, that's the one.
And that's what they mean when they say that their morals are grounded in their God.
Yeah, and all y'all basically just told me was it's still subjective.
Yep, it's still subjective.
Still subjective. So at the end of the day, trying to call me out for not having these grounded morals is a waste of time.
It is the stupidest thing
Oh,
that
I
a
think they
believer
need
can
them.
say to an atheist.
I agree. And I also think when they do that, they're kind of just admitting that they have no internal compass of decency. Like, if you only abstain from doing harmful things because a God told you not to do it, then you're still not a good person. You got a God leash on a bad person because you clearly want to do some fucked up shit. I just don't need the leash that you do. I think that says more about the people that need the leash than it does about the people that don't. Like it's like it's like if you are only not doing harmful things because you believe that a God told you not to do harmful things and not because those things are harmful, then you're just a harmful person that needs this cage or this gate to keep you roped in. Okay, go work on that. Don't get mad at me because I don't need that gate.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I think that there are some people who need to be told that a God gonna, get you if you harm another person. Because some people just don't give a fuck, and there are some humans who need to keep the God belief. I saw a license plate that said God is the only thing that's keeping me from killing black people, and I was like, that is fucking wild to have that on a fucking bumper sticker, like not a license plate, a bumper sticker. But if that's what's keeping you from going and doing that shit, keep the fucking God. Keep the God, because you need it. But like for them to claim that because you don't have a belief in a God, that means that you are more of an immoral person than they are. When we see through data that the majority of our prison systems are filled with people who believe in a God and not with people who don't believe in a God, then what's really happening when what they're claiming is guiding them, they can't see, they can't hear. The voice in their head, they have to determine is the God. Every little sign everything that they see around them, that they are the ones that determine that it's a sign from the God, and that's how they're getting their guidance. And so if they believe that the God is saying go kill, and they see a sign of a book that says to kill a mockingbird, and they're like, oh, God want me to go kill, that's a sign. I just had that thought this morning. I dreamt last night that I killed my boyfriend, and now I'm seeing to go kill a mockingbird. That's a confirmation. And now, then they gone and committed murder, and now they're in jail.
Yeah, I think we should be able to bring back stoning, because I think you had every right to stone that vehicle.
What vehicle?
Whatever vehicle you seen with a bumper sticker on it.
Oh.
Oh, I was so confused.
I was still stuck on that, because what do you mean you seen that?
Yeah.
Stone the vehicle.
I'm like, that is some wild ass shit.
But you do have a lot of people that are walking this planet like with that type of vitriol and hate in their hearts for people just over shit that those people cannot control. Like I have no control over the fact that I was born black. I wouldn't change that shit in any lifetime previous or to come. But I have no control over that. So how are you gonna hate? You're gonna carry that much hatred around for people, for other human beings. You carry that much disdain for what? And you think that you are justified because you attach it to a God. And you think you should be celebrated because you don't harm other humans only because a God tells you not to. Like that's a weird, weird flex in my opinion.
Like their God doesn't even control what comes out of their mouth, or like there's no moral standard for what comes out of their mouth. Like it stops at don't physically kill, right? Don't commit adultery, don't steal. But there are like things that they do today that causes a lot of harm, that are immoral, right? But the God doesn't regulate that moral standard, because we live in a different culture than the culture that the God was regulating back then. So they don't know how to stop themselves from threatening, a person on the internet with rape, or showing up at their house to fight them over a lack of belief. They don't know how to not steal time from their boss and be on TikTok while they should be working, and letting their breaks go to 25 minutes, right? Like they don't see those as moral issues because it ain't in the 10 Commandments.
Interesting.
Mind you, there's things that even we do as atheists that we haven't like really thought through and decided whether or not it's a moral standard for us. Like as we grow, we build and add to our moral system. And it doesn't even mean that we don't mess up. I think when we build our own moral system, it convicts us more. Like when you're aware of it and you have integrity, then it convicts you and you're like, God damn, I just went against my own motherfucking self. And then you get it right because it bugs you. I remember we were at the DMV and my son was getting his, he was taking his driver's test so he can get his permit. And there was a kid there with this white lady. And she was holding up the line and she was talking a lot. And my son and my nephew had said something that offended the boy that was there. And I laughed at what they said. And that I saw the hurt on that little boy's face. And when they left, it bothered me so bad because one of my moral standards is that I don't ever want to do or say anything that makes a person feel bad about themselves, feel bad about who they are. And I chased that woman down in the parking lot. I went and found her and that little boy so that I could fix that. Because even though he don't know me, right, and I probably would never see that little boy again, but it bothered me that I had made him feel bad, about himself, or turned out to be that the woman was a foster parent of his and she had him there trying to get his ID. She brought him from another country and she was his foster parent. But it made him feel bad. My son and my nephew was joking about how long she was taking. The lady at the counter was frustrated with the lady. But I went and apologized because I didn't like the look on his face. Like he looked really sad. And I didn't want to be the cause of that.
Right, but contrast that with what happens in these conversations. The Christians' grounded morals give them the right to hurt people with their words. But, well, that's just what it is. It's the truth. I mean, it was the truth that they were taking too long. That's true. But that doesn't mean that you ignore the way you impact another human being. So I do think that as non-believers, we are aware of the fact that we are setting our own moral standard. So we hold ourselves to that standard. With believers, they're doing the same thing because this God is. Whenever I've asked a Christian for one of God's objective morals, they can't give it to me without special pleading for the God when He breaks the very thing that He does. Right? And they always go to God, thou shalt not kill. So the reality is that we have the opportunity, and I think that's part of that shadow work. That's part of that introspection. How do I want to show up, and what type of imprint do I want to leave on the people that I show up around? And if what I'm doing, no matter the reason for what I'm doing, is not having the desired result that it's having, then I got to go back to the drawing board. I can't put the responsibility to mitigate that discrepancy on the person I'm engaging with. That's not fair. That is not fair. And being able to hold myself responsible for my actions is something that is not taught in Christianity. It's taught that God will punish you. It's taught that you may go to hell. But when you own all the mechanisms for the harm, when you own the mechanism for repentance and forgiveness, all of that is on you, then accountability becomes optional. It's not optional for those of us who have a moral system that's based on empathy and compassion. We have to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
And I saw someone say that the standard that I set for myself is too broad. I don't know, that's kind of weird because I'm not saying you have to adopt the moral standard that I set for myself. Like just because that's a standard that I set for myself, because that's who I am and who I want to be and who I want to be to other people and who I don't want to be to other people. So it might be where it might be too broad for you. It's not too broad for me.
I also think like our standards are going to be set by our.
My bad, Fire. Sorry, Fee. My bad, Fire. I thought you were talking about the standard. I was like, Yeah, I think a lot of people think that just because. So I apologize, but now I'm just gonna make this statement. I think a lot of people think that because a person adopts a moral standard for themselves, that they're saying the rest of the world has to be like me, which Christianity does. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I know who I want to be and how I want to be, how I want to show up to other people and to the world. So I set standards for myself to make sure that I am that person. Go ahead, Fee.
No, I was going to say the same thing that you said. That's your moral standard. That doesn't mean that it's broadcast to the rest of the world. I was going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah, it goes back to groupthink for me, for real.
Yeah. I think that's what Christians think, that we have that same problem that they have, the groupthink. That's why they be trying to say atheism is a religion, which makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. There is a lady in my comments literally debating with another TikTok creator that atheists believe in God. She's like, atheism doesn't mean that you don't believe in a God. And I'm just sitting there watching them go back and forth. Like, what? Did you have anything else, Ja? This was a very good conversation. I got something out of it. I think people in the comments got something out of it. It's a really good conversation.
No, this has been so great. I've been wanting to come up here for a minute. I've just been watching. But I do appreciate you for letting me up, and I do appreciate everything you do. I think this live was probably the start of my deconstruction journey. So I definitely tip my hat to you for that. But no, thank you for letting me up. I'll go back to the comments and observe more, I guess.
Well, thank you so much. And I hope you have a
All
great
right,
rest of the
thanks.
morning.
You too.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, Worldwide. Randomly Rachel.
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief in that God, or an atheist?
I'm 42 and I don't really have a label for it. I'm not associated with any like set belief system. You know what I mean? I'm still coming into myself, so I'm just here to talk, listen, and learn.
Okay. So Ja is a community member, which is why Ja could go off topic and we could have that type of conversation. If you come up on stage, you either have to be a believer in a God of the God that we're discussing.
No, I'm not a believer in the God you're discussing.
Are you deconstructing from that God?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And there are 3 topics on the screen. Which one did you want to discuss?
Man, all of them, but I guess what do believers have against thinking?
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that? And Fee, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I can do this.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just feel like your consciousness is your highest self, and that's pretty much where how we operate comes from. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just how I think about it. And I don't know why that bothers some people, or that means I'm going against God or the Bible or whatever. But I do believe you can take something from everything around you, good, bad, Bible, Quran. It's all the same. You take what you want from it. You can learn something from the homeless person at the bus stop. You just have to be open. You got to be tapped into yourself. That's what I believe. And I don't know why that causes so much problems for people in these comments when it comes to me. It's like, I'm not understanding that, but I will at some point, I guess.
I mean, I don't know that you picked topic number 2 about what do believers have against thinking, right?
By the way, Faye, I've been listening to everything you're saying, and you literally are, that's exactly how I operate. Like, it's not by somebody else's moral compass. I was listening the whole time.
Yeah, you picked number 2. I just want to make sure I was clear on that.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
You chose topic number 2, what do believers have against thinking?
Yeah, just because the word think, believe, I just picked number 2 because of that. I mean, they're all things that I could go on and on about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that topic is not necessarily pointed at what you're talking about. It's more asking the questions, do believers apply the same standard of evidence and reasoning to Christianity that they apply to every other belief system? But I think it could be like it's the same process whether you put Christianity or, your spiritual belief or, your belief in something that is not evidence based, any faith based belief system. Like, do you apply the same standard or require the same standard of evidence for that you would for something that you don't believe in? And whether we're talking about the God in the Bible or, deconstructing into a different version of that God, sometimes we peel the clothes off that God and we, change his hair and, maybe change his skin color, paint his nails, whatever we do to the idea of the God and create something that's more germane to who we are.
Right. Yeah, I try not to attribute too many like human physical characteristics to God or whatever you want to call it. I think of it more just like your highest self, whatever that looks like. It could be, it doesn't have to be by anybody's definition but your own, but when you feel authentic and when you don't. And that's just kind of what I operate in, is authenticity.
Yeah, I mean, I do too, but it has nothing to do with the God. Like, that has nothing to do with a being. That has nothing to do with
Right, that's what I'm
anything
saying.
other than the.
That's part of my deconstruction, is like taking away
Randomly,
those.
can you allow her to finish and then respond to her, please? Thank
I
you.
waited a long time to talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the proper way to have a conversation so that everybody can hear and everyone gets their thoughts out is to allow the person that you're talking with to get their thoughts out so that she can respond to you.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are doing. Like, you said that you're deconstructing from Christianity, and Thinker and I talk oftentimes, and a lot of other people in the community talk about how we move from, the God to, keeping Jesus. Thinker said she stayed in Christ consciousness for a while, or the universe, or whatever you call it. But I do think that, the more you reduce it down, you get to self. Like, and maybe that's what Ja was talking about in his conversation, that it's ultimately about what is truly in the seat of your motivation as a human, like as a person, as an individual. So yeah, like even those things that we arrive at continue to require scrutiny. They continue to require like this assessment to calibration, I think is the best word I'm looking for. I don't think the calibration process ever stops, or should it? It should never stop for belief systems, because our beliefs, I say all the time, inform our behaviors. So if we're holding on to something that's meaningful to us, that's great. But what's on the other side of that meaning for the people that we engage with? And no matter what you call it, how you use it and how it impacts others is what's most important.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm at that process now where I've never really subscribed to any kind of organized religion.
But knowing thyself has been the most authentic way to trust discernment, to trust your intuition. I mean, and those are science. Those are like things that are in us scientifically. It's not like some spirit from beyond. It's literally us, our consciousness, and that's just kind of where I'm at with it. But that keeps getting that's disrupting people for some reason, and that's what I can't figure out.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I think that it's like when I say stuff like that. It's like I have to lately. I have to be careful of what I'm saying and how I say it, and I'm trying to work on that. So I don't want to. So I just don't. I feel like I'm giving off a vibe, or someone is they're purposely misunderstanding what I'm saying or trying to block what I'm saying rather than just take it in. Because I'm trying to take in what everybody else is saying too. Like it's not like I don't sit in like above or feel that I'm better or more than anybody else. And I might be going off on a little thing, but I'm just talking. Like I'm just saying what was coming to me. I'm not trying to come off as anything other than what I am. But I operate in that authenticity at all times as much as I possibly can. And it doesn't always come out eloquently. It doesn't always come out favorably or nice. It's just what it is. But intent is really the core, and empathy as well. I feel like people who lack empathy, I don't want to use the word evil, but you can't be connected to yourself without empathy. And I'll just land there for now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what conversations happen in the comments, but I don't think intent will ever be more important than impact. Right? I don't think that we don't get to control how people receive what we say. I think that their reception to me is feedback. Is feedback to let me know how accurately my intent matched the impact of what I said. And I think when that feedback disrupts me, then the work is for me to do. I can't do work for them. So I'm not sure, like you mentioned that you were deconstructing, but you also said you never subscribed to religion. So I'm not sure how that tracks or how that follows.
Well, I mean, not fully. I had like, a spiritual awakening, and I thought that's what led me to Christianity fully briefly. But I mean, I grew up Baptist Christian, you know what I mean? Like it was just part of, you go to church on Sundays. It just never really spoke to me. And then I had like a little, I guess like what they call the Holy Ghost came, and I started reading the Bible. But the more that I read, the more contradictions I saw, the more that it didn't really align with what was authentic to me from my path. And when I say like disrupted things that I say, I guess people get triggered and they start projecting. I mean, but this is just something that people experience. Like, I mean, when you have empathy and when you're walking and living and moving and breathing in authenticity, it just disrupts people that aren't. And I don't know how else to explain. And that's what I mean by what's going on in the comments. Because I never addressed anybody. I'm just in here talking because I couldn't get on panel.
I mean, again, I don't know about the conversation in the comments, and I don't know that I can't speak for you. I can't assess what has disrupted someone else, nor can I determine why it disrupted them. Right? If I am walking in authenticity, that's the only thing I can do. I can receive the feedback that I get from other people to see how that authentic walk impacts them, because I think that's responsible. And I think that's part of my core. That's something that is my responsibility. I can't shut myself off to the feedback and recognizing the impact of the things that I do and say. But they have a right to receive it the way that they receive it. They are receiving it and processing that information through their experiences and their perspective.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm trying to say. You just speak more eloquently than I do about these things, because it's just like flooding out of me. But you're saying exactly what I mean. I'm asking the question because I don't understand it, but it doesn't really like it does. I'm not going to leave here and be worried about it, but I do want to be conscious of what I say and how I say it, because I want to be intentional. So that's what I'm working on. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to, what I'm saying, because it's coming out, how it's coming out randomly. It doesn't mean that I don't have like an intention for it. I'm just like, this is all part of my process. And I know it seems crazy or whatever, but it's just, you're saying the things that that I'm trying to say just in a much more eloquent way, like more confident way.
So what was it that you were coming up to say on topic number 2?
I mean, if you don't want to hear anything I have to say, you can just drop me down. I'm just here to listen, so I don't necessarily have to be.
She asked you what you want to say about topic number 2, so that means she wants to hear what you have to say. God dang, something is wrong with y'all.
What just happened? I must have missed something in the comments, because I have no idea what just happened.
I don't know. I was getting ready to tell her she's like not to worry about the people in the comments. She's up here talking to us. Dudette took her down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it may be some residue from exchanges in the comments, but I was not privy to that at all. So I was just trying to engage with it. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fair to bring what you say, what other people say to you in the comments, or conversations that you have with people in the comments, to the stage, because the hosts were not having a conversation with you, and we don't read the comments. We don't read every conversation going on in the comments. So like, we're not responsible for what grown adults talk about in the comments unless there's threats and stuff. But I don't know if you ever want to come back up. Like, are you coming up to answer topic 2 randomly? Because like whatever went on in the comments, we don't have anything to do with that. So like,
No, I got you. I was just more so using it as an example of what I think a lot of people experience when they are being authentic and just being themselves. There's people that challenge it, and I'm just talking. Like, I'm just talking. I'm not talking to any of y'all up in the panel, or necessarily even people in the comments. It's just something I've noticed that's been consistent my whole life with just me being me. Like, and I guess I'm wondering if anybody else has a similar experience, because I don't think it has anything to do with like.
We're going to talk about number 2.
Okay. So this is not a space for like therapy or anything like that. The topic 2 has to do with believers in, applying critical thought to the idea of belief, to the biblical narratives. Like, if you're deconstructing from the God of the Bible, and you have something to add to topic 2, that's what this space is for. I know you heard the conversation that we had with Ja, but Ja is a community member, and Ja has that benefit of coming up and having that type of conversation with us. We don't do that with everybody.
I got you. I can answer the question. It's a security blanket for people. It's a way for people who don't know how to just be themselves. It gives them like an instruction guide. It gives them justification to do good. It gives them justification to do bad. It makes them feel good about themselves. It makes them feel better than others. I mean, it's a lot of things, but it's mostly about not having to think for yourself or not being comfortable with yourself. I land.
Are you saying that's what they have? That's why they don't think? Because the belief makes them feel good about themselves?
Right. Like just having that blueprint, that Bible, those commandments, that preacher, that elder, whatever it is, that just makes it easier to cope with life when there's so many twists and turns and each path is different. Like that's their security blanket. Christianity, Judaism,
and thinking would burst that blanket for them, or take that blanket away.
I think so. I think if they really sat there and even had the ability to think deeper into it,
logically, I mean, it would take them out of that sheep mentality. It's not a one size fits all world.
Hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like you can't just subscribe a book and rules to everything and then switch it and change it based on how you want it to fit or justify your things, like praying for money and things like that. Like it's it's silly, but it's a security blanket for some people. Some people are really, really, really disturbed by mortality. And I think having like this answer to that really helps people just move in life. So I don't down anyone for whatever makes them feel more comfortable. It doesn't mean it's my truth, but I'm not going to sit there and tell them that they're wrong. I just feel like you're choosing to not think outside that book, and that's on you. I don't think that anything's wrong or with it. It's just that's not me. That's all.
Are you saying that you don't see how the belief affects even people who do not participate in the belief system in society?
I'm listening to some of your stories. I think a few of you were talking about that you grew up in, with those strict ways of being, and breaking away from that. You're realizing it's you. Like, you are the power. You are what gets you up in the morning. You're the one that just, like you said, decide to send the email, or whoever said that. I'm listening to everything you're saying, and I agree. It's just like once you break those chains, you can get to yourself. And the thing is, with me, I never had like strict religious beliefs set. I had a lot of hypocritical things going on. We would go to church and then, get cursed out and called all types of bees and whatnot. So, and then valuing money and possessions, like, I mean, I've had things stripped away from me, and you can either be mad at the world or just take a lesson from it. It doesn't mean, oh, God's going to do this or God's going to do that. It's just like you either going to take a lesson from it or you're going to let it destroy you. Like, some people can't deal with abuse and they become addicts and they try to drown out the voices. Others find their strength. Others become abusers. It's just stuff like that.
I agree with all of that, but my question was, do you see the belief system in our government, in our schools, in our everyday lives, even though there are people who do not believe? Like, everybody isn't a believer in a God, yet the belief in the Christian God affects our lives every day because it's in our government. So when you say that you don't care, right? You don't tell a person that they're wrong if they believe that killing in the name of God is justified. I don't see why we should allow a person to carry that type of harmful belief and not say, hey, why do you think that? Like, that's harmful.
I mean, I can question it. You can question it, and this notion that there's a separation between church and state is obviously not true, and they
Can you
weaponize
take over? My food is done. Sorry.
Christianity,
Yes, ma'am.
especially to justify laws and things of that nature. But all I can do is just speak out against that. I can't change the way that religion has affected government. I'm still coming into my own world and seeing things through an authentic eye. So it's just like, I see what's going on. I always have, but I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do about it other than speak out. I have debates all
I
the
don't think
time with people about church and state and the weaponization of Christianity in particular, especially in the Black community. It's like really mind control. It's so obvious, but you know.
Yeah, I don't think Thinker was asking you about how you could fix it. I think what she was talking about is the mindset that has led to it. And that mindset isn't only applicable to Christianity, that mindset of magical thinking, the mindset of, I believe that there is something and this is what it does, this is how it functions. this is how it controls or doesn't control, this is what it can or cannot do, without any evidence of that thing being real. And we have a society that has literally been built upon, in a lot of ways, normalizing this type of belief. And it is dangerous, because while you keep saying that you're not forcing other people to see things the way that you do, but you do have the freedom to create this deity, I don't know what you call it, but this idea. You have that freedom, and you just don't have the political power and the influence to try to force everybody else to assimilate. And you may not be a person who would have done that anyway, and I don't think anybody should be trying to force other people to think like them. But we're talking about what's at the nucleus of unfounded belief systems, of belief systems that are rooted in preference as opposed to what we see in reality, because it had to start there. All of them do.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. I think I'm saying it the same way. It's been weaponized, and I don't know. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious that it's been used to control minds and to create these hierarchies and all, and it's all in up and through, the belief system and the laws and everything else. That's the reason why, to control people. I mean, to me, that's the reason. I'm not really sure what else. Like, am I not explaining it right? I don't know.
We're not talking. No, we're not talking about the reason. I don't think that. But I was just saying that I don't think that was Thinker's question. I think we talk about the reasons in here all the time. We're talking about the process of doing it. We're talking about, even on an individual level, being responsible for the things that we believe. And part of that responsibility is knowing why we believe them. Like, I have my responsibility personally, or my personal goal, is to believe more things that are true. I don't want to believe things that are false, even if those false beliefs are comforting. And I think if we work on an individual level, being responsible for our beliefs, and I'm not going to believe anything I can't explain, and I'm not going to be able to explain anything I don't understand. So if any belief system includes a component of, oh, well, this is just how it is, oh, it's just wondrous, oh, it's mysterious, it's this, it's that, for me, a personal requirement is that would have to be rejected until I understand it. But even if you don't call these ideologies Christianity, even if they don't have numbers behind them, the template that is used to construct them is the same. That's what we're talking about.
I agree. I mean, I thought it sounded like I was saying I agree. I don't know why are the mixed messages, because I'm definitely on the same exact page. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking me, because I feel like I've answered the question as best I could.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I asked a question. Like, I'm not sure. Are you responding to me, or are you responding to someone else?
Ask me the question again, please.
Well, I don't know that I asked a question. I was just saying that your response to Thinker right before she went to get her food was not what Thinker was talking about. She wasn't talking about how can you fix this. She was talking about the process of, when is it justified to believe a thing? Like, the fact that we live in a society where people are trying to force Christianity in our laws and in our schools, and I get that. We're not talking about how you combat that. I think these conversations are a start of combating that. What we're talking about with prompt number 2 is that people who believe in magical things, people who believe in things they do not understand and cannot explain, usually have an issue with critical thought. Critical thought is systematic. Critical thought does not protect the conclusion. Critical thought follows the data where it leads. And this topic is more around that, not the dismantling of religious influence in our society, and the fact that it's used to control the behavior and the minds of people.
I got you. I mean, I can only speak about my experience and what led to the way I think. You know what I mean? So I don't want to get up here and just feel like I'm preaching, but that's the only thing I can work from is my own experience and my own belief system. I know exactly how I got to this place. Everything makes sense, and I can explain it, but I just don't want to go off on like I'm just talking about myself, because that's the only thing I can speak from is my
Okay.
own life, my own experience.
Okay. Well, randomly, I am gonna move you back down to the comments, okay? And I hope you have a great rest of the day. I tried. I don't know. And she was,
You did.
yeah, she was coming
Yeah.
from a very defensive place. And I don't know, that's something she has to work out.
Yeah. I mean, I get that it's difficult when you feel misunderstood. I understand that. But when we talk about, for me, and I can't put this on anybody else, but for me, authenticity is being who I am despite who others aren't. And there are going to be some people who are bothered or who are uncomfortable with folks who move in a certain way. And they have a right to do that. I can't vilify them for not receiving my authenticity. And I can't control how other people receive that. And I think that's just maybe another step in the process.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said, like, the best thing for me is when I got to the mindset of I am who I am and I'm gonna be who I'm gonna be. And you love me, cool. You hate me, cool. Like, I'm not here to please any motherfucking body. And I'm not willing to change who I am to make you feel comfortable. Either I'm for you or I'm not. And I can still respect your right to live. Respect your humanness. I can still show compassion, but I don't have to, make sure you love the hell out of me and change who I am. Like that's where I am.
Yeah.
El
Good morning.
Fiaco.
Okay.
How old are you? How old are you? He's telling me to shut up. How old are you? I don't even know that. Like, y'all be doing some dumb shit. Like, why the fuck you come up here just to comment in the fucking comments? You could have kept your ass in the chat. That's what human beings be making some dumbass decisions sometimes. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are a deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. It is still 18 and up because it's still Maddie's hour, y'all. Even though Maddie fell asleep on the stage tonight. I'm gonna talk to her.
She was on time last night too.
Yep, and she fell asleep. Noodles. Oh, I'm gonna tell Maddie you said that, diabolical.
Fuck it. Saturn Day.
What's up, Oso?
Buenos dias.
Cállate.
Ah.
Venus, are you asleep?
No.
And Venus don't went to sleep.
No. I'm feeding a joey in the bush.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that what Venus sounds like also?
Since
Venus. Yeah. I'm Venus.
I'm not sleeping.
You're not asleep? Because I was going to change it to 21 and up if you asleep.
No.
You girl. She like, in the middle of her dream.
She like, no.
No.
She probably heard also.
Nah.
Angry Gardner? Exactly, randomly, Rachel. Exactly. And the amount of peace that you will get from that, it is unspeakable. Yep, Colette.
0 lies told.
It's okay to rest, Venus. The wise words of Colette.
Yeah, completely. You know,
Venus, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Start for real.
I feel like she's doing it on purpose now.
No, I'm not. I'm not
You
doing
just
that.
sound like that. Yeah, you probably do need to go to sleep.
Sound like what?
Like that.
No, I do have to go to sleep.
Girl, go to sleep. Have a good night, Venus.
Good night, guys.
Bye.
Sound like you pour a NyQuil in your coffee. Night, Venus.
What?
All right, y'all. We're at 21 and up. Venus is finna go to bed. Maddie fell asleep on stage. Maddie's hour is over. If you are 21 and up, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all. Nar.
Nar.
I swear that's one of my stems.
Did you ever watch what's that shit called? With the mermaids and shit. H2O? You should watch H2O. Or Dance Academy. Two of the greatest TV shows to come out of Australia.
Why would I watch Dance Academy?
It is really good, and it's also really Australian.
Okay.
Some of the stuff that they do is like speaking in French, but if you've never heard French in an Australian accent, pfft.
Mm-hmm. I'm confused.
Mako Mermaid. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Why would you be confused?
Because I don't know why you telling me to watch that stuff.
They're great. I've seen them both several times. Great TV shows. Why wouldn't I tell you?
I don't watch reality TV. And
they're not reality TV shows.
You said some Dance Academy?
Yeah, Dance Academy. It's about technically it's about a country girl chasing her dreams of becoming a ballerina. She goes to the super intense ballet school. It's a lot of characters.
Not up my alley, friend.
Not up your alley?
Mm-mm.
It's a drama.
It sounds like not a drama that I would be interested in.
Hey, I said the same thing. And look at me now.
Mm-hmm.
Free Fontaine, baby.
Yeah, that's cool. Mm-hmm. Me too, worldwide. Me too.
Just giving y'all some quality Australian entertainment, that's all.
I don't think I've ever watched an Australian show yet. I don't think I've ever had the desire to. It never really crossed my mind to look for Australian TV shows.
I don't think I ever have either. It just turned out to be Australian shows that I watched.
You know what's funny? I've never seen Crocodile Dundee, but I know about Crocodile Dundee, but I've never seen it.
Thank you, Enver. You're so right.
Oso's humor is really dry.
It's only because that's the best kind of humor to have.
Mm-hmm. I think the drier your humor is, the more intelligent you are.
Ooh.
I agree.
Yeah.
Clever Man? I have not. Aquamarina. Oh, I did watch that one. That was pretty decent. The Koala. Tell you what, your comments be pretty funny.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Let's get some conversations going. Don't be scared to come up. Where that lady that said that she was gonna come up? What's her name? Vic something. She was like, "I wish it was your hour because I want to come up, but didn't come up."
What?
Yeah, that's what she said in the comments.
Every time you go live is your hour.
That's what I said. That's what I said. You know me so well, so.
That don't even make no fucking sense. Yeah, guys, I went live, but I can't talk right now, so y'all come back when I can.
The AI is so confused. They think we in here talking about Australian TV shows, thanks to Oso. Y'all put some hashtags in the comments. Y'all feed the beast. We got 313 heart me's and 693 of y'all in here. So if you have not sent a heart me, please do so that we don't have these moments of waiting on people to come up and talk to us. Again, the success of the live depends on y'all. Apparently, somebody is streaming this live to a group called They All Liars.
Oh. Interesting.
I asked, like, do you think they're fact checking us to make sure that they don't have to lie to themselves?
They absolutely cannot be. If they were trying to do that, they just come in here.
Right. So it is very, very ironic for them to be in a group that says they all liars, but refuse to fact check what we say, and they just decide to lie to themselves.
Right.
It's ironic. I hope y'all enjoyed the show.
I hope the show gave you food poisoning. Fuck you.
I think it's cowardice.
100p.
And then I think it's cowardice. I also think it's very deceptive. Like to create a group with believers and then just say, hey, look at these people. These people are liars, without you being the one to come in here and debunk us first. Like whoever created the group and whoever's streaming my live to those people, you've not come in here and debunked anything that we've said. You've not come in here and proven anything that we've said to be wrong or proven that we are liars. Yet you created a group to tell all those people who you're streaming my fucking content to. You're stealing content, by the way. You're stealing my content, my intellectual property, as a believer in Christ, who is your moral standard. And if I'm not mistaken, the 10 Commandments says, thou shalt not steal. You didn't ask my permission if you could reroute my fucking intellectual property, my voice, my personality at all. While you sit there and you tell all those people that we are liars, you've never graced my stage. Now, prove I lied about that.
Oops.
I don't know who they are. I have no idea who that person is that's doing that. I kind of think it's crazy that they are allowed to do that. Like, I don't mind. I know that the stream is being rerouted to people on the content. That thumbs up. But these motherfuckers that's still in my content, so y'all can sit there and fucking hate, you a goddamn thief and you going to... No, I wouldn't even tell you going to hell. Like, that's some harsh ass shit. But according to your belief system, Jesus says all thieves will have their part in the lake of fire.
Mm-hmm.
And to everybody in that group, if the owner of that live didn't disconnect this stream as soon as he realized that he going to hell for stealing, then y'all better get the fuck out that group, because that motherfucker don't give a damn about y'all either.
Shit. I'll tell him for you. You're going to hell with your creamy pussy.
I think you sound like that man, but you didn't. But I get what you were doing.
Damn. Nigga really knows how to chip away at my soul.
Richard Sosa. Oh, okay.
These riches love Sosa. You see what I did there?
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Okay. All right.
Something's telling me y'all done already. Like, Y'all done got comfortable. We wasn't in here yelling and screaming. So y'all done got comfortable on us. Is Kalu in here? Kalu's gonna help me with today's ethical story. Thank you, Kalu. Jarian, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? This is the first Maddie's Hour we've had in a little while where we didn't break our viewership. And we're like the views are going down pretty early. We still have 2.5 hours left in the live stream. If we don't get conversations by 8:30, I'm gonna go ahead and move on into the ethics thing, and then we'll be done. What's up, Jarian?
Hey y'all, good morning. So yesterday's ethics class just had me vexed. I went and looked up all the social media laws and everything, which was a really good exercise. And I thought about the question, is it okay if I backtrack to yesterday's ethical class?
Yeah, that's fine. Damn, PT, that's like saying I ain't got the magic. I'm the only consistent thing here. Go ahead, PT just fucking
I'd
burst my
argue
fucking
Fee's kind
bubble.
of consistent, but okay.
Huh?
I'd argue Fee's consistent. I'd argue Selena's consistent as well, but
I said I'm the only consistent thing here. Fee nor Selena is here as much as my ass.
That's true. Fee, stand up, fight for yourself.
No, come on.
I'm here 11 hours. Go ahead, Jerry.
Good morning, everybody, too. I always just come up here without saying good morning. How y'all doing today?
Good morning, Jarian.
So yesterday, we were talking about if we had the question about would we block the social media platform if we had a social media platform and there was somebody who wanted to use the platform for whatever they wanted to use the platform for. And is it my responsibility? At least that's how I interpret it. Is that correct?
Would you allow it, prohibit it, or regulate it?
Oh yeah. So I said that I would allow it, and so I still stand with that even after reading. But it kind of vexed me because I was thinking about, damn, what about children? What about it was just that question just stuck with me, and I couldn't like get rid of it because I was feeling one way and then I was feeling another way. And then I guess I would allow it with restrictions is what I would think I would do now after reading the laws, because in Meta, their loophole is that they're saying that they are not the publisher. So the responsibilities that go along with Meta and with that lawsuit and everything, they are trying to tell people that they are not the original authors or the publishers. It's just the platform that the children came on. But they were allowing those practices, for children to become addictive and stuff like that. So I would allow it with some kind of restriction.
Well, thank you so much for updating that.
Okay, I can't wait for today's class. I just was like, wow, am I really I really don't really? What would I really, really do? So anyway, so I feel better now that I got it out. I was a little vexed and everything. I can't wait for today's class. For today's story, though.
Thank you so much, Darian.
All right, talk to y'all later.
All right. Big Chief, are you in the guest box on purpose? Thank you, Heathen Deacon, for the raid. All right, y'all. I think we only had I think most of our conversation tonight have been friendlies. We had one non-friendly, I think. We had to sit through a philosophical conversation. Mind you, he said a whole bunch of nothing just to say, first off, he discredited the Hebrew scriptures and debunked them and called them mythologies. Okay? So my question was, if you debunk the Hebrew scriptures, how are you arriving at Jesus is God? How are you arriving at that being true? He said a whole bunch of words just to say the Catholic Church is smart, so you should believe them because they were right about other things. That's the only reason why he believes Jesus is God, although he says that all the stories in the Hebrew Bible are mythologies. Yeah, that's why I can't do philosophy, because, like, just speak plainly. I was so irritated. He said they were right about moral facts, facts about reality. Therefore, because they are a system that has been consistently right with evidence and facts. When they claim that Jesus is God, we should just accept it as fact.
Aren't they the same ones that imprisoned Galileo for correctly identifying that the Earth is not the center of the universe?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. It was a very frustrating conversation just to get to that. He even said that Jesus was not of the lineage of David. He said that it was impossible for Jesus to fulfill the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible. Adam and Eve was mythology, but symbolic. He said original sin was literal, but everything else was mythology. And I think he arrived at original sin being literal because other than that, there would be no need for Jesus if that wasn't literal. Then he tried to lie and say that that's what the Roman Catholic Church teaches. No God required. Are you in the request on purpose or on accident? The K-way? You up here on accident? She said.
No, not K. That's tough. Yeah, no, I don't understand why. And it seems like it's always just Phil Rose when it comes to having to explain other people's ideas and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, people don't ever become, well, I won't say don't ever, but rarely become Phil Bros because they're trying to justify what they think. It's like oftentimes they fall into that world because they're trying to justify something that another motherfucker thought. I don't get that.
Right. I don't even think they realize that. Well, I guess they do, because their argument is, well, these people are smart and I trust them, therefore what they say is right and true. And I don't have to do the work to prove what they've already proven.
Right.
We did have a conversation, Rhea had a conversation with a believer who, in that conversation, that man backtracked. Like, I mean, he ended up arguing Rhea's point for her. Like, he could not stay on one motherfucking point. So he chose topic 1, and Rhea gave him a scenario. Rhea gave him a scenario that said that if she murdered somebody, nobody saw her do it. There were no fingerprints, no weapon left behind. She goes home. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe I did this. She's remorseful. And she prays to Jesus. And she asked him, does Jesus forgive that person and will they get eternal life? And the guy said no at first. And he said they have to take accountability. And then Rhea was like, there's nothing in your Bible that says they have to take accountability first. And he was going back and forth. And then he was like, yeah, they'll get eternal life, but you can't. He was like, it don't work like that. You can't do that. And so I asked him about Peter. I said, when Peter cut off the ear of the Jewish slave, did Jesus require Peter to turn himself in for assaulting that Jewish slave? And he started stuttering. He was like, Peter didn't have to turn himself in because Jesus healed him. And I was like, oh, so because Jesus healed him, then there was no assault, there was no crime? And I was like, did he not commit a crime? And he was like, yeah. I was like, right. So, but Jesus didn't require Peter to take accountability and turn himself in, right? Like he started like backtracking. He was like, if a person got integrity, they gonna do the right thing anyway. No, he was like he said the Roman soldiers was there. They saw it. And then he said they obviously didn't care that Peter had done that because they was there for Jesus. He was like, it was their job to arrest Peter. I said, are you saying Peter shouldn't have had integrity and turned himself in? Like you just told Rhea? And then he was like, he's like, what is Peter gonna do? He's like, he gonna go turn himself in and be like, hey, I cut off somebody's ear and there's no ear cut off. There's no man with no ear cut off. And they're gonna be like, oh, well, we don't see anything. So nothing really happened. I said, oh, so then this story ain't real then, right? And he was like, that don't track. I said, well, there's no man with an ear cut off. Jesus fixed it. There's no reason, there's no evidence of it. So there's no reason for us to believe that this story is real. And then he ended up arguing that a person can, he said Jesus knew, he was like, come on now, y'all knew Peter's heart. We all know Peter's heart. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself,
You know Peter Hart, but not his last name.
right? he said Jesus knew Peter's heart. He said Jesus knew that Peter was gonna go on and do greater things, that Peter had something for him to do. And I was like, oh, so Jesus forgave Peter, right? And used Peter, despite the fact that Peter didn't follow the law, where the law says that Peter should have gotten the same injury. Peter should have suffered the same injury. And I said, and according to Jesus, Peter should have reconciled with the Jewish slave and turned himself in before he even asked for forgiveness. And he was like, Jesus took the accountability for Peter. That's why he died on the cross for our sins. Like he started arguing the point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He probably was like, yeah, I'm going to fuck him up with this one. Watch this.
Then Rhea asked him about if somehow they got on the father's, the children paying for the sins of the father. And he kept trying to say Rhea didn't understand that scripture. And so I asked him when Rhea asked him if his child should die for something he did, he was like, my child might die for something I did. He said,
what?
Yeah, look, he said, if I do something wrong and I go to jail, then he got to get raised by a single mother. And that single mother going to raise him so wrong, so he might end up dying that way. Boy, I was like,
what?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Hold on. I'm going to let y'all listen. Said ain't nobody coming up talking to us.
That's crazy word.
He was trying to define accountability. I think that's when I that's when I turned the TV off. This is definitely
ironic. Try to define it and instead he defied it.
Huh?
I said you tried to define it and instead he defied it.
Yeah, pretty much. It was so bad. That was one of the worst conversations I think I had the displeasure of being in.
Big Chief said they tried to come up.
I asked you, Big Chief, if you was in there on purpose.
Yeah.
You didn't say anything. Send your request again. Hey, Big Chief.
Hey, hey, yeah, I'm 55 and I'm deconstructing. I wanted to come up and talk about number two. Why do believers have, what do believers have against thinking? But I wanted to thank y'all because y'all really helped me in my deconstruction journey. Thinker, you really opened my eyes to the patriarchy. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
You are.
Yeah, y'all really helped me in this journey, and I do applaud y'all because I don't have the patience to have the conversations that you have. I don't have the patience to deal with the disingenuous conversations that you guys have to deal with every night. But on to the topic, what do believers have against thinking? For me, myself, I was indoctrinated at a very young age, and to me, it was impressed upon me that this was the word of God. And I really, at a young age, I believed that this was the word of God, and I believed that you couldn't really question God, and I got to a point, well, I started realizing that I really believed. So I started with me really actually believing this stuff. I started seeing that it wasn't working. And I was struggling with my faith, because on one hand, I'm being preached to and taught every Sunday, every day, that this is the word of God. He loves me. God is love, and this and that. And I'm not seeing it in my daily life. So I was struggling with that. And then I stumbled upon deconstruction TikTok and found out a lot of things, that how this religion was forced upon our people during slavery, and how the Bible had been edited so many times, things I which I had never knew. And it was like immediately the chains fell off. It was like, okay, because I was, my faith, I was really holding on by a thread because I was seeing that it wasn't working. But when I learned a lot of the different truths about this religion and how it spread, the chains like immediately fell off. But that's my thing. I think that for me, I honestly, I was indoctrinated at a very young age, and I thought that this was the word of God. I thought that, hey, there's a God, this is the word of God, and I didn't know that I could question that. I didn't know, I thought, well, hey, this is God,
Yeah. Yeah. That, I think, like a lot of us did. I'm glad to hear that, the lives have been helpful for you. I know you've been here in the community for a while, and I'm happy to see that you're feeling more comfortable questioning it and analyzing it and accepting. I think the acceptance is the hardest thing, and what keeps believers from allowing themselves to think about the things that we talk in here, and they respond in a very fearful way to it, which makes them get defensive and violent with it. And like a lot of times I'll hear people who end up deconstructing say that when they first come across this live, that they couldn't stand my ass at first because I was asking questions or talking about things that they were afraid to think about or ask, or that they had never heard anybody talk about before. But like those of you that stay despite that, like that come in here and you start off as a believer and you stay, like I really commend you. Because I think your journey is a little bit different than mine, right? Because I started mine by myself and not hearing somebody else say hey, this isn't moral, or this isn't true. And so the jolt that you may feel, scrolling the FYP, hearing that, and then overcoming that, whatever feeling you felt when you first came across the live, I think that is commendable. And I'm very proud of you for, the journey, and keep it up. I'm glad to have you here.
Thank you, thank you. I think with me, I can sort of relate to a lot of Christians, because I know for me it actually became my identity. I believe that God was in me. I believe it became my identity. So had I encountered you while I was deep in the faith, I can't say that my reaction would have been unlike a lot of the other Christians that come up, because basically it would have been like you were attacking me, because the religion became my identity. That's how deeply indoctrinated I was. But actually, I started deconstructing before I encountered the deconstruction TikToks. I spent some time in South America where religion, there's religion, but it's not pushed down your throat like it is here in America. And having spent so much time away from the church when I was in South America, I started really like questioning God, and seeing that my prayers were not being answered, and really, really believing, in this God, and asking why are my prayers not being answered? What's going on? And I was able to conclude that, hey, this word is not true. Because I was relying on scriptures like, if I ask anything in his name, he's going to do it. If I believe, if I trust God, if I ask anything according to his will, he's going to do it. And these prayers go unanswered for years. And then it really got me to question the faith in my religion. And I got to a point where it's like I kept hearing the definition of insanity in my head. I keep on doing this same thing, expecting a different result. And I started looking at myself like, am I crazy? Am I insane? And that's when I got to a point where I said, God, if you're real, you're going to have to show yourself to me. And I gave him an ultimatum, and he never showed himself to me, and then after doing that a few times, it was like, okay, I'm done. I'm asking you in faith, I'm standing on your word, and you're not responding. I can't do this anymore. And then after that, I started stumbling upon deconstruction talk. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. You were talking about how you were praying and the prayers weren't answered, and you started to notice that. Did you have conversations with other believers about how you felt about the God not answering the prayer, and did they shame you for actually expecting an answer or not accepting the no as an answer from the God, even though it really the God just didn't answer? Like, did they try to convince you that a non-answer is an answer?
To be honest with you, no, I didn't have that conversation with other believers, but I have heard that a non-answer is an answer. But to be honest with you, no, I didn't have that conversation with other believers.
Okay. I know a lot of times believers will come in here and tell us that, like, even if you don't get an answer, the God still answered. It just means he said no. And we were taught that growing up. And it makes me think about, it's like the belief system has a built-in fail-safe. Like, if you pray and you don't get the desired outcome that you pray for, God still answered your prayer. And you are not allowed to test the God and say, God, if you're real, then you need to do X, Y, Z, because then that would be tempting God. And in the desert, in the wilderness, when Satan tempts Jesus, it's basically that entire makeup, right? Like, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes out of the mouth of God. That's the word of God. Believe it. Believe
Right.
it more than you need food. And then, if you are real, save me from this. I'm going to throw myself off the cliff. Save me. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. So believe it. Don't test it. Don't tempt it. Right. And then,
Right.
if you worship me, if you leave this system and go for another system, then you'll get all the things that you need. And then it's thou shalt love the Lord thy God only. So you have to believe it more than you need food. You cannot test it or tempt it, and then stick with the God, like just God. Like that's the whole thing. So even the God, if you're real, here's the ultimatum to a believer that would be going against that entire thing. It's like a
Right.
fail safe built in.
Yeah, and it's crazy, but it's like I couldn't just go on believing something and not seeing any results in it. And I had to stop. It was like I hate the fact that it took me 50 years to get to this point, but it's like, hey, I definitely know the definition of insanity, and it's fitting me in regards to this religion, because I keep believing, I'm devoting my life to this thing. I'm praying, I'm fasting, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and I'm not seeing any results. And it's crazy. I actually fasted for 40 days once, just water, in believing in this religion, in this God. And I hate the fact that I spent 50 years in this religion. I felt like I didn't live my life. And I pray, I hope I have a lot more years ahead of me, but I'm stuck thinking I spent the majority of my life in this religion that's not even real. And I travel for business. I'm all across this country, and you see now everywhere you go, you see the billboards. Jesus is the way, and all of this propaganda. You see the huge crosses everywhere you go, and now it's like you can't help but to see it's a tool. It's propaganda. It's used to control the mind. It's crazy. It's definitely how should I say it? It's definitely jarring. It's alarming once your eyes open to it. But I feel like I'm starting to ramble now, but I definitely want to thank you guys. Thank you, Thinker, because you opened my eyes to a lot of things. I thank Fee and everyone on the panel also, and everybody else. You guys really helped me. There's still some things that I see, like a lot of times when anxiety comes up, I'll find myself wondering, what do I do? I realized that a lot of the times during my Christian walk, when I prayed, it had to do with me being anxious or worried or concerned about something. So I learned that really it was just really a coping mechanism. So, but yeah, I feel like I'm rambling now, but thank you guys.
You're so welcome, Big Chief. I just want to add, like, it's as you were talking and sharing, a believer in the comments decided to judge your experience in relationship with what you believe to be a God, and decided to say it sounds like you had a relationship with religion and not Christ. And that's what believers do. Like they jump straight to discrediting your journey, your search for this God. And I think they do it to justify or to validate their own journey, because they hear that it didn't work for you, so they have to convince themselves that you must have done something wrong, and that's why you didn't meet Christ. But the crazy thing about it is that it's not your responsibility. If this God is real, then the God should have manifested itself, and the God shouldn't need billboards. If the God is real, then the world should know it and the world should see it. It should not need to use the same thing that fucking McDonald's uses to gain influence or to gain customers.
Exactly. And to be honest with you, I stopped attending church when COVID happened. But I the one thing that I felt like was my relationship with Christ. And so I honestly, I hadn't really been in a church seriously, consistently since COVID happened, but I held on to my relationship with Christ. And like I said, I did everything. I literally fasted for 40 days with just water and tea only, no food. So that's how serious I was about my faith. I would get on TikTok and read Bible verses every single day. I would do that before I literally did anything else in the morning. If I didn't get on TikTok and read Proverbs, then I didn't do anything else that day. But to be honest with you, I agree with you. My thought process was, if I have a God that's numbered the hairs on my head, and he's bottled up all of my tears, and he's everywhere at the same time, and he's all powerful, and he loves me so much, why does he have to send somebody who I don't even know to tell me? That makes no fucking sense to me.
None at all. None at
You've
all.
numbered the very hairs on my head. You sent your only begotten son to die on the cross for me. You've done this, you've done that. You're all love, you're all knowing, but you won't talk to me. That is fucking stupid. That's crazy. That's how you've taken the time to number the very hairs on my head, but you won't talk to me.
Now you bottling up tears. Nigga, I was just crying yesterday. Like, I think I think we just say things as believers that we have been conditioned to say, even though it doesn't comport with reality. Like, you talk about all the, the salvation and the protection and the provisions that come from this God, knowing full well that all of the protection and provisions that you receive, either you or somebody on this planet helped you with it. Like, I think that if I get closer to God by getting farther away from truth, then what is God actually? If having a relationship with God detaches my connection to reality, what is God other than an imagination and a desire of the way that you want things to be? It makes no sense.
None at all. None at all. And I'm waiting for a Christian to approach me, because I really want to ask them that. If God loves me so much the way that you say he does, why is he not coming speak to me himself? Why does he have to send you, a person that you've never met God yourself? But he's
Their
going to
answer's
see.
going to be, your heart is hardened. You can't hear him because you got ears in your heart.
Crazy.
Ears in your heart is diabolical.
Crazy.
It's the heart posture that stops you from hearing Jesus. So you got spiritual ears in your heart. I mean, he judges the kidneys. Who knows? I mean, your nose might be on your ass.
Completely delusional. And I see people now when I interact with Christians and they bring up this God, it's like, I'm a non-confrontational person, but it's like it's like I feel sad for them because I know where you are, and part of me wants to burst the bubble. Like I tell God's not real, and if I say God's not real, they look at me like I'm the devil. They look at me like I'm the problem, you know. And really, I want to help them out of this religion that I'm 55, and I was indoctrinated, I want to say at 5 years old. And I wasted 50 years on this religion, not living my life, not enjoying life, not even knowing what life was, because it was centered around this God that was constructed and made up by someone else to control me. So, but I'm grateful to be free now. It is. I thought I was completely deconstructed, but I'm definitely seeing that it's a process. But I'm thankful for the freedom now. And I just wanted to say, it was this verse, this passage in the Bible. I think it was Nicodemus when he was asking Jesus how he could be born again. I truly think that becoming an atheist is that born again experience, because when I was a believer, I held to the doctrine that once you were saved, you were always saved. I know a lot of Christians and a lot of people would disagree with that. Even the scripture might disagree with that. But you could not tell me that once I was saved, you could not convince me that I wasn't gonna be saved because I was saved before. I held on to the doctrine that once you're saved, you're always saved. But I can tell you that once I deconstructed, even with that belief, when I deconstructed and I found out that God wasn't real, it was such a relief off of me. It felt like a weight was lifted off of my shoulders, because even though I held on to the doctrine that once you're saved, you're always saved, and I'm gonna be in heaven for all of eternity, once I realized that God wasn't real, it was such a relief. I feel like a ton of bricks were lifted off of my shoulders. And I really believe that in order for you to get to that point, you really have to believe this God, and you have to search out the scriptures, and then you have to find out it's bullshit before you can get to that new birth experience where you say this is bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Ja earlier when he was talking about how he's at the place of the clean slate. And I was saying, I'm going to steal that from Jesus, where Jesus saying it's a rebirth, right? Like, where you have to be born again, that there's a point in your deconstruction journey where it feels like a rebirth, because you get to be the author now, right? And build your core values and your moral systems and your ethical framework, right? And design, your outlook on life. And then that peace, like once you begin to engage with your emotions and accept that you know who you are, there is a peace that is unexplainable. And believers say that Jesus gives them that peace that passes all understanding. And I was saying, like, it's odd, right, that believers will come in here and they'll say, y'all think about God all day long. Y'all think about God more than we do, more than Christians. And the scripture in their Bible says that he'll keep those in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on him. But yet they're in the comments pissed that we talk about this God all day. But we're arriving at the peace in learning the truth about the God and the truth about the book. And even though like we're talking about it a lot, it's just odd how we are still arriving at that peace. And they believe in the God. They've accepted the God, and they're not at peace because they're losing their shit. They come in here with so much anxiety. And like I said, when I was a Christian, I had no peace. I wanted to take myself out. But it was something else that I was going to say about what you said. It had to do with the rebirth thing. God damn it, the peace part. And I mean I took the fucking detour and added that part in and lost the rest of it. God damn it. I hate when that happens. Shit.
I apologize. I
No, that
probably
ain't your
talked too
fault. That
long.
was my fault.
Yeah, because I look at when I deconstructed, I thought about that experience because when I realized that God wasn't real, I don't know why I didn't think that I was stressed out. I didn't think that I was burdened down. But when I came to the realization that God wasn't real, it felt like a new birth experience. It was like a ton of bricks was lifted off of my shoulders. So I don't know why I thought about that passage, but it definitely felt like a new birth experience. It felt like, okay, now I can live. Now I can live, and I don't have to be worried about this God. I don't have to be worried about, this afterlife. I know that is all bullshit now. So I don't know.
And it ain't because you want to be out here sinning. Like, it ain't because you want to be out here doing, like, killing motherfuckers and sleeping with everybody's wife. Like, believers think when they hear you say, I don't have to be worried about this God and I can just live, in their head, they hear, now I'm going to be a drunk. Now I'm going to be in the club. I'm going to be slapping some ass. Like, they think that that's what we got to give up the God to go in. Like, we don't have to do that because we could keep the God and do all of that shit and still, have a moral superiority because they do. But yeah, go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I just wanted to comment on what you were saying about, time wasted. Because we're in the same age bracket, and I spent over 30 years in this, and I kind of battled those thoughts as well early in my deconstruction. But I had to realize that life is rarely about all gains or all loss in any situation. And I grew up Jehovah's Witness, and that cult was very different, like in the same way that I'm learning so many of them are. But there are plenty of things that I learned that I still implement. Like John and I were talking to Justin last night about what going to the Kingdom Hall was like. And there was a lot of studying. There was a lot of reading. It was very guided. It was very scripted, but it taught me skills that I still use to this day. So I think it's a little bit of a shift in perspective, right? As opposed to it being lost time, you're still utilizing some of the things that you gained during that your years, excuse me, as a believer. I heard an analogy a few years back that talks about like comparing it to like the scientific process. When scientists learn more information and adjust a specific model, they haven't abandoned everything that they've learned before. They still keep parts of that model because the data is still true, or the data is still valuable. The skills that we learn, the relationship skills that we learn and may now know we need to tweak, it's still predicated upon what we had. So I think our life is very much the same, or I try to look at life in that same way, and that model got me this far. Me and Mama Bash talked about it before, like it's almost like navigating through fog. Like I can't be mad at myself if I'm driving a car through fog for things I don't see that's in that fog is still obscured. So I think if we stop having the idea of omniscience where we think, well, I should have already known this. Well, I can't know what I don't know. And I think being able to look at the journey that way as just that, it is a journey. It wasn't that you made this decision. This decision was given to you. That's what indoctrination does. You're taught to believe that something is true before you have the mental faculties to critically think through it. And you honestly believe that it was true at that time. That's what that's the purpose of indoctrination. But changing our minds when we learn new evidence is a strength. And it's not even remotely close to being a failure. And being able to look at those past years and those past decades and pick out the things that were beneficial while, swatting away the shit that's not, like this
Right.
idea of, you got to be this way to be acceptable. No, like getting rid of all of that, but kind of mining through all of that debris for the things that are beneficial, the skills that we learned, the things that we learned about ourselves too, because that information helps us to construct the version of us that we are able to build from that blank slate that Thinker was just talking about.
Mind of CT, for one, nobody up here said that because they don't believe in your God, life is about nothing. Life means nothing. That's you. That's how you would look at your life. Second, what the fuck are we going to do for eternal life? And I'm still trying to figure out if one of y'all can answer. Yesterday, a guy said y'all gonna eat spiritual food, and I'm trying to figure out, is Jesus gonna have spiritual butchers in heaven, butchering spiritual cows and chickens and pigs? Or like, are y'all gonna be eating spiritual chicken legs and spiritual wings and spiritual ribs and spiritual corn, spiritual broccoli and cheese? Or is Jesus going to have some real butchers in heaven killing real animals? And if he's going to be killing real animals, then that means death is going to be in heaven. And I thought things didn't die. Like, are y'all going to be eating spiritual grass? Like, and I'm trying to figure out. And then if y'all going to be eating spiritual food, like, will it process? Because, like, the purpose of eating food is to get vitamins. So y'all going to have spiritual vitamins and spiritual protein and spiritual carbohydrates. And does that mean y'all going to have spiritual intestines? And if y'all have spiritual intestines, then are y'all gonna have to take spiritual shits? And then, like, is Jesus the living water? And y'all gonna be drinking the spiritual living water. And then that means y'all gonna take spiritual pisses. Like, I'm trying to figure out. And if one of y'all can come up here and answer that question for me, I might think about going to eternal life.
Does that mean that God pisses and shits too?
He got to. It's
That's a
spiritual.
great question.
Right.
I hope they get spiritual colonoscopies, because if they up there eating all that shit, that's gonna be problematic.
Tingle
I
my
hope one of y'all can
spiritual
come answer
prostate.
that. Like, tell me what's on the spiritual menu.
Did also just say tingle my spiritual balls?
I don't know. He
Damn.
probably did. Sound like
Tingle my
Ozone.
spiritual prostate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Close enough.
Same, but different.
Right.
They talking about they gonna be at a wedding feast. I need to know what's on the menu. Big Chief, did you have anything else?
Yeah,
I
just
almost called you Big Chef talking about all this spiritual food.
I cook too now, but hey, no, I thank you for that perspective on the time wasted. I definitely appreciate that, and I do feel like religion is something that I was able to conquer because I'm not stuck in it anymore. And Thinker, to what you were saying about, when I did deconstruct, I said, okay, now I'm gonna live. And what I realized was the things that I was not doing as a Christian, it was not because of the religion. Really, it was because I really didn't want to do those things. I said once I deconstructed, hey, I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna live, I'm gonna start partying now, I'm gonna start clubbing, and I quickly realized I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to. That's not who I am. So it's not about the religion. Basically, what was I trying to say? I thought that once I deconstructed, hey, I'm gonna start living now, and I quickly realized, hey, I'm actually living the way I want to live now. It's just without the religion. The things that I didn't do, really, it was because I didn't really want to do those things. If that makes any
That
sense.
makes a lot of sense, yeah. And believers don't think like that. They think that we just don't want to believe in their God because we want to be out here living any type of way. And that's probably because that's the only thing that's stopping them from living any type of way. I think a lot of believers, not all, right, but a lot of believers have the God because it just minimizes the bullshit they do. It doesn't eliminate it. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Okay. Go
I
ahead.
was,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I know for me personally, after I stepped away from the religion, a lot of the stuff that was like, I don't know, I guess taboo, like going out and drinking and having fun and carrying on. All that stuff was a lot less prevalent in my life after I left because it wasn't as like much of a thing. You know what I mean? It was a big stigma, so everybody that was cool was doing it, and I was trying to be in on that shit. And don't get me wrong, I still go out and cut up every now and then, but it definitely wasn't like a every weekend thing like it was when I was in the religion for sure.
Right. Well, I'll come back up when at another time when I gather some more thoughts. But I definitely want to say thank you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. A lot of times I'm listening and I'm driving, so a lot of times I can't participate in the chat or tap the screen or do all of that because I'm a driver. I'm a truck driver. But I am listening, and I do thank you guys. I thank every one of you for what you do. I don't have the patience to do it because I would cuss everyone out. I can't deal with the disingenuous conversations. I can't deal with the bullshit. I have little patience for the cognitive dissonance, and I it's like right before your eyes. Why can't you see this? Why what's stopping you from seeing this? So again, thank every one of you for what you do, and I'll be in the comments. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you for coming up, Big Chief.
Have a good one.
You too. I don't know how to drop.
I got you.
All you gotta do is say open sesame. See?
He do this every fucking time. Every fucking time he get in the request box and fucking jump the fuck out.
Who is that?
Mind of TCT.
What?
Oh.
Olivia. Ashley, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ken, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay, Mr. DS, are y'all in there on purpose or on accident?
Bash new profile picture look kind of fire. I see you.
The learner?
Oh.
Bruh.
I didn't ask you, Mind of TCT.
Interesting. You see what Bash put?
What do you say?
I'm sure you don't care, but someone just tagged me in some dumb video about you.
About who?
You.
Oh, yeah, I don't care.
I'm confused why he tagged me.
Them motherfuckers is butt ass hurt. Oh, is it Mind of Craft? It says Mind of TCT.
Yeah.
Where you see Craft at?
Oh, okay. Where? Nah, he was just saying he thought it was.
Oh.
Why is it that people do that all the time? Like the person whose name I can't read says Jesus came to bring peace, when in the book literally Jesus says, "Do not think I came to bring peace." How can they do that?
But a sword.
Have you read the Bible?
Bash, it's interesting. They didn't tag my ass. They didn't tag me. So them scared motherfuckers made a video about me, tagged you so you could come and tell me they made a video about me.
I wonder why they make videos about you and not what you're talking about. Like, attack the claim, attack the data, attack the research. If that's the issue, then talk about that. Why does it have to be about you personally? It's interesting.
Because it's easier to discredit who the information is coming from than it is to discredit the information. Because all I'm doing is reading the fucking Bible. They can't discredit the Bible. They need that. All I'm doing is reading words. I'm not even doing theology or putting interpretation on it. So it's easier to discredit me so that people wouldn't want to listen to me. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up.
Oh, I did want to say, if you are in my Discord and you were thinking about going to the shindig and have not reached out yet, today's gonna be the last day. I'm gonna let you get in on that motherfucker. So let me know.
We troll people that don't allow a person to get their word in. God is the inspiration for your content. You are still doing his work. Tinker, you and your Get Along gang should log off. If you are bullied in this person's live, push the report button. She has trash content. Troll gang, get your troll on. This is a good person to troll. Thinker, stay tuned for more. Follow us. You insulted me on your panel, and all I had was a mere question. And so now I'm gonna say, bitch, fuck you. And thank you for the free subscription. Somebody gave me a free subscription, like a jackass. Brought to you by AI and algorithm. And for the record, we don't troll the average person. We troll unkind people and bullies. We troll people that don't allow a person to get their word in. We troll celebrities and bigger influencers, hoping that they will see our message. We only try to get our message out. We are not worried about the response or the likes or the views. We only hope that the person posted in this video one day sees this post. Pictures were provided right here on the app, fair use. And if you put it out there, we can talk about it. AI and algorithm.
They done put my picture into an AI. They got my picture all plastered in this video. My profile, they only tagged Bash. They didn't tag me. They tagged Fee. They hashtagged me. They hashtag Kojic. But they didn't tag me.
Why the fuck would they tag me and Bash?
I don't know. And I don't even remember this person. And if they just had a question, then I don't take questions, motherfucker. I don't owe you that.
What is happening?
And these are whole ass adults having tantrums online, making videos. What is happening?
All I did was ask a
She said
question.
troll gang.
The fuck?
We
I don't
don't
owe you that. If
troll
I don't want to talk
people.
to you, I don't have to fucking talk to you.
Oh
What the
my
fuck is
god.
that? And I ain't no goddamn
That's hilarious.
celebrity, motherfucker.
Making it seem like this was a social movement. We troll celebrities and bigger creators so they
I hadn't even
Somebody
seen
gave
that
me a
fucking tag.
subscription.
That's
That shit is wasted,
Bruh,
bitch, because you blocked now.
you
The
had to
fuck is
choose
that?
it.
that shit is so funny. Because yes, you have to actively
You
go
had to
into
go
the
and hit.
gift. What the fuck? No, you actively went and got that subscription, bro. That's not. Come
Nobody
on,
gave
bro.
it.
Oh my god, bro. That shit is too
Yeah.
funny. I might say that shit just to laugh every now and then.
But of all the voices you could choose, why choose that one?
Because
What in the guy
they TikTok
smiley?
name is AI algorithm. Whoever
Oh
the hell
wow.
that is.
That's so funny. Holy shit.
Like, and the crazy, this is why I tell y'all motherfuckers to stay out my life. If what we talk about in here scares you or offends you, don't bring your ass in here. Like, god damn. That's what I'm saying. Y'all irritate the fuck out of me. I don't have to be your friend, motherfucker. Jesus told y'all a lie. Everybody ain't gonna like you. Like, I wish you would just accept that shit.
Y'all, I gotta drop for a meeting. I'll see y'all in these TikTok streets later.
All right, have a good one, Fee.
See you later, Fee.
And to think that that's a grown ass person that did that shit.
For real.
Ain't wisdom. Ain't wisdom. Are you there? Ain't wisdom. You're on mute. Are you there? You had to mute yourself. Hi, are you there? Are y'all okay?
Might be a part of troll gang.
Are y'all okay? Like, this is insane. Like, I'm not a celebrity. I'm a regular grandmama talking on the fucking internet
Came up by mistake, sorry.
with a country ass accent.
I thought for sure Rethinker was gonna be somebody that come up here to.
That shit crazy. Y'all don't do this shit to no other deconstructionist on this motherfucking panel, on this app. To none of the men. Where's Cop? Cop, is that it? RoboCop. Is it RoboCop?
Cop? I know there's a super fan box up. So if you're not a sub,
I saw somebody. No, she's a deconstructionist. I saw somebody asking about her. They said she hasn't been live in a while.
I don't think
RoboGo.
I
Thank you.
touch her.
God damn it. Yeah.
Oh,
Has she
okay.
been? Have y'all seen her?
I've never actually
Oh my God.
seen her.
Not one.
What was he? Oh my God! About
I don't know. He keeps requesting. Why are you in here, Kaylin? That y'all are who I'm talking about. Like, you're not in here to participate in the conversation. Why are you here, Kaylin?
Kaylin, why didn't you pay attention in English?
She was on Joe's Live 2 weeks ago. Is she good? I saw somebody said the other day they haven't seen her. So it's been 2 weeks. Miss Lovely J, are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? She seemed good. Okay, as long as she good.
Robo Goat uses they them pronouns. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That
I'm sorry. As long as they are good.
who's gonna get the super fan box?
There's a super fan box up. Make sure you're not troll gang. That's crazy, man. Like, and then,
Gang gang.
like, if you have a god, like y'all, I don't understand why y'all are doing this shit. Like, why aren't y'all trolling the Satanist temples? Why aren't y'all trolling all these other denominations that don't believe in the God the way you do? Why y'all so worried about what the fuck Thinker thinks and what Thinker is saying? Like, Satan got a whole motherfucking church out here, according to y'all. That shit crazy. They think I'm Satan, though. They can't be scared of Satan. They think I'm the devil. No, they have some good lives. I talked to them in the Discord. I told them I was gonna come chill with them in Atlanta one day and do a collab with them. But they have some pretty good lives. Are we done, y'all? Anybody gonna come up and have a conversation? Ain't it? That's. I wonder if that should be a topic, Mr. Michaels. If, hold on, 8 something. If you're deconstructing from Islam, that you can come up and talk about deconstruction. If that's the reason why you kept dropping down. We talk. So people that are deconstructing from Islam are allowed to come up and talk about deconstruction. I saw your comment. If that's why you kept dropping down, don't let that stop you from coming up and discussing that part of your journey. What the fuck was I finna say before I okay. What was I finna say before I responded to him? Okay, Kalu, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and do the ethics topic. Oh no, the topic. Thank you. If believers feel safer with Satan since he believes in God than they do with atheists, since we don't, because I think believers do feel. I think they're more afraid of atheists than they are the devil. Their devil, because their devil is under the authority of their God, and because the devil is under the authority of their God, they believe they have authority over the devil. I think it scares the living shit out of them that we don't respect neither of them. So I wonder if they feel safer with their devil than they do with atheists. What y'all think?
I would have to agree, which is ironic because we don't like hold to any of the beliefs of what the devil would have in terms of having God as like a ultimate authority or like thinking that he's real or anything like that. But I do think that we're under his purview. Like I can't even tell you how many videos I've seen just this week of people being like asking about God damn it. Fuck. Damn. I see them all the time. I can't remember what they said. But either way, I do think that they think that we're under the purview of the devil when fundamentally we're different. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That shit is weird to me. That they don't understand the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. And I think it terrifies him. Cat Mom, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Cat Mom, on purpose? Hey, Cat Mom, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I just put in the request when you were asking about Robot Goat, and yeah, also caught that they use they them pronouns, but I think stuff's just been happening in their life, and but I think they're fine.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for letting me know.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Love you guys.
I love you too.
Bye. Whoa, where did the thing go where I'm supposed to say?
I got you.
Where it changed? Oh, disconnect.
Joanna? Joanna? All right, y'all. I'm about to move on to the ethics thing. Kalu was going to help me, but his work call went on longer. I don't know if we should wait till Thursday till Kalu is here. Because this one kind of takes two. It kind of takes two people.
I mean, if you can give me like 10 minutes, I can tango.
I kind of wanted Kalu's Nigerian reading voice.
Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. I feel like Michael Jordan when Kobe Bryant entered the league, you know?
Let me hear it. Go ahead, audition.
Greetings. Today, we're talking about
I'm sorry.
Nice.
I am Nigerian.
Oh man.
I'm just reading myself. Yeah, his work call went longer. But if you're gonna participate, it's not long at all. But if you're gonna participate, go ahead and send request. And let's see how it go. Anybody participating? No? Should we wait until Thursday to pick back up? Tonight's been like a weird night. Hey Sean, are you coming up to participate?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Mama.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, Mama Bash. I don't know. I think Mercury is in retrograde. No, it's daytime where I am. Well, I mean, this one is really short. I wanted it to be lighthearted. Kalu would have added a lot to it, but his work call went over. and he practiced. And so I really hate to go on without him. Like I sent it to him yesterday, and he practiced. And like he read over it yesterday and prepared for it. But work just gets in the way sometimes. No, I prepared questions for this one. I prepared one a day. I prepared questions for this one, so. Yeah, I think, well, tomorrow it'll be Thursday. I don't know, Mama Bash, do you go live today or does Auntie Charlene?
I'm going live.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and go and I'll hop over there with you?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, since he rehearsed, and plus I think y'all will like it, cause, yeah. Sorry,
I'll see you
Aisha.
tomorrow.
Huh? Fire.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Thursday. We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, bye, y'all.
All right, bye. Thank you for coming up, though.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Aishan? Aishan? I don't think.
Hey, Sean, you got it right.
Aishan,
My
okay.
bad.
That's
They
okay.
threw me up.
Oh, okay. No worries. Have a good day, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Yeah, and I hate that his word call pulled him away, but we can wait till Thursday. I appreciate everything, all the conversations tonight. I blocked that AI account, but I'm going to unblock them just so y'all can laugh. Please do me this favor. Don't comment. Don't troll them. I don't want y'all to say and do anything that could get y'all's account in trouble or anything like that. Y'all can look at the video and laugh, but please don't respond to anything in my defense. I do not want to weaponize my following in that way, ever. If you're not following us on YouTube, please do that at Think Beyond Dogma. Help us reach our 10,000 subscriber goal. We are almost there. What else, y'all? Tonight just was weird. Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Listen to this. I forgot. This is what I was supposed to do. Hold on.
You actually knew what science was?
Supposed to do. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I was right at the spot in my phone.
Decisions.
Oh, I forgot about Boo Boo the fool who came up. She was a fucking Boo Boo was an atheist and she came up like a fucking fool.
Imagine. Continued
Was Boo Boo after the person that Rhea talked to above?
condition.
No, I
Your
found it.
child should receive the electric without the father. And you all just, I don't know, you want to take the credit. Like I literally have, and I raised them by myself.
I have a hard time raising. He's going to suffer.
That doesn't make any sense. They're talking.
Going in there, robbing that store, and he made a.
Don't suffer the sins of the parents. How is it then fair for things like genetic diseases and mutations to even exist?
Oh, you just took his whole scripture and just misinterpret that whole entire scripture. I know what scripture you're talking about. I forgot where it's located, but you just misinterpret that whole scripture.
Okay, so it's just for children to be punished instead of the people who actually did the thing wrong? Is that what you're implying?
Wait, say that one more time. Say it one more
Are
time.
you implying that it is fair to punish innocent children or let them reap the consequences of actions that their parents did? Is that what you're saying is meant to be fair?
So, okay, if a parent does wrong, right? Okay, just like when anybody does wrong, the people we may around, okay, so we may have not done anything wrong, but any outside action is going to have a reaction. So if I rob a store, right? None of y'all in the store robbed the store. Y'all are good. Y'all didn't do anything. But me going in there robbing that store and pew-pewing people all over the place, or pew-pewing anybody, and the bullet ricochet, whatever the case is, someone's going to suffer a consequence in the natural. That's why I mentioned you're forgiven in the spiritual realm, but in the natural, whatever consequences you put out here is going to suffer. But she didn't want to hear that earlier. That it's stated in scripture.
That doesn't make any sense. They're talking about their children, not random strangers. When you go
Even-
and rob
even
that,
with children.
I let you fucking speak. Control yourself. Like I was saying, when you go and rob that store, is your son gonna go to jail for you? Hello?
No, but my son will
So
suffer
that's
the
what
consequences.
that's what the scripture is saying. Not
No,
a
but
random fucking bystander.
My
That's
son
not what
will
it
suffer the
says.
consequences if I go
Will
to
he
jail.
be going to jail?
He's not going to jail.
Will
He's
he
going to suffer the
die for
consequences.
you?
He's going to suffer the consequences.
Will
might
he die?
He might die if I don't take care of my son. Yes. That
Like
could
you're
be one consequence.
ridiculous, man. I'm
That could be one
talking
consequence.
about a direct consequence for
That is a
your
direct.
actions.
That is a direct.
No, it's not.
If me as a black man,
You're
if I end up
ridiculous.
doing
I'm
something
done
to
talking
land
to
my
you,
son
thank
in
you.
jail, my son will suffer the consequences. He's going to be raised by a single mother. That mother's going to have a hard time raising that child. My child is not going to receive all the
That's not
information.
true. That's not
He's
true.
not supposed to. Yes.
That's not
broken
true.
homes, what?
That's not true.
Look at the black
That's not
community.
true. That's
Look
not
at
true.
us.
That's not true. That's not true. None of my sons are jailbirds, D-rug sellers. I have
didn't say that.
I have an oldest son who is 23 years old, who is an excellent father. My 18-year-old just graduated high school. All of my children are productive adults. Like that's not true. And I raised them by myself. So that's not true. Like you men try to spin this single mother bullshit is a fucking myth. And honestly, I think a lot of children who are raised by black single mothers actually turn out fine. And you all just, I don't know, you want to take the credit. Like I literally have a cousin who's in the NFL who was raised by my auntie, and she raised 4 kids by herself. And her son is in the NFL. And the dad came back around when he got his contract. And a black single mother did that without the father. So that's not true.
Yes, ma'am. And I respect your answer. I do respect what you're saying.
But
I don't
my
have
point,
an objection to
my
that.
point is, no, you said it as if it was a fact.
Exactly. I didn't. No, I
You
didn't. No.
You did.
That's not what
But
I
that's
said.
not what
No.
Rhea was talking about. A child suffering the punishment, the iniquities of the father. Rhea was asking, will he die because of the crime that you committed? Can a judge deem that your child should receive the electric chair because of a crime you committed?
No.
No. When your God commanded that Saul annihilate the Amalekites for something their ancestors did 500 years prior, is that fair?
They're still living in the sin. They're still committing the sins that, wait, what?
When the Amalekites
Did y'all not read the context?
refused to allow the Israelites to pass through their land and then attacked the Israelites from behind because they did not want to allow them to go through their land, your God held a grudge for 500 years. Then your God told Saul to annihilate the descendants of the Amalekite because of what their ancestors did 500 years prior. Is that fair?
Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you read the context?
I just told you the context. We can read it together if you would like, but I just told you the context.
Yeah, we do need to read that together. Because again, that's not the understanding of what happened, and those people were still committing
so tell me
great sins.
Hold on, you tell me what happened. I'll take notes, and then we'll read it together and do a check.
Well, you just said that you was going to read it. I would love to hear what you're
You
reading.
just told me I was wrong. You just told me I was wrong. So I want you to tell me what actually happened. I will take notes, and then I will check it with the story when we read it together. That's what I thought your line is.
Mind you, that was the streamer of the one that said they all liars. Y'all, Mama Bash is live. I'm gonna hop over there since we ended early. He didn't want them to see that his ass lied about not about knowing that fucking story. But Mama Bash is live, and I'm finna hop over there. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. I hope he was still streaming that shit because that shit was funny. Bye,
That's
y'all.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we all know he was lying from the fact that he said they were still living in that sin. Like, what sin?
And then he
Like, you
said,
don't.
"Wait, what?" He didn't even know what the fuck.
Right. Yeah, buddy, you cooked.
All right, y'all go listen to the rest of that conversation though, because the way he backtracked when we brought Peter into the conversation, that shit is funny. He ended up arguing Rhea's point. He forgot his own motherfucking argument. But I'll see y'all in Mama Bash Live. Bye, y'all.
Love y'all. See you later.
Love y'all. We decided to wait until Thursday since your call ran over. So Mama Bash went on ahead and went live. So we're just gonna go over there. But we're gonna do the story on Thursday. Okay? I think okay. All right, thank you.